And we are live. Welcome to the grand reopening of the Columbus Microcenter, and welcome to the grand reopening live stream. Now, we have an absolutely packed day full of live streaming. Dan, what do we got coming up here?
Well, we've got JayzTwoCents. He's going to help us build a couple of PCs. Then Jeff Geerling is going to be here talking about networking. Then I'm going to come back and teach you how to buy the perfect PC.
And then after Dan's done, I'm going to take over to talk a little bit about your peripherals and everything else that goes along with that before we dive a bit into the history of Microcenter. Now, we are getting ready to start building here, but we do, of course, have one hiccup. Jordan, can you talk? Unfortunately, Jordan can't talk. However, I am sure everyone is excited for our replacement.
JayzTwoCents.
Absolutely. So, we already have an audience out there. Are you all excited? Let's get Jay in here.
All right, welcome
Let's get Jay in
JayzTwoCents. Come on in.
Let me squeeze past
We'll
over here.
slide out of the way.
Which side you want me on? Okay.
So, this is about as good as I'm going to sound all day. I have lost my voice. I do have laryngitis, so you're going to have to suffer through this with me.
I know that's going to be interesting watching you mime while I have to be the voice. I want to make a little PSA real quick. I was looking at this. I want to remind everyone, don't get your steam machine wet or it might swell up like this. So this is actually pretty cool. This is not why we were here, but you printed this and I thought it was interesting. So
I'm very proud of this one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to build a PC, and why don't we talk about the parts a little bit? I'm going to start bringing some stuff out,
Okay.
and then we'll just go from there.
And this is a giveaway PC?
So,
Okay, all right. Never any shortage of giveaways at Micro Center, that's for sure.
what do we have right over here?
Okay, so we got ourselves a Gigabyte B850 Gaming X Wi-Fi 6E, 32 gigs, I'm assuming, of Vengeance RGB. Yeah, CL36, 6,000 mega transfer. The GOAT always 9800 X3D. You ever get tired of building with this?
A little bit, actually, because like it's in every build.
Yeah,
right?
I think the one we're doing later is also with this. There's no better middle ground CPU that can kind of do productivity, and also when it comes to gaming, there's nothing that's in faster than it. So, well, maybe the 9850, but
Right.
splitting hairs now.
Now, I'm going air-cooled for this guy, because I'm kind of tired of AIOs. You talk about being tired of the 9800, I'm kind of tired of AIOs.
Agreed, but I mean, the thing is, like, Thermalright has absolutely, I think, changed the game with air coolers because they're so good, but so inexpensive. And I think it's made companies like Be Quiet and Noctua and some of the other guys really have to kind of rethink their approaches when these guys are doing just as well at a fraction of the price.
Oh yeah, really good performer right here. Now, of course, my favorite card right here, Power Color.
9070 XT. Is this a Hellhound or Reaper? Yeah.
And then for our case, Land Cool
205 mesh. Yeah.
Yes. So everything here all together, it's about $2,000 all in. At least at the time we put all these parts together. So this is a bundle with the CPU and motherboard and memory. So.
Which I think is like the main reason PC enthusiasts come to Micro Center when they're ready to build is the bundles alone. Because the RAM price alone in that bundle is unmatched.
Oh yeah. And honestly, 32 gig kit, that's going to do you really well for a wide variety of gaming and other scenarios. So.
The Reaper is a great choice because it's like really one of the only cards that's at MSRP, or at least really, really near it. Still performs really well. We used this card when we did the AI versus Jay versus Salesman.
Right.
The other guys, well, Nick had done a 9060 XT Reaper. I did 9070 XT Reaper, and then Phil, I think, did 5070.
Right.
But yeah, still, it's a fantastic card.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to start opening up some boxes.
Okay.
Do you want to see what some of these guys are up to right now?
So how you guys enjoying the store opening so far? Oh yeah, it's very good. This is my first time in Columbus, so it's kind of fun to be like where it all started, you know? So how do they get entered for the giveaway for this, or do we not have those details yet?
There's a QR code over there, right? So we got QR codes set up, so they just scan it and just sign up, and then they should be good to go.
And when is the giveaway happening?
7 p.m. I think is
7
when we
p.m.
start, or when this closes, and then we'll make the announcement.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna kind of ask you a question here. You can whisper it. That's fine. I want you to lose more of your voice. Build order. Do you have a set build order you like to work with, or is it based entirely on the case and parts you've chosen?
All right, it's definitely, I do still have a preferred build order. So obviously, number one, we got this guy right here. I actually like to do our M2 second, and then like to do our memory last. to get it into the case. Then I'm going to go for my power cables because we're modular, right? And then from there, I mean, this guy, I actually don't like installing this first because I have a hard time.
EPS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't reach
If the
it.
case is small enough, what I'll do is I'll run the cables first, sticking through the back. I'll still have the bracket and the cooler on here. Before I put the motherboard in, I'll plug them in and then seat it down on the standoff.
Right. So,
that's a question I get a lot from people that are new builders. They ask like, well, what's the right order? It's like, well, there is no such thing as the right order. It's just you might realize later on, based on the nuances of your parts, something might be in the way, and then you're kind of doing something twice.
Love this motherboard.
Yeah, it's nice and kind of understated. Fully toolless too on the M.2, which is nice.
Ooh, look at that.
That's what I love about the modern motherboards is so much of them are truly toolless. Same thing with the M.2 hold downs. Yep, completely toolless.
Yeah, this is a really solid motherboard. I'm really happy with this one. Now, I always like to do preparation, so lay everything out here.
You know, it's funny, as somebody that's built, I don't know, thousands of computers in my life, I always wonder why they use two different types of thermal pads. Almost every motherboard you look, and you might have, it makes you wonder, did they just run out of whatever supply they were using and threw another one on?
They just swap mid-production.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Let's see. Now I'm going to open this guy up too. So I did prepare some of the other components.
So for the drive, this is an Inland 1000. Oh, it's a QN 450. I can't remember. Is the QN XLC or TLC? Do you know?
That's a good question. I just threw the box on the floor. We could find out.
I'm not too familiar with this one.
No, it doesn't really say. So
Yeah.
there's no specificity there.
I mean, with the capacity, it's fine. It only matters really on the smaller drives.
I mean, for this kind of budget build too.
Yeah.
Guys, answer questions from the audience.
Absolutely.
Yeah, bring them on
You're
in.
going to upgrade the storage. You know you're going to have 4 terabytes. Would you still install in slot 1 with your 1 terabyte?
Do you want me to take that?
Yes.
I would, because if you're going to go for more expansion on your storage, you can still have your OS on slot 1. You would want your OS to be in the faster drive on the faster slot. So, but the thing is, that's kind of changing now with modern motherboards, especially with the new Intel stuff coming out too, is with more M.2s now having either faster interposers through the chipset or even direct to CPU lanes, it's mattering less than it ever did before. See, back in the day when PCIe Gen 5 was new, you got one slot, and then you started bifurcating from there. But because so many motherboards now natively support at least 1, 2, or 3 drives at their native speeds before bifurcation, you're not cutting anything from your GPU or any of that. So I would just leave the drive 1, even if it's a 1 terabyte, as an OS drive and maybe your handful of most important programs, and then just let the 4 terabyte sit in a secondary slot and don't max out the speed on it. Go to Gen 4 if they're more affordable, hypothetically, and then, because at that point, if you're getting a 4 terabyte, I think your capacity is king over speed at that point. So, but I mean, that's the thing, like, and M.2s just they feel fast no matter what. So I feel like most people wouldn't be able to feel the difference between a Gen 3, 4, or 5, except in certain use cases. But yeah, I wouldn't go through the effort to relocate the drive and then go into the BIOS and change the boot order and all that. I would just leave it, the bootloader as it is set up, and then just drop another drive in and let the Windows handle it. You might have to go into Windows and actually establish the drive, but...
I'm trying to figure out how you got this off. I didn't realize. There you go. It clicks right in.
Yeah.
There it is.
So it seats in and then just snaps down. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, we're good for now. I like all the gunmetal color on this because it really matches the RAM.
This is going to look really clean. I'm actually pretty happy with this one. Have you been playing any games lately?
Just a game of travel. No, not a whole lot lately.
I've been playing Big Walk. That's been my favorite lately. It's another kind of multiplayer friend slap game. You solve puzzles and stuff. That one's a lot of fun.
I've been enjoying more of the party games though with a lot of friends. You know, like when we do play, we'll play some sort of co-op or something like that.
Yeah. Helldivers, that's always been my favorite. #1 game for me.
Helldivers just has a lot of opportunity for fun shenanigans. I'm usually the guy that ends up away from the crowd that accidentally runs over something and triggers, you know. That's usually me.
And then the hordes start coming. So, I know this is your first time in Columbus. What are you thinking so far? How are you liking it out here?
I'll be honest, I haven't seen anything so far except the Uber ride to the store from the hotel. It's incredibly flat. I'm surrounded by mountains.
Yeah, it's very different. The topography is very, very different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this store used to look incredibly different. You've seen it with the Tustin store.
Well, that's
you
what
remember
he
how
was
the
saying. The
Tustin
Tustin
store
was modeled after this one when it was first built, right? Yeah.
And so now, when they changed the Tustin format, now they're matching everything to this kind of format across the board. So.
This one's interesting too because the layout is very different from a lot of the other stores. You know, like Tustin has very long, straight aisles.
Right.
Miami was interesting because I had that narrow but wide setup.
That one's probably one of our more unique kind of setups. This one, believe it or not, a lot of this was all walled off. It was back storage that we had.
Because Tustin was that way too.
Yeah, we opened everything up. So that's why this looks so much different than some of the other locations you've seen.
Well, that's how they gain more floor space without having to move too.
Right. Yeah, it worked out for everybody.
It's kind of like, what's the point of having a back storage as big as it was when the turnover of product here, just put it all out on the floor.
Also, we can fit a lot more people here. So
Yeah.
just look how many people are out here right now. It's absolutely nuts. Now, if you guys
I'll be honest,
didn't
this
know,
just looks like a Saturday at Tustin though.
Yeah.
Tustin's such a busy store.
yes, it's definitely one of the busiest ones.
I mean, it's still every day on opening has a line just because that many people are trying to go there for whatever their needs are.
Oh my goodness.
I know it sounds like a Microcenter advertisement, but Microcenter doesn't need advertisement. If you know, you know, right?
It's the place to go, man. Now,
But there's no, that's what I want to talk about in my video later is there's no true electronic stores anymore. There's just not. I mean, Best Buy doesn't really count.
Right.
You know? Best Buy was mostly known for TVs and physical media. Well, physical media is gone,
yeah.
right, for the most part. The Magnolia Centers kind of started pulling out of a lot of those stores because a lot of people aren't shopping high-end AV these days. And so it's really just kind of, I think, lost a lot of the identity. Like one of my first jobs ever was I was a PC salesman at Circuit City.
Oh, really?
So if you really want to, if you want to date myself, you know, so CompUSA is gone, Circuit City's gone, Best Buy is not really the place to go for PC, even though they're trying to do more parts and stuff. Fry's is gone, but Microcenter just continues to expand and grow, and it's kind of like I just want to pull that knowledge from them. Like, what are you doing? You know, how are you doing that? If those stores were selling similar things, clearly the products weren't the problem. It was something to do with the execution of the store.
Right. Yeah. You know, I think what you'll see now, a lot of people here throughout the store. These are all of our corporate headquarters employees.
Yeah.
They are all here today.
Yeah. Definitely more Blazers today than I've seen at any other store.
Yes. But the thing is, they love Microcenter. They love these products. They love helping all of these. I mean, I see a lot of our merch team and everyone else, they're all out helping customers now.
Well, the GM here has been with Microcenter since '86. Yeah. I mean, how many people stay in retail that long? You know?
I know. You don't really hear those stories anymore, right? Like people with such long-lived careers in retail.
I've gotten a chance at so many of these. I think this is my 10th grand opening, somewhere around there. I've talked to so many either GMs or assistant GMs or people from corporate that all started with, like, most of the time regular associate jobs, and Microcenter seems to be huge with promoting from within.
Oh yeah.
Because I'll go to a grand opening in a new store. I'm like, hey, aren't you the manager at this store? And he's like, well, yeah, but I moved here because they needed a manager, and he's like, I love the job. I relocated for this. So that tells you something. Most people don't relocate in retail.
Oh yeah. So now that Tom, the GM of this location, he is retiring later this year because he's been with us for 40 years. So Rob is from our Flushing location. He's coming here and he's been taking over. And he's been doing. Both been doing a great job together with the handover.
It's kind of the way to do it, though. Bring in someone seasoned to really get the store started right, and then the other stores at that point are already kind of like well-oiled machines, so it's easier to bring someone up there.
This is always the fun part because this always gets a little bit cramped in there.
Well,
right?
yeah, because the Meshify is a pretty small case, so you don't have much. You have like a millimeter between the fan and the IO
Yeah,
shield.
literally.
And then these cables are kind of pulled tight, so these like to get in the way.
I'm gonna finagle my way in there. There we go. Yep. Perfect. Now, one thing I always talk about, screws. I like it when they're labeled because I don't want to have to figure out which one is the right screw.
Every case always has a combination of M4 and 6/32, and then you go to screw it in and you realize, oops, that's the wrong one. It slightly cross threads. You go to pull it out. It pulls the standoff off with it.
All right.
There's still so much non-standardized hardware.
I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to think maybe this is it. This feels like it.
You're probably got a safe bet. Because that's the M4.
I think we're good.
Was that was that labeled M4 or was it just?
No, because it was in one bag.
Oh.
Look, 1, 2, 3 different screw
Oh
types.
yeah, and then more standoffs.
Yep.
And then does it have your little? Oh no, it doesn't have the bit. Like the one that goes to a
Standoff
flathead.
installer, yeah. So with budget cases, I mean, I like that you get fans usually for good price, but there's some other things that you kind of miss out on.
It feels good right here, and I don't know why you're on this side. You got the fan right here.
It gets very warm over here under all of these lights, so yeah, please enjoy the fan.
I'm gonna.
Speaking of fans, how are you guys doing out there? You doing good?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You got the third person in line and the first person.
What time did you get in line yesterday? Was it yesterday?
Cameron was 15 hours before the open.
15 hours.
Honest question: was there like a giveaway happening for the first so many, or was it just all that? Okay, now it seems worth it.
All right, do you want to show us what you got?
We've got some great stuff.
What'd you get in the
Wow.
bag?
Number one.
Okay, so he's got a Keychron C2 Pro 8K keyboard. I like that. That's the old school beige like throwback. Yeah.
This is my favorite, all right?
Oh, the water bottle. Oh, are they doing the mugs over here too?
Yes.
Mugs is like their
mugs,
thing.
Mugs
Yeah.
are on the way out, so yeah, we've got the mugs.
Yeah.
On my desk permanent.
That's cool. I like that design.
Yeah, I actually have to take a look. Okay, yeah, it's just that. Is that,
So we got a Hydro Flask, gaming mat. Okay.
always needed, right?
They make good work surfaces too if you're not using it as a gaming mat. Yeah.
Right, like anti-static, you can always use that, like you're building a PC.
Yeah.
Taking the parts up there, putting a graphics card there.
Whoop.
Wireless mouse.
Got it. From Pulsar. Pulsar is a great company. I think they have one of the fastest mice in the world, actually.
iFixit too.
Okay.
I think they get thinking. Oh no, a microcenter keypad.
That's cool. That's going on my sunglasses. Oh, I got you a mic. Sure. There you go. Here, I'll hold
And
that
then
for you.
finally, here we go. Microcenter shades.
Okay. So all that for just. So how many people got that?
I think the first 5 got this.
Oh wow. Okay.
The next 5 got a smaller keyboard.
Okay.
And then continuously down the line for the next 100 people.
So did you get in? Did they advertise that they were giving this away, or you just were like, I'm getting in line, I don't care?
They said they're going to give a swag bag. So we
Okay.
had no idea about this.
Yeah. Usually swag bags are, like maybe koozies and things like that, not keyboards. And
Right.
toolkits.
This is the basic, right?
Yeah.
So in case Micro Center wasn't your first bet for an electronics store,
Yeah.
it should be now, right?
Yeah.
And like you were saying in the live stream, there isn't an electronics store
There
anymore.
isn't.
This is the best bet
There's not.
for cool. I don't know if you've seen, but like the AI Center is
So that's
packed.
new.
It's
That's
totally
new. That's not something that's been in that for grand opening, and it's going to be an interesting one. I'd love to go just stand over there and listen to the conversations because I think it's a very polarizing discussion, obviously, but it'd be interesting to see what the customer base coming in here is saying versus what the comments online are saying.
Well, I think you see that, like at your store, right?
So mine's probably not as much because we're kind of like headquarters, like in city of industry, which is not far from where my microcenter is. It's where a lot of these companies like Gigabyte, MSI, and Sharp have headquarters. Up in the Bay Area, there's Asus and Samsung, Asus and NVIDIA, Corsair. But up there, there is also Silicon Valley, where I think a lot of that development would take place. So probably the Santa Clara store would have a lot more of that kind of stuff. Because like the Santa Clara store is literally live.
We're live right now, so they're interviewing customers.
Yeah, I met more NVIDIA employees there at that store than I did at any other.
Having Jay help you out.
So it's kind of crazy. Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that with me. Absolutely. Yeah, you definitely working for you. Right on. Cool, thank you. We have a real celebrity just walked over here. This is Rick, the CEO of microcenter, guys.
Hi, how are you?
I know, right? You already have everybody on the mic. Are you having fun today?
I have all the customers.
Yeah, so much that.
I'm going to spend some time at the microcenter and just
That's just one of the top lapels.
Yeah, this is the first time I think microcenter has an AI section of the store, right?
Yes, it is. We have robotics also.
That was cool. I said. And microcenter is already the exclusive.
Also the AMD.
Yeah.
AMD product.
Yeah. So we got the
And we'll build workstations now back here for you.
Yeah.
We have the proper motherboards and processors, Threadrippers and everything like that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
So we got some really cool stuff over there. There's a robot too that you can check out.
Yeah.
That one's going to be really cool.
And you can build your own model. You can build your own agent.
Oh,
We
interesting.
have NVIDIA's demonstrating picking out your model and your tools to build your own agent.
Yeah. So if you want to try that out, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that's an area I know nothing about, so that'd be a good test to see if someone like I have not researched anything about building LLMs to see how approachable it is.
Right. No, they make it pretty cool. They make it
Yeah.
pretty easy. So, yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you, Rick.
All right. Have fun out there, man. I'll turn this one off real quick. I'll use my screwdriver.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start peeling this for you.
Please do.
This is sometimes the most aggravating part. People love the peel,
A
but
lot
at
of
some
it's-
companies,
yeah.
they put the plastic on first, then they assemble the card. So then the plastic gets pinched, and you go to peel it off, and it rips, and it leaves fibers hanging out.
And then you got to try to pull it out from in between.
This is actually not too bad. You know who was notorious for the most frustrating peel?
Who's that?
And you'll probably remember EVGA cards.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
and I complained about that so many times. I remember Jacob Freeman, when he was there, he said, man, he goes, yeah, the problem is like they assemble the cooler separate from the card.
Mm-hmm.
So all the plastics are on it. And then when they assemble the card, it gets pinched between like the back plate and the IO shield
That
and all
makes
that.
sense.
And then so you go to peel it off, and that's why it doesn't want to let go, because it's literally sandwiched in there.
I had that with my 3070 FTW3.
Yeah.
Which I'm just going to hold on to that card forever just
Yep.
because, you know,
You know, when I started collecting the Kingpin cards, I had no idea what they were going to become.
right?
You know? I still have a brand new in the box, never opened 3090 Ti Kingpin.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have a couple of EVGA cards in the studio that I've just been hoarding just because it's like, well, you got to hang on to them, you know? All right, I'm just,
So this is where modular
Very nice.
power supplies are so nice, especially with modern builds, because you aren't even going to need a SATA power plug for this.
nope.
Is the case for using a SATA?
Actually, that's a good question. So on the back,
You'll need one.
yeah, it's probably for RGB for the
Yeah,
fans,
for
right?
that.
I like these little rinky-dink fan, you
Yeah.
know, controllers. They're simple, they're easy.
But one SATA is not too bad.
Yeah.
But this is where it's kind of a double-edged sword too. People, they'll lose the cables later, then they go to expand and they need it and they don't have it.
Right.
Or they won't label them, and maybe they have more than one build with two different types of power supplies.
Yeah.
And just because it may socket in there doesn't mean it's pinned out the same.
Mm-hmm. That's where you got to be careful, guys. Oh my goodness.
So is this the Peerless? Is this was this?
Yeah, Thermalright. No, Phantom Spirit.
Oh, Phantom
120.
Spirit, yeah.
So yeah, no, it's a real good cooler. That one's gonna be rock solid.
You know, I'm really liking, if you haven't got a chance to play with it yet, the new Cooler Master V8
Mm-hmm.
with the 3D heat pipe.
No, I haven't tried that
So
one yet.
it's a vapor chamber, but it has 4 heat pipes that are perfectly vertical right in the center
Right.
that come up in the middle of the cooler. So it's a single tower, and they found that so much it's actually really inefficient to draw the heat away sideways like this. They said just let it come straight up, right up through the vapor chamber.
Right.
And on thermal imaging, you can see just how hot the center of these coolers get. And then so it allowed them to get dual tower performance out of a single tower.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I gotta check that out then. Yeah, I'm a big air cooler fan. I'm a really big air cooler fan. You know, I love my AIOs, but just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Something about a giant heat sink, I think it's just so cool looking.
I actually think the AIO in my workstation at work is failing.
Really?
Yeah. Because I keep getting a CPU fan header failure. Like when I go to boot, and it's like no CPU fan detected.
Oh,
but then I'll
yeah.
go into the BIOS, and it's turning because it's one of those motherboards where the CPU header can be also turned into an AIO header.
Right.
So what's happening is I think the AIO pump's starting to get lazy on the start, which is usually the first indicator it's going to die.
Yeah. It's
Doesn't
on
make
its
any
way out
noise,
now.
but you know the RPM's low on it, so.
Yeah, it's time for a swap. That's the thing, AIOs, like they're great, but it's just, they're only gonna last so long. All right, so before I even get to the cooler, I like to start doing some of the cables for the case.
Same.
Because, you know, I can wait for the cooler to go in. I'm not really in a rush. I kind of like to take my time with this part and just get all of this going. I'm also going to swap all of these out for zip ties.
Any new builders will never know the pain of having 3 or 4 spinning drives that use Molex, and then having maybe a SATA device or 2 in there that need a SATA plug, and then your graphics card had 3 power connectors on it. It would get really cluttered really quick.
Well, I do have my little baby power switch. So
is there only power switch on this one?
that's what I'm trying to see. I'm trying to
This
trace
is probably
this back.
RGB.
Yeah,
right
it
here.
seems to be, yeah.
What I appreciate is when case companies do a unified connector finally.
Right. That's
Although
what I
it's-
prefer.
The motherboard layout is still technically not standardized when it comes to front I/O, but everyone's kind of adopted the same pinout.
Right. Now, I want to point something out. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but maybe we can get the top down to zoom in. Right over here is the bane of my existence.
Yeah.
This.
Yep.
Right here. It's just absolute bane of my existence because this
what he's
here.
pointing at here is the PCIe 3 connector, or not PC, I'm sorry, the USB 3 connector is pointing, it's a 180 degrees, so that means it's parallel with the motherboard, and it's pointing right into a bracket.
Yep. And it's really hard to get it in there, so I'm going to struggle right now.
Well, what I hate is when every other plug will be a 90-degree plug, but then the USB 3 is a 180.
Right? Let me see if I can finagle this.
This is where, honestly, sometimes just that adapter that goes from USB 3 to the USB-C is also kind of nice.
Yeah. Yeah, because look at this. I'm going to struggle.
Yeah, and that one's not removable or slide, so you can't slide it.
Nope, it's riveted.
Yeah.
Riveting. So I should have done this before I put the motherboard in, if anything.
I think it's on a much higher plane than that opening, though.
Yeah.
You probably would.
I could probably do like one of these.
And then just pull it back into the backside. There you go. It's gonna put torque on that plug no matter what.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I got it. Okay.
But you're not gonna get that cable back there now.
Nope. That is going to be in there forever. I don't love that. I don't love that at all.
It would have been nice if that maybe at least went all the way down to the floor, because then you would have had more opening there.
Right?
So that's where.
So you can see, this is a little bit ugly here. Let me see what I can do.
Because there's only one USB 3 header on that board, right?
Yes. I didn't see another one there. Nope. And I got my USB-C, which I'm grateful for.
Does
But
microcenter sell Dremels?
yes, we do. We do, actually.
Everything fits with the Dremel.
Make sure you wear the proper PPE. Make sure you have all the proper eyewear on and everything else.
You mean you don't do the squint and look away?
Just like that. Oh, man.
See, at least a lot of other boards have started putting the USB 3s right up there by the USB-C plug.
Right. And I like it when they have a USB 3 at the bottom. When it's right here sometimes.
You know, at least that doesn't look terrible, but yeah.
I don't love it. I truly don't love it. But you're right, a Dremel would fix that in a second. Yeah, that's real challenging. All right. We'll push
Well, you
on.
know it's never going to come out. Like, it's not going to work loose in some odd way.
permanent connection right there. So now I'm going to do a little bit of organization.
Oh, when you talk about the amount of cables in the system too, back when SLI wasn't dead and I was still doing three-way, and
that's going to max
if
you
I had
out.
3 cards that had 3 8-pins, now you're talking 9 PCIe plugs.
Oh my goodness. Things have gotten a lot easier, right? Like things are so much easier these days.
The crazy part is if I consider the performance level of the last time I ran 3, it was Titan X Maxwell's. The performance of those 3 today versus even like a 5080.
Right.
5080 would just destroy it.
Yeah. All right, let's see. And I've got my little power cable right over here.
That's literally the only front plug, just power, huh?
That's it. That's all I have.
Yeah, because that's all going to be RGB controlled.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing else really.
It's like reset buttons are becoming obsolete, right?
Easy peasy. There we go.
I'll start getting your appropriate hardware ready.
Thank you. Now, in the meantime, I've got a couple more cables that I'm going to deal with. But how are you guys doing? How's it going?
Come on.
Now, with the SATA, I like to be lazy and just not undo this.
Oh yeah, I usually just shove it down in like the
Yeah,
drive bay.
just right in there. There we go.
Intel brackets and brackets.
There we go. Okay. Right now, I'm doing a little planning for my cable management. I like to sort of think it through. I'm definitely going to make some modifications as I go.
It's pretty sad when you put together enough of these that you know all the hardware by heart.
Right? Yeah, there's a certain point they all just start blending together, right?
Yeah. I mean, little things that even some of the big companies don't do. Like Thermalright color codes their standoffs. Red is AMD, blue and black is Intel. I think the 1700 is the blue, I believe.
Right.
Put it away, but right here, yeah. This one's only got the blue, right? Was there a black one as well? Yeah, blue and black, yeah. So
There we go.
1700 is blue. Yeah, I was right. See, my wife tells me the amount of useless knowledge in my head. I don't.
Oh, you get that
I
too?
don't think it's useless. But, I remembered it for a reason. I just don't know what that reason is sometimes.
I like my neighbor came yesterday to buy his first 3D printer because his wife finally agreed, for him to have a new hobby on top of all of his other hobbies.
Oh, what she doesn't know she got herself in for.
Yeah.
3D printing, like any other hobby, can spiral
Oh, yeah.
quickly.
Well, he's already a carpenter, so they're already kind of used to some of the,
Woodworking is not cheap.
Yep.
All right, so this.
There we go. So I'm going to go a little bit utilitarian on the cable management. I'm just going to have everything kind of bundled here, bundled there, keep these together. Honestly, just keep it simple.
I've got a philosophy with my cable management on the backside. It doesn't have to look beautiful if it's not like a showcase build.
Right.
Just wire it with serviceability in mind.
Yes, exactly.
So you can at least trace a wire and know this is for this fan, this is for this drive, or this GPU, whatever. Just a lot of people like to just kind of twist them up, bundle them up, and zip tie it all together. Well, then if you have to go and work on it, you're going to undo every bit of management you've done. Does it come with a case? Is this like a GPU support?
That came.
Oh,
with this
radiator
guy.
offset bracket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that came with this guy.
I've built in the mesh, the 205 Landcool, the 200. Was it the 205? Is there a 20?
There's like a 205, a 207,
207.
215,
216.
216.
I've never water cooled in one,
Yeah.
like a custom water cooling or anything like that.
Right.
I feel like that doesn't make sense. You know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if I would go with this case for that style, but you know. All right, so basically all of my cables are done minus cooler cables.
They really don't give you any slack on these front ones.
No. But again, you know, I like these budget cases, right? Like, keep it simple. It has everything you need.
I'll tell you what though, after Computex this year, Computex for me is always like, it's like CaseCon, you know? Every brand shows their new cases coming out, but the competition level taking place at the $50 price point is getting good. What I mean by good is the cases have to keep getting better because the competition's getting stiffer.
Right.
So I saw features, and I can't talk about a particular one I really want to right now because it was part of an NDA room, but there's a case coming out very shortly at $49.99 that I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch, including Lee and Lee.
Really?
I think it's going to quickly become your new favorite budget case.
Oh,
I can't
I
wait
have
to
a
talk to you
feeling.
about it when it's out and you've built in it.
Right. Because that's really one area that we're really seeing a lot of competition is budget cases.
Yeah.
And there's so many options.
But things don't cost as much to make. Okay, let me back up. When it comes to cases,
Right.
a lot of people, we were just really kind of used to hearing low margins, right? Low margin, for those that don't know, is how much money they're going to make on that product. There's been a lot of margin baked into case manufacturing for a long time. It doesn't cost as much to make as people really think.
Right. A lot of steel, huh?
So what they've been able to do now is take a lot of their nicer designs and make them cheaper because they're just kind of cutting into that margin now. Because that's kind of the name of the game right now is how much can you dip into your margin but still stay viable, right? And so these companies are now really having to compete at that lower price point, and the consumer's winning.
Yeah, I think there's so many good options that are happening here. You know, I love, you know, for as small and compact as this is, that's all you need.
Yeah.
You know, like beyond this, you're all set.
Because if you're buying a $50 or $60 case, you're probably not throwing really power-hungry components in there.
No,
So
this is gonna
I
be
would be a
fun.
little less worried of like, oh, what's the porosity of this front mesh? You know, how much airflow do we actually have on the top? You know?
Porosity. I mean, I don't know. You know, $60, it's good.
Heck, there was a while there where $200 cases were overheating parts because they were so poorly designed.
Right. Yeah, I feel like the you know, aesthetics are still paramount, but I feel like everything's kind of converging to just price point.
All right, question for the audience.
Yep.
You can cheer when I hold up yes or no, okay? Do you buy your case based on looks?
Yes.
Or based on price? Actually, I feel like there was more cheers for looks.
Yeah, I feel like there were
I
more
heard
cheers
also
for
and
looks.
also yes. So how do you balance that then? How do you balance price and looks, right? So I think cases are the thing I hear people really argue with each other about, like, oh, why would you spend that much on a case? Because it's just a box to put your stuff in, but it's also the thing you're looking at. So I'm like in the middle on that. I don't want to overspend on a case for the sake of maybe, you know, it's got this curved glass and this diamond cut or whatever. But at the same time, I don't want to cheap out on my case because I don't want to, feel like, oh, okay, this is a little flimsy. Like this actually is not too flimsy, but there's some.
Yes.
You put in a heavy graphics card, the whole back's bows on it. You know, so it's like finding that balance between aesthetics and price.
Anything by Corsair, honestly, almost anything by Corsair.
Which almost anything for them you're saying is good or bad?
Good.
Okay.
I have a 3500X,
Yeah.
so it was a birthday gift, so I
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So,
Corsair's been around a long time. They're one of the older guys in the space, you know. So
it's aesthetic.
they had a
There's lot
couple.
of bands that you can put into it, and it's pretty much like a aquarium that you can look into.
They had a couple misses. You know, they had a few cases that really did not hit the mark. But they also had like the legendary Obsidian series, which just started making a comeback and stuff. Like the Obsidian 900D was like, in 2012, that was like the case, you know? The 800D was also really, really good. I'm kind of happy to see that they're sort of going back to a lot of that foundation they came from. The Carbide series was the first side-by-side design, they came out with that. But it's like anything else, one company designs a case and then it becomes highly popular and then everyone sort of tries to either improve upon it or copy it, a la O11D, right? There's a reason why the O11 is so popular. It performs well, it looks good, and then everyone started copying it.
What do you think? Got all my cables
I always
in there.
try and like shove them under the...
Right? Just get it like right under there.
Because they didn't give you any tie downs on that side. Huh?
No.
Oh, right there.
There is?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, there it is. You know what? They're flat. I can just shimmy them right there. Call it a day. Oh, I see. That's because there's nothing
the
there.
SSD trays right there, kind of blocking it too.
All right. We're almost there.
Yeah.
Not bad.
PCs go together so quickly now.
Oh, yeah. We're the ultimate game of Legos. All right. So, what do we have next? We have our cooler.
So here's your hardware right here. I'll put it right here in this corner for you.
All right. So let's see if I can remember. Is this going to be one of those that's going to replace this? It goes on like that.
Yep.
Crossbar.
I
Okay.
believe there's a marking that shows CPU or shows like an arrow that says which side the CPU, because it has a curve, right?
Right.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, I'm trying to do this without having to read the manual.
RTFM, man. I do it every time. RTFM.
If I remember correctly, they
There's
bow.
no shame in reading the manual.
I do believe they bow out.
They go out? Okay.
I think so. Like this.
All right, we're going to find out.
So at first I thought, oh, cool, just put the writing face up, but then no, because that's not how that works. I'm just built with this too, I forgot.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right. Now, what am I using? Am I using there?
See, now I'm second guessing myself. I think they might go in. Let me see.
Now, the other
I
thing
don't know,
too,
we got a 50-50 chance on that one.
I mean, it's not a PC build unless you have to do the work twice.
Well, it's just because you're having such a good time.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark here too, so I'm going to put these standoffs. I'm pretty sure this is how it goes.
What is this? Is this supposed to be a GPU support?
That's a good question. Let me see. Wait. No, I think it bows in.
Yeah, that's why I was starting to second guess
I
myself.
think it bows in. Oh, we were so close.
Once you held up the cooler and I saw how narrow the screws were, I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna go in.
Oh, that's easy peasy. There we go.
So did everyone scan the QR code to enter the giveaway for this? Yeah. Everyone know what I'm talking about? Okay.
There we go.
Other than this store, do you have a favorite store? And I say that other than this one because this is your home store.
I like the Brooklyn store a lot.
Well, I haven't been there since like 2016 though.
That was, I was living in New York when I started working for Microcenter,
Yeah.
and they had me work at the Flushing and Brooklyn stores, and I had a really good time there. Very unique layout. They don't get shout outs enough, but I like that store a lot. Flushing too.
When I was out there for work one time, back when I worked in software, I had to drive from Brooklyn to Jersey, so I checked out the Patterson store too while I was out there. That was such a different time though. Like when you'd walk in and there was like the kind of the round desk in the middle with everything
Right.
written in like on a whiteboard of what the prices were.
Yep. Now, the North Jersey, the Patterson store, we renovated that too, just like this. We were just there like 2 months ago.
That was a really weird time because my channel was only a couple years old then. I was still working in software. I still had a day job, and I walked into the Patterson store, and one of my videos was playing on that screen that was up there.
Oh, really?
Because the employees would just put on whatever they wanted.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was really strange because the channel was still pretty small at the
It was
time.
surreal, huh?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go for a custom shape. I'm going to go for broke. And let's see if I could do it.
Hard part's getting it to stick.
Yeah.
It's so dry.
This is way too much. All right, it's a J.
For Jordan.
There we go. Yep. So I got a J.
Is that the approved paste application method?
Not at all. It's a J for JayzTwoCents or Jordan. Take your pick. Or Jeff Geerling. A lot of J's today, actually.
Yeah.
But that'll be okay. Now, here's the fun part. Is this enough? Nope. I'm going to go see if I can scavenge a screwdriver for one of the service guys. Do we have one down there? Oh, that was part of my cable wrangler thingies for the cables
like,
up there.
Well, this is like a treble clef.
It's a doohickey. Hang on, let me find the screwdriver really quick.
Wow. Have enough paste? This looks like when I'm done with working on a PC, I'm like, why are there so many extras?
Sorry.
No, you're all good.
No.
I found it was easier to just keep
found
buying
it?
those little
Hold on,
trays
I'll hand this
at
back.
Harbor Freight for $2 than to figure out where the screws went. I was commenting about this is what my studio looks like with all of these leftover screws.
Oh, yeah.
And I just kept buying more trays at Harbor Freight rather than organizing the screws.
And just filling it up. There we go. See, that's going to make my knuckles a lot happier.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you cut yourself on these?
Oh, every time. These just replace the IO shields that used to be on the...
Oh, yeah. That's right. Because that'll slice it right open, too.
So I think you got about 3 millimeters of clearance there.
Right? There
So how
we
many
go.
times have you ever taken a cooler and stuck it in a budget case and then realized it's not going to work?
My PC at home, it was a fractal Meshify, and I decided to put the Noctua NH, the big one, the big
way
one.
Too big.
It literally didn't fit with the 120 fans. So I got standoff and longer screws, and then I realized that my case panel was holding off. So then I put rubber around the edges just to make it lift like another 2 millimeters. It was a whole thing. I should have just gotten a smaller cooler, but I was just being extra at the time.
No, you were see, if you hadn't put the rubber, you just stood it off more, then you just have more airflow.
Well, yeah, I could have gotten the whole, the steam machine.
Yeah.
All the case
The little
panel
gap here.
inlet there. All right, so I'm going to get these guys going. Oh, see, this is my least favorite part, though, because I always forget.
That's something else about the...
No, wait.
Look, next time you get a chance to build with the Cooler Master VA, I know it sounds like such an ad. It's just I really like it. The fans have a pre-attached slide onto them.
See,
They just
I like
slide on and off.
those. Yeah.
It took. Now here's this crazy part. The first time I got to use it outside of Computex when they sent it to me, I'm looking at this, and it took me, Jordan, I'm embarrassed to say, 5 minutes to realize how to get the fans off. Because I kept looking for screws or a tab or a click or something. And then finally I set it down, and I kind of bumped it on the edge of the table, and it popped up. And I went,
No way.
it is too simple. You got to build it for the best idiot, right?
Right.
And so I was a little embarrassed by that, but then it became amazing.
Speaking of which, you're
That
asking
is-
about clearance,
that is
right?
not gonna clear that
There's
way.
no way that's going to clear. There's no way.
Yeah, just because of the height of that RAM.
I might just do the middle fan then. Or
Do the
just
what?
I might just do the fan in the middle for now.
I think you probably would be fine.
Yeah.
Technically, what you could, no, because you have the same clearance problem here. I would say
Yeah,
you could
put
just
it on
have
the
it be
other
a
side,
puller.
right?
It wouldn't be the ideal, but it's funny how it's baked in here to have this to clear the RAM.
Right.
But this is just a problem of how narrow the case is.
There we go. So I want to wrap these.
I think people take for granted the amount of passive cooling that actually takes place in a cooler, even if you put no fans on it.
Right.
So a single fan like that, I wouldn't have a problem with.
I think we're going to be okay. Always a snug.
To me, it actually looks more aesthetically pleasing that way too.
Oh, wait. Did I put this in the wrong one? Is it? There we go. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
Which gap? The middle gap?
Yeah.
It's very snug. It's
Yeah.
very, very snug. See, I did put it on the wrong one. I always do it every time.
Oh, you put it on the inside one.
Yeah.
Yeah. They usually go on the outside.
We're both trying to avoid reading the manual, but I feel like we would be better suited if we just read it. There we go.
You know, it's not quite as, I don't know what the right word would be. It's not quite as important as a pilot, but you know, the pilot reads the kneeboard every time for a reason. You get so comfortable in repetition that you make mistakes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's life or death.
So is this. Come on, it's a $2,000 PC.
That's true. I want to play some Helldivers, man. Come on.
I haven't played that game in so long.
New update's really good.
It was a lot of fun when I was playing it.
All right. Now, my other favorite part is, did I get it in right? I think I did. All right. So let me look one more time before I give up.
I gotta fix something. Drive me nuts.
Is it? Yeah, that's what I was
It's
trying
like
to see. Was it
off.
one off?
There we go. Oh no, maybe it's just there. No, yeah, feel it now. No, I
Yeah,
think
that
we're
looks better. No, you're right.
good. Better-ish.
That looks a lot better. There we go.
I can't tell you how many times I put it on and it's all like super crooked and stuff. Yeah, it's not even close.
I'm willing to give it a shot. I just want to see. Let's see what happens. Wait. Because it's not in the thing. That's why.
Wow. Okay.
There's like barely enough, but I think it actually has clearance.
I hate it, but I mean, it's not gonna hurt anything.
It works. It fits. There we go. Where are the other brackets?
So what do you like to do when you take off the retention brackets for the socket? What I tend to do is I put them together in like a Ziploc baggie, and then I leave them with the motherboard box.
Yeah.
Some people like to put it in with the cooler box because they're like, oh, if I'm gonna take the cooler off, I'll be swapping it. But I always put it with the motherboard box because then if I ever have to put it back to stock, I know where it's at.
Also, what I do, gaff tape. I keep green or gray gaff tape.
Yeah.
I'll actually roll it in the gaff tape and make an envelope and write what it is.
Yeah.
Because in 4 years, I'm not gonna know what that is. You know what I mean? Like, I'll look at it, I'm like, I don't know what these screws are for. All right, so now I set myself up for fun because I'm trying to get, see, thank you. That's why we brought you in. We had to bring in the heavy hitter to help me out here.
I'm gonna give one more shameless plug for the V8 cooler. You ready?
Do it.
They have asymmetrical fans, so it has a static pressure fan on the front and an airflow fan on the backside.
See,
Apparently, that's more optimized airflow than putting matched fans.
honestly,
Which to me,
that makes
doesn't
sense.
to me that doesn't sound logical.
Right. You would think.
You would think the pressure you're pushing through would equal the pressure you're pulling through. Therefore, the fans would be the same. But apparently, they've tested that.
pressure goes in, pressure goes out. Can't explain it.
We've all heard manufacturers do something and then say, "Oh, it's for this purpose," and then independent researchers go, "It doesn't do a damn thing."
Right.
You know, but apparently on that, it's true. Now, I don't have a way to measure that, or I would, but
Yeah.
and I don't think that's something that'll truly show up in maybe temperatures. But I have a theory that it's because of those center pipes for the 3D heat pipe,
Right.
that the more of a sky, because it's more of like a sky fan that's on the backside. I think that might have a smaller hub area too that allows it to pull more heat from the center.
Interesting.
Because
Okay.
remember, fans only have a centrifugal cooling cone.
Right.
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 That's always been the challenge of, the size of a hub on a fan is that's dead zone.
I'm trying to make up my mind on how I want to try to squeeze all these under the cooler.
Yeah, I usually just shove it in there, like
Yeah.
in between the pipes.
It's just the LED header is like really long and they daisy chain.
Oh yeah.
So I have all this extra. All right, I'm going to shove it in. Kind of call it a day. But we're on the tail end of this. I mean, GPU, that's all that's left.
Is this camera automatically adjusting its positioning based on us?
So we can set it up to do that if we really want.
Oh, okay. Because I was watching the stream right here, and I was noticing it's micro adjusting, but
Hey, Adam, do you want to show them how it moves?
Yeah.
We'll give a quick demo. Shout out to ObsBot, by the way. So these are PTZ cameras. So he can fully remotely control these. So pan, tilt, zoom. We have 4 set up all around us. So one overhead, one down here.
These are really cool.
So we went to T-Pain's house and we
heard
got
about
him
that.
some of these.
Yeah, I heard about that.
He's a big fan of these cameras as well.
See, it's funny because I didn't even realize T-Pain was like into PC gaming and stuff because I've always just kind of followed some of his car content.
Right.
Because he's heavily into drift.
Yeah, he's really big into cars
Yeah.
and like drifting and stuff.
Not a name I would have associated with computers.
right? Or 3D printing. He's a big into 3D printing too.
Yeah.
So that video will come out soonish. Let's see.
It's tilted.
Is it which
Yeah.
way? This
You're
up?
higher on this end.
Am I? Okay.
But I think you're going to need every millimeter you can get on
Yep.
that one.
I just got to shove it as much as I can.
Yeah, like I was telling you, I think that might be a good solution for overhead cameras.
Oh yeah, this is rock solid. I love these cameras, and you can even see, you know,
When it turns green, what does that mean versus?
So red means that it's on the program on OBS. Green means it's in the preview. So red is your tally light, so I know that he's looking at it, and he probably has a split view up. And then green is just your preview. So
Okay.
you know,
Got it.
with OBS, these cameras are awesome. And single cable over Ethernet, NDI, can't recommend it enough. I love these cameras. All right, one last dummy test to see if I actually did something good or not. Oh, thank you. Let's see. She closes, man.
She does. It's still
She
crooked
closes.
though. If you want to be real thorough, like if you look from this angle, you can see it's still.
You know why? Because look,
Is
it's
it?
following the groove of the memory, and
I
it's like
see.
not. Also, I
So
gotta
maybe
shove
raise
some of
that
this down.
side one. Because we know it.
I got
it-
the space.
Yeah, we
right?
know it cleared on the high end. So.
This is where I'm going to cut my finger open.
Well, the sacrifice has to be made, and hasn't been made yet.
Every single PC build, you always end up drawing blood every time. Is that more,
Yeah.
or is that too high now?
You like to do the GPU absolutely last because it's like the crown jewel.
Pretty much, you know. Which, speaking of which, we're actually basically there.
Yeah.
I always like this part. Now I'll take all these little guys out. I just throw these out. I never
I do
really
the same
keep
thing.
these. Yeah. Even on GPUs, I put in storage. I just chuck them.
It's funny how some GPUs, when they have the peel on the back, you peel it, it just ejects them all anyway.
Mm-hmm.
This is such an awesome card. It's no frills, no lights, no nothing. Just GPU.
You know why I like this too? We took one of these, so you can take this apart really easily, and you could put this on a UV printer bed,
Oh, and just print on it.
and you could just print right on it.
Yeah.
So we have the UV Make UV printer coming soon, so you can print on this with that bed size. So if you want to really customize your PC, this is a really good card for it.
Yeah.
All right, so
I feel like even for a 9070 XT, 2 8-pins is overkill.
right. And the other thing too, I did both PCIe cables. Both of them have the pigtail, but I'm just going to use them both individually.
Yeah.
Which it's not going to look as pretty, I know, but I don't mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could probably pull it off with this, but I really don't want to. Speaking of which,
Oh, there's a test idea you just gave me. We'll have to go to,
can you test if you can do on a single versus dual?
like come up with a Frankenstein cable that goes literally a single 8-pin to a proper PCIe 5.1 cable, and then really see how much those cables can handle.
By brand,
So
by
over-spec'd.
yeah. I'm just getting my cabling ready here. All right, one more minute. I'm really feeling the pinch on how compact this is because it's just like very. There it is. Cool.
I think some cases too, though, are just unnecessarily oversized.
Right. There we go. All right, I'll dab myself a little bit. They said I'm too sweaty to be on camera. All right. You want to do the honors?
Don't mind if I do.
I'll let you do the fun part. And then while you do that, I'm going to grab...
Do you like these? I don't like these in cases.
They're a little infuriating, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
It just feels like an extra step.
Like I feel like that one in this case, you could, well, I guess you wouldn't technically leave it out because it leaves a big old gap right there. But it's, I don't know.
Right.
I think instead of it being a little bit about adding security to this, I think it's about adding rigidity.
To this part.
Yeah.
Probably because the metal just seems like very thin at that point.
Do you have the screwdriver?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Need the full-size one. iFixit kit can't give me the bite I need.
I know, right? There we go.
You know, Jordan means business when the bun comes out.
That means it's getting toasty, and the work is getting serious. All right. Oh, I didn't clip this one. So we are going to be live streaming until 6 p.m. We're going to be here all day. Jeff Geerling is on after this. Then we have a couple of other fun segments going on all throughout the day. And then Jay, we're going to make you do this again.
I know, right?
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be coming in.
I haven't picked like the case or any of that sort of stuff yet. But it's another 9800 X3D build. Did these go in the inside like that? They did, right? These?
No, they were outside going in. They're out here.
Oh, wait. Oh, I see why.
Yeah.
It goes up under there. That's what happened. Okay.
Yeah.
I was
See
like,
what I
that
mean?
seemed
It's like a
odd,
whole
yeah.
extra step for, I mean, yeah, sure, I guess you get some rigidity, but.
Just never cared for them. But yeah, I think the build I'm doing is also being given away, but I don't know the details about that.
Right.
So I know it's
I'll
not
talk to
part.
the
I don't
guys,
think
we'll
it's part of
figure
that
it
QR code. I'm not sure.
Right. Gucci. Look at that. All right, so.
How are you gonna do your boot test? You have a monitor back here that works?
Well, we can just steal that one actually from the Steam machine. But the real question is, how bold do we want to be? Close it or leave it open?
Oh, I say close it up.
That's right. We're going to close this guy up. There we go. Shove all the cables into the
collectively
drive
we've
ports.
built at least 2 PCs together.
Right. All right, that's one. And I think I passed the bulge test on the back here because she's not bulging too much.
Is that supposed to be socketed in down there anywhere? There's no like rails?
No, I didn't see any rails there. It just kind of clicks.
I mean,
in.
there's a little curvature.
That's just part of the case.
It's just because you pack so much performance into it, it's trying to escape.
The FPS is trying to fall out.
Do you ever keep these? I always throw away the 2 because I'm like, there will never be a scenario where I need one of these back. Like
I always keep them just cause, but you're right, you don't really need them.
every GPU will have at least 2. When's the last time you saw a single slot GPU? Like probably like the NVIDIA 7000 series, like 7600 GT or something like that. Would have been a single slot.
I had from Fry's, I bought a 9600 GT. I think that was a single slot. That was a big upgrade for me back then because I was actually able to play Crysis. That was like 2008, 2009, I think.
Yeah,
I was very happy with
I
that
had a 7600 GT KO that I put a Zalman aftermarket GPU cooler on.
Oh, see, that would have helped out.
Had the it was like the circle of like I don't know how to explain. It looked like an arc reactor almost.
Right.
The fan was in the middle. Yeah. They made a CPU version and a generic GPU version.
All right, guys, moment of truth. Let's see if she actually
All right, I'm
works.
stealing your HDMI here.
Go for it. Also, I do have keyboard and mouse. Here, do we have enough room?
You might flip it around.
I'll scoot this over some more.
Okay, here's your mouse.
I guess
you don't even probably need the mouse if you're just looking for a signal, right?
Right.
You're not setting it up right now.
Yeah, I'll be all right. Let's see if we have enough. Hey. All right, let's find out if I did this right. Oh, thank goodness. There we go.
You're not kidding though. There's a fair amount of heat coming out of here.
Oh yeah, she gets toasty. I want to modify this case. That's why I brought it out, because I have some notes about what I want to change to it.
Now here's the thing with AMD. The first post, the training always takes forever.
Yep.
There you go.
Hey.
We did it. We built a computer.
All right, guys, we did it.
And if it didn't boot, now's the perfect time to plug the knowledge bar.
Yeah, if it didn't boot, I'm just gonna have one of these guys fix it for me. So, all right, so here's the deal. We're gonna take a really quick break. Jeff Geerling will be up next, so stay tuned for that. We are giving this PC away, but you do have to come to the Columbus Micro Center to sign up.
And
so
it's gonna be via dance-off. So...
That's right. Oh yeah, best dancer wins. All right, guys, stay tuned.
Everyone is talking about the Steam Machine, except me, because, well, I don't have one. So I'm gonna do the next most reasonable thing, build one for myself. This is a 3D printed Steam Machine styled ITX PC case. So that means you can fit an ITX motherboard, an SFX power supply, as well as a 2-slot GPU, up to 200 millimeters in length. Now, this is just a mock-up that I put together, but as you can see, we're gonna build a whole new one. Now, the STL for this project is easily available on printables.com from a creator called 3DCat. And they did a really good job at designing this project because it's easy to print, it's actually really easy to assemble, and it's really easy to build in. But that just leaves a couple of questions. Can I actually build something that competes with the Steam Machine in terms of performance, but also comes in at around the same price? Well, to do that, I'm gonna take a trip to my local Micro Center. We're gonna pick up all the parts that we need. Then we're gonna come back here, install SteamOS, get everything assembled, and we'll see if I'm gonna make a really good Steam Machine or just a really expensive cube. Now, before we pick our parts, we have to keep in mind the target that we're trying to beat with the Steam Machine specs. Now, first and foremost, this is using semi-custom hardware, so that CPU and that GPU are actually designed specifically for this configuration that's fitting in this 6-inch cube. Now, this is using a Zen 4 CPU. This is going to give you 6 cores, 12 threads, and it's also using an RDNA 3 GPU, and this is about a laptop mobile quality GPU, and this is going to give you 28 compute units and 8 gigabytes of GDDR6 VRAM. Now for system memory, you have 16 gigabytes of DDR5 memory, and this is a SODIMM, which is basically like laptop memory. But there's a second slot in most Steam machines according to Valve, so that means you can upgrade that and get more memory down the line. In terms of storage, there's 2 options. There's a 512 gigabyte and a 2 terabyte option. But here's the issue. When it comes to price, with the 512 gigabyte option, you're looking at $1,049. And for that 2 terabyte option, you're looking at $1,349. And that's without the controller. When you add in the controller, that's an additional $75 on top of those base units. That's pretty steep for what's supposed to be a console-like living room experience, especially when you consider that a PlayStation or an Xbox is about half the cost right now. So let's take a look at some parts and let's see what we can do to try to beat those specs. Now, the first challenge we're going to run into is going to be size. Keep in mind, Valve is using semi-custom hardware for the configuration of the Steam machine, and that's how they're able to fit everything into a 6-inch cube. Unfortunately, we don't have that option because we're using desktop hardware. Even with our ITX motherboard, it's still pretty hefty in terms of size. We're still using a full-size cooler, we're still using a full-size GPU, and an SFX power supply. So there's still a lot to cram in there. So instead of having a 6-inch cube, we're gonna end up with an 8-inch cube. Now, we talked about our motherboard being an ITX motherboard. So for this build, I'm going with the ASRock B650i Lightning ITX motherboard. This is going to give us everything that we need. This has an AM5 socket because we do need to use an AMD CPU and an AMD GPU because that's the only way that SteamOS is going to work with this system. This also gives us 2 DIMM slots and 2 M2 slots. So actually, there's enough there for everything we need. Now for our CPU, remember, the target is a 6-core, 12-thread CPU on Zen 4 architecture. So I'm actually going to go with the 7600X3D because, again, that gives us the 6 cores, the 12 threads, but this also gives us that expanded L3 cache, and that's going to give us 96 megabytes of cache, which is going to come in handy because of the next component. Now again, the Steam Machine only has 16 gigabytes of memory, and that's DDR5 memory on a SODIMM, single slot. So for this one, I'm gonna go with a single stick of memory. This is from G.Skill. This is 6,000 megatransfers at CL36. And I already know what you're gonna say. And before you type the comments down below, we have tested this. Yes, I'm gonna run this in a single channel configuration with one stick of memory, but we are not going to get performance loss because of that X3D cache. That is actually gonna help us reduce our fetches from memory, and it's gonna help a lot with textures and a lot of other things, so we're not gonna get any performance loss. Now, the 7600 X3D, I could have saved 50 bucks by going with a 7600X, because again, that would have been 6 cores, 12 threads on Zen 4, but I wouldn't have the X3D cache, and that means I would need a dual channel configuration or 2 sticks of memory, either 2 8 gig sticks, or I would have to step up to 2 16 gig sticks, depending on what's in inventory at the time at the store. So this seems like the easier configuration that's gonna work best for our needs. Now for storage, I'm going with this 500 gigabyte Gen 4 drive from Inland. Now this puts us in the same range as the 512 gigabyte storage option for the Steam Machine, but is this enough storage for gaming? Honestly, it's enough to get the OS and a whole bunch of base games on there, but I would feel better about the 2 terabyte option. But one thing to consider with our ITX motherboard, we can put an extra M2 on there down the line so we can upgrade our storage. So that's a really nice option to have. So this is a good start for today. Another thing to keep in mind, the Steam Machine has the ability to use a micro SD card as additional storage, but we don't really have that option. But again, I feel better about the extra M2 option that we have with that motherboard, because if you have extra M2s laying around, or if you want to wait until prices come down to pick one up, that's the best time to do it. Now, GPU is where things are going to get a little bit interesting, because remember, we are limited to a 200 millimeter length for our GPU. And that actually limits us in terms of what GPUs we can use, because again, we can only use an AMD GPU, and it has to be 200 millimeters in length. Now, I was eyeing the RX 9060 XT. There's one from Power Color that was really small, 2 fans, 2 slot, would have been perfect, but it was a little bit too long. It was about 220 millimeters, or maybe a little bit longer. Either way, it was too long for our case. But fortunately, I was able to find an option that was almost exactly 200 millimeters in length. This is the RX 9060 XT from ASUS. This is the ASUS Dual, so dual fan, so 2 fans, 2 slots, 200 millimeters. Except this is the 16 gigabyte variant. So that means we are doubling our VRAM on this build, and we're blowing up our budget just a little bit. But honestly, I think it's gonna be worth it, because we're gonna get a lot of really good performance. If you remember, Valve talked about their performance target for the Steam Machine way back when, but then they took it down where they said that wanted to be a 4K 60 target. Well, I think we're definitely gonna hit that with this configuration. Now, one really cool thing is actually the cooler, because the original designer of this case gave you a couple of different options that you could fit into this case. Depending on the power supply configuration, you can fit different types of coolers. They said that you can fit a 2-on-2 in there pretty easily, but because I'm using an SFX power supply, it's gonna be mounted right above the motherboard, so you actually lose a little bit of height. So I'm not sure if this is gonna fit, but I did find this Contact 9 SE for 20 bucks. So there's 130 millimeters of space between the motherboard and the power supply in this case, and this measures at 130.9 millimeters. This is gonna be a tight fit, and hopefully this is gonna work. So we'll find out. If not, I'm gonna have to come back and probably get a small form factor cooler, which is definitely not going to be $20, and that might blow our budget a little bit more. So let's hope this works. Now for our power supply, remember I talked about going with an SFX power supply. That's one of the smaller form factor power supplies. I have the Lian SP750. This is actually pretty budget friendly, and this is gonna give us more than enough headroom in terms of power for our entire system. So it's gonna work really well. Now, the case can also use fans for the intake and outtake. For our intake, I'm gonna have this 140 millimeter fan. This one's $9, so it's a pretty good deal. And then for our outtake, our exhaust, I have this 120 millimeter fan for $7.99. So that's all the parts. So this is where things are gonna get a little bit painful. I tallied everything up, and the total for all of our PC parts comes to $1,359. And here's the thing. That is kind of in the price range of the 2 terabyte Steam Machine, but the issue is all of this together, that's just for the PC parts. That doesn't include the 3D printer, Doesn't include the filament, doesn't include the power button that we have to get and install into this guy, or the front USB that we also have to add, because remember, we're making our own case, so all of the case cables are not included with all of this. So that's actually gonna push us a little bit higher in price there. So at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, is this really budget friendly, or is this like a budget competitive option against the Steam Machine? Maybe. It depends really on your use case and what you want to use this for. We're going to take this back, we're going to get this set up, we're going to try this out and see what the performance looks like, see what the experience with SteamOS looks like, but it's not going to be one-to-one to the Steam Machine. If you want a machine in this sort of performance range, you might be better off with a power spec. You might be better off picking your own components in a full-size desktop, and you might even be better off just going with one of our bundles because you can save and get as much performance or even more performance than everything we have here. But remember, the goal of this video was to build our own Steam Machine, and I'm sticking to it. So I want to talk about the 3D print for just a couple of minutes. As I said earlier, this is just a mock-up that I did. So this is made out of PLA. Now, obviously PLA is not the best material to make a PC case out of. It can warp over time. It can become brittle. It's not as strong as PETG or PETG, which is what I'm going to use for the final case, and we'll talk about that in a minute. For the mock-up itself, I really just wanted to test out the print. I wanted to see if the parts would fit in there well and if this project even has legs. So this is one of our ITX builds that we had from an older video we did with Alex, and I was able to fit it in there just fine. Now you can see our SFX power supply mounts perfectly to the top of this plate here. We have our I/O on the rear for our motherboard and our 2 slots for our GPU. So everything fits in this 8-inch cube pretty well. But one thing you might notice, our 2-slot GPU, well, the fans are actually right behind this wall. So that means they're getting no airflow at all. So there's 2 different versions that come in this STL. There's a solid version, which is the first one that I printed here. And then there's a version with ventilation right here along the side. But there's one thing that I want to point out. As you can see right here, these pieces came out really nasty. And that's because these are really thin little rails that are printing up. And as they print, as the printer's going, well, they start to jiggle around a little bit. And that's how you get this print failure. So this is really nasty. And honestly, I don't want to use that for the final result. So I made another modification. I just took a primitive in the slicer tool and I just added some crossbars just going straight up. There's no issues there. Actually, it came out really, really clean. But I kind of don't like how many I put because I feel like that's going to restrict the airflow, and I feel like I can do this with a lot less. So on the final version, I just did 1 crossbar here and 1 crossbar here. So you can see the print came out nice and clean, no issues there, perfectly supported, and honestly, this printed out really, really nicely. So the Steam Machine case itself is actually comprised of 6 parts. And the cool thing about this, you can do this on a Bamboo A1, you can do this on a P2S or P1S or X1C. I did it on the H2D and the H2S, but honestly, any printer that has a 256 cubic volume and up, it's gonna print this perfectly fine. So the outer shell, like I said, this came out really fine. This is the bottom piece that the ITX board is going to mount to, so it just screws right onto there. Now we have our front plate and we have our back plate. And these attach with screws to the bottom piece. It's actually really, really easy to assemble. So once you get the bottom 4 screws attached, then you just put the outer shell in this guy and it's basically done. Glue in some magnets right over here, get some magnets on this guy, and that's how you get your front plate. And just like the Steam Machine, this front plate is offset just enough so that our intake fan, which is going to mount right here, has all the airflow that it needs from all the way around to intake. We can exhaust through the back. It'll also exhaust through the power supply. And our GPU is going to get all the air that it needs from the side here. I've got our motherboard all set up, and this is going to be really straightforward. I'm just going to get this guy built, get it assembled, and we're going to get this to post with SteamOS. That's the goal right now. And then we'll finalize this and close it up. One of the M2s is going to be right under this heatsink here, but you do have a second slot right here available on the back. But the only downside is once you get this installed on the bottom plate of this print, kind of hard to access that. You could modify this print to make that port accessible since this is the ventilated version. So it's got all the vents here. So you could probably just carve out another hole and make it easier to access. Motherboard's all prepped. I've got this guy all ready with everything that it needs. Next, I'm just gonna get our cooler installed. Now, this is a $20 cooler. As you can see, this is pretty small, but 7600 X3D, I'm really not worried about any thermal throttling with this CPU. I think this cooler is gonna hold up perfectly fine. Now, this does use the pre-installed cooling brackets installed on the AM5 socket, so I'm gonna get my thermal paste on, and then this is kind of gonna be a snug fit. I'm gonna get our motherboard installed onto the base plate here. So there's 2 screws that are gonna go in right here. They're gonna attach to the bottom plate right there. You do have to get screws for this specifically. If you check the printables link, it'll tell you exactly what kind of screws you need to use, and honestly, it threads into the plastic perfectly fine. Now for our back piece right over here, I'm going to use these M3 screws. I like these because these are black, so these are gonna be showing outside of the case, and this is gonna look pretty good with the black PETG that we're using for this build. That's a snug fit. That might not fit. I'll see what I can do. Let me get this mounted first, and then I'll see how it fits. Yeah, I'm gonna have to swap the cooler out. I do have a low profile cooler, but I have to double check the price on that one because I think it was 60 bucks, so that's gonna be $40 more than this. So that means our $13.59 budget just went up by about 40, maybe 50 bucks, just to keep the CPU cool in such a low profile. Let me get this guy plugged in. Let's get the operating system installed, and then I'll deal with the cooler issue later. All right, so power supply, I'm just gonna run outside the case. GPU, I'm just gonna install it right in. There's a channel right along here, kind of screw it right into the plastic. It's in there really, really securely. If you're wondering why we're using a white power supply instead of a black power supply, it's simply just because the SP750, we just had the white one in stock when I picked all these parts up. The black one should be in stores now. I mean, we have plenty in stock. We just ran out on the day that we were picking all of this up, and honestly, it's gonna be inside. You're not really gonna tell, so it didn't seem like much of a big deal. You do need to have your own switch to make this work. This is just a simple momentary switch. And if you want your front USB accessible as well, you are gonna need a cable for that. So that's one downside about making your own case. All of the case IO cables, you have to purchase those separately. So she's kind of a mess, but let's see if she posts. There we go. All right, so I have my portable monitor set up so that we can get this guy to post, and I already have an image of SteamOS set up on this thumb drive. The process of getting this image set up is pretty straightforward, but we'll talk about that in a different video because it does take a couple of minutes and you do need some software to kind of get this set up, but it's really easy to do, so don't worry about that. One thing I do want to note when you are booting into SteamOS, if you're trying to get this to install, you do need to disable secure boot in your BIOS. So you have to look for that BIOS setting. You have to disable secure boot. Then you plug this guy in, and then it's pretty easy to get this installed and running. All right, so when you see a million things happening on your screen like this, that's how you know that SteamOS is running. One thing you have to keep in mind, you're actually running off of the USB thumbstick right now, so it's not actually installed just yet, even though it looks like the desktop mode of SteamOS. You actually have to go right over here to wipe device and install SteamOS, and you have to follow those prompts to get everything set up. It's gonna run through the whole process again. Then you can remove the thumbstick and it's gonna boot normally into SteamOS. Ta-da! That's the screen that you wanna see. So that means that you are good to go. You gotta have a keyboard and mouse plugged in or a controller plugged in to move forward. Everything's ready to go. You just do a little initialization there. The longest part really is just getting the thumb drive set up with the image and also finding the image on Valve's website because it's kind of buried away as a recovery image. It's not really like a regular download that you would get for an OS. Either way, getting it installed, super, super easy. If you do run into any network connectivity problems, like trying to connect to the network and it's just not showing anything, I'm going to put a screenshot of a Reddit thread that I found that completely solves that problem. So pause the video right here. I do have the Ethernet plugged in. It's a little weird with Ethernet sometimes on the first boot, but then once it kind of like updates and gets installed, everything runs pretty seamlessly, to be honest. Okay, so I made another trip to the store, picked up a couple more parts, and I think I am ready to wrap this guy up. Now, fortunately for me, I have another Wraith Prism sitting around here, which is on this ITX board, which I'm just gonna use for the sake of this build. So I'm just gonna take this off. It's kind of a shame I couldn't get this $20 cooler to work. $76.99 for this Noctua NH-L9X65, which would do the job, more than enough actually, but again, really breaks the budget compared to our $20 cooler that we were using before. Clean this off with some isopropyl. Thank you to Mr. Yeaster for the yeaster paste. So our cooler is in and we have enough room for our power supply, which can mount at the top. Got the GPU back in, got everything plugged into our power supply. I have this little 19mm momentary switch with an LED in there. And this is gonna be our power button for the case. Now, before I close this up, I wanna make sure that the switch works and it turns the system on and off. Ooh, okay, it's on, good. Now if we hold this down, it turns off. Awesome. Okay, cool. I have this power switch extender. So this is actually an extender cable for those 2 pins. And I'm going to attach it to these 2 little cables right over here that are coming out of our momentary switch. And then I have some other cables that I can use for our LED. I just want to make sure I get the polarity right. I'm going to be really honest with you. I think a prerequisite for this project is you should be someone who's already built PCs before and has a lot of spare parts laying around, because I find myself scavenging for a lot of spare parts. All 6 screws on the power supply, so everything is set there. It's mounted really nicely, really firm. What is this, 80mm? Yeah, this is definitely not a 120. I was mistaken on the exhaust fan perfectly, actually. Look at that. So I bought the wrong size fan for the exhaust, so that's another budget adjustment I'm gonna have to make for this guy, because I'm using the $20 cooler fan for the exhaust, because that's the right size at about 80mm, whatever that is. Another thing to take into consideration, this thing's gonna cost like $1,500 by the time I'm done with it. Yeah, Valve, no wonder it's so hard to make a console at a decent price point. All right, GPU's gonna come out again. The fan header for the rear fan, I wanna put in the header next to the GPU. I only have like 3 fan headers on this board, so I have to use them wisely. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to route these cables in a way where they're kind of pushed to the sides, so we have clear airflow going from the intake, CPU, to exhaust. Unlike the Steam machine, you know, I feel like there's a lot of unoptimized space, I think, with how much we're trying to cram in here and how cool we're gonna try to keep this. The GPU, I think, is gonna be pretty okay with that intake on the side. Those vents gonna offer lots of airflow. I really think it's just the exhaust that's gonna clog this thing up. This is a cable that's gonna give us our USB 3.0 to our 2 USB-A, and these are gonna fit right in here, just like that. So there we go. We're gonna have these guys come right through the plate. And then our momentary switch, which I'm gonna feed through. Nice. All right, so I have our fan mounted right here on the front. That was pretty easy. I have our button mounted, connections all set. Instead of soldering, I just covered it in hot glue. Now I'll just get our fan connector hooked up. I'll just give this a test drive, make sure that everything's running before we close her up, but we're looking pretty good so far. Behold, a steam machine. It works. That is, honestly and truly, that's all that matters. It works. So now, basically at the point where we can just start finalizing this guy. So I can get those bottom screws in, and then we can start getting the shell on this and kind of get our magnets. I have feet for the bottom, so we can raise the bottom, so you'll get some sort of exhaust or intake through there. I have magnets for our front plates, so that'll glue in relatively easily. I have my hot glue gun, so I'm just gonna glue that right in. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. Only other thing I have to do is the USB cable. Front button is working, front USBs are mounted, front fan is all set. Now I can get this front plate kind of into place and start putting this together. So this plate's a little crooked right now, but it's gonna even out once I get the top piece on, and that's really what's gonna hold everything together, because we have these mounting points on the front and the back, and that's really what's gonna push the whole thing together. So I'm gonna work on that now. First things first, we have a little bit of stringing on the vent here, so I'm just gonna take this guy very quickly, very gently. You don't wanna hold it too long because you will melt the plastic, but this is gonna burn away all those little stringy bits. Now I'm gonna close this guy up. All right, so I'm doing the 4 screws on the back, and then I'll do the 4 screws on the front for our cover. I have this thing backwards. So you can see our ventilation right over here for our GPU. Our front panel, I know it's a little wobbly right now, but once we get this all locked up, it's gonna fit really well in there. Now, one thing I've noticed about this 3D printed case and a couple of other 3D printed cases I've done, if you're not gonna put any threaded inserts for your screws, and if you're gonna thread straight into the plastic, you get 2, maybe 3 kind of tries on the plastic threading directly in there. Like you get a couple of tries there, but after that, you're really gonna lose it. And it's just not gonna do what you need it to do in terms of holding it in place. So that was one thing to keep in mind. I want to power it on one more time just as a test, just to make sure I didn't wonk anything while I was assembling this. It's pretty quiet. You actually can't tell it's on, but yep, I see the fans moving. This guy's on. I don't even need to put the magnets in just yet because this just kind of holds pretty well. All right, feet are on. That's it. Our steam machine is built. I'm going to reprint this bottom piece right here though, because this bottom plate, it has this little surface right around the USB ports that's raised, but because I want to print with this on the build plate to have that kind of nice texture there, it put some support material. I ripped the support material out. It's really ugly looking interface there. So I'm just gonna slice off like literally one whole layer from this front plate. That should just even it out completely flat. This took me a while to do, mostly just because I was finagling with the button, which was actually the hardest part, trying to get that work and figuring out, you know, which lead is which, because I'm not an electrical engineer. I'm pretty proud to say I've got this guy working. Everything is set up, games are installed. I have Cyberpunk 2077 running right now. And in terms of performance, we're looking really, really good, as to be expected with the components that we're using in this machine. That 9060 XT with that 16 gigs of VRAM, it's really doing a lot of work here. I have this running in 4K. Now, this is the Ultra preset, so I have ray trace turned off because I just know ray trace is gonna throw us a couple of wild cards there, but I'll demonstrate performance in just a minute. But this is the Ultra preset, FSR 3, and I do have frame generation on. But our frame rate is 96 right now, and I have to say, this is not only very playable, this is very enjoyable. I've been messing around with this for a bit now, and this handles really, really well. Performance is absolutely there. So 4K, definitely. FSR is doing a lot of the heavy lifting too, so this is obviously rendering at a lower resolution and then using AI to scale this up. That's where that X3D CPU really helps as well, because if you're rendering this at a 1080 resolution, where that X3D really helps boost just a couple of extra frames there, well, that's gonna assist with your rendering to 4K. Well, that's gonna give you more frames basically for your frame generation, and frame generation always likes additional base frames for your frame gen frame rate. Long story short, X3D CPU working really great. It's doing its job, and the GPU is also doing its job as well. Temperatures are interesting. I've had this running for about an hour now. I've had this just sitting here, just running here in Cyberpunk. Now, everything's kind of leveled out. In the first 10 minutes or so I had this running, the CPU was about 66 degrees and the GPU was about 70 degrees. Now it seems like we've saturated and it's been steady. 76 degrees for the GPU right now, 75, 76, it's kind of dipping back and forth, and our CPU has been 74 solid this entire time. So I'm gonna play around a little bit with the settings, and let's take a look at what happens when we put ray trace on. I'll go for the ray trace Ultra, leave frame gen and FSR 3 on as well. So our frame rate, 55, 57, 60, we're hitting 60. Playable 60, but honestly, it's not really a good looking 60. This is you can see our frame timing is just all over the place. Like, I would play this with the ray trace off. In this form factor, with these components, there's still a little bit of give in terms of what you're getting, but the fact that we're doing all of this at 4K, I'm pretty happy with this. So I'm gonna turn this back to the Ray Trace Ultra, and there we go. We have a nice steady 98, 99. Jump to like 100 a little bit, but that is a very, very comfortable experience. I tried getting this Xbox controller to connect, but for some reason the Bluetooth just does not want to work with this controller right now. Here's the thing, when it comes to putting SteamOS on custom hardware like this, you're signing up to run into some quirks. Compatibility should be there, drivers should be working, Bluetooth should be working just fine. I don't know if it's just the controller being wonky. I did restart everything, still having the same issue. It just doesn't want to connect. It sees the Bluetooth controller, but again, it just, I don't know, they don't want to connect to each other, so I have to play around with that a little bit. You're going to run into some quirks. This isn't a perfect Windows replacement, so I think that's one thing to keep in mind with this. And another thing to keep in mind, since this is a 3D printed case, even though this is PETG, which is more heat resistant than PLA, it's running a little bit warm for my taste. Right here, I could feel a hot spot on that power supply. Now I have the fan underneath and it's exhausting out, so it's definitely getting the airflow that it needs, but I could feel the heat of the power supply right there. But let's talk about airflow for just a minute. I have this little smoke machine right here. So let's play around and let's see what airflow looks like. So with our front plate, you can see that it's kind of drawing air in on the front here, but you can see our GPU fans are really doing a lot of the work in terms of drawing in air, because once I do this, it's really bypassing this front plate and just going straight into the GPU. That GPU is sucking it right up. Another thing to keep in mind, underneath, there's two different options for the plate for the motherboard to mount. There's a vented option and a solid option. I went with the vented option, but you can see there's some negative pressure. It's actually blowing out from the bottom. It's not drawing any air in. It's actually pushing the air out here on the front. But what I find the most interesting, on the front panel, you can see it's drawing in air, but just not nearly as much as I expected. Sometimes we do these like airflow tests just to see what things look like. Cloudy. All right, one more test. I'm gonna take the front plate off. Let's see what it does now. So you can see it's drawing in, but it's like really fighting the GPU fan. Like that GPU fan really is just like trying to draw everything. But you can see our exhaust is really doing a lot of the work here in terms of exhausting all of that heat out, because it is just dumping all of this out the back. That whole area over there is just pure fog at this point. But in terms of airflow, airflow is definitely there. It's a little bit more throttle than what I was expecting. I feel like my front fan just is not kicking in high enough. This is running relatively quiet. It is loud. Like, I will be honest, this is loud, but this is like PlayStation levels of loudness. I feel like it's an acceptable level of loudness, but it is a little bit loud. I'm printing a new front plate, so I'm gonna replace this out with a much nicer looking front plate, and then I'll get all the magnets attached. But for now, it's holding pretty solid. But in terms of performance, it's absolutely there. I mean, this is running really, really good. Valve originally talked about the Steam Machine hitting a 4K 60. We're hitting that for sure. Obviously, FrameGen and FSR are doing a lot of the heavy lifting as well as our 16GB GPU. All in all, performance is there. Price to performance, especially when you're comparing this to a Steam Machine. Is this a Steam Machine killer? Depends. I would honestly recommend just going for a regular desktop. We have a lot of desktop options in this price range, because right now this is hovering at about $1,500 when you factor in all of the additional components I had to put in, the rubberized feet, all of the screws, all of the cabling, all of those things, and the filament ran a little bit high on price. So we're definitely losing to the Steam Machine in that regard, even though we're clearly crushing it in terms of performance. But with that being said, if you're looking for something in a $1,500 price range, there's so many power spec options or other like BYO options that we have at Microcenter that would get you so much more mileage in terms of performance. If you are looking for a console experience, hang with me a minute, because I want to show you something over here. You know, the whole point of a Steam Machine is to be a living room experience, a console that you put into your TV, you sit on the couch, get nice and comfy, and you start playing some games. Now, obviously the one that we built, it seems like it can do that, but then it got me thinking, it's so easy to put SteamOS on any system that has an AMD CPU and AMD GPU. So now, I want to test out SteamOS on a whole bunch of different hardware, and I want to see how it performs in a living room environment, ranging all the way from a simple Minis Forum mini PC, all the way up to an AMD Ryzen AI Halo. So make sure you check out the next video in our Steam Machine series. In the meantime, stop by your local Micro Center to get your hands on all of the components you need to build your own Steam Machine, or any of these other PCs as well, especially these power specs. And make sure you comment #IWantAMicroCenter near me.
Hello and welcome back to the grand reopening of Columbus's Micro Center. We are having a blast and we're going to be talking about all things home lab, networking, and AI with Patrick from Serve the Home and Jeff Geerling. But one thing that I really wanted to get started with is how much I love this N5 Max platform, because it can really be all of your home lab if you're just getting started.
Oh yeah.
This thing has 64 gigs of RAM, plenty of storage options, and you can run AI workloads on it. So what I've been doing with it is putting Proxmox on the machine and then having an LXC container for our AI, and then a Docker host that, or sorry, not a Docker host, a TrueNAS VM, so that we can have all 5 of our bays populated. But you guys have been doing a lot with AI and the Strix Halo platform in general. So like, what kind of things have you guys been doing recently?
Yeah, so we actually just did a review of that exact system. And this is one of my favorite systems because it lets you do absolutely everything all in one. You can have your NAS, you can have a Hermes agent, OpenClaw agent. You can also run your local LLMs directly on the memory that's there. And so pretty much, run Home Assistant, you run pretty much everything there, which is just awesome. Especially because at some point, I think the real model is going to end up being that all of your data is on the NAS, you're storing it there, you don't want it to go to a cloud provider, you want to pay a subscription. And so having something like a Quen model on there, like a 3.6, 35B, or a 3.8 27B on there, I think is just an awesome fit for that kind of machine.
Oh, and the 3.6 27B is, or sorry,
3.8,
30,
the new one.
Yeah. Sorry, holy
Awesome.
moly.
Yeah.
35B, A3B, the 3.6
Yep.
one. That runs incredibly well on there. This stuff really is great for mixture of experts models.
Oh, yeah.
Denser models, I like to have a little bit faster GPU, but it still runs perfectly on here. But we also really like networking, and I see that you have a project over here. What's going on with that?
I'm calling it my mobile mini home lab mini rack.
That's awesome.
And the cool thing about this is this is on a UPS right now.
Yeah.
So I can literally unplug this, and we can take this with us anywhere and have 5G internet connection.
That's
you could have your little mobile, you could have a LAN party on here. You could have, this has PoE++, you could power cameras off it. You could power Raspberry Pis and build your little Pi cluster.
Awesome.
Whatever you want. And then when you get back home, you plug it in and plug in internet to one of the LAN ports, and then you get your fiber,
Fantastic.
So this could be your little home lab core. It has Wi-Fi 7. It has everything you need, basically.
That's awesome. So what gateway do you have in there?
So I grabbed the Cloud Gateway Fiber, and the reason I chose that is, it has a PoE port, so you can plug in this little guy and just get 5G anywhere with one cable. It also has 10 gig, so if you do have a 10 gig internet connection, it can distribute that. It has pretty good routing capabilities. Another cool thing is, like for my use case, I want to have a camera. Like I'm actually going to take this setup to a trade show. It's the VCF Midwest. Anybody who wants to come and see me there, I'm going to bring this with me, and I'm going to have a camera on it because I'm going to have some equipment there I want to keep an eye on. So I can have my camera set up, and it has PoE through the Flex 2.5 gig switch. And I can just plug my camera in, have everything. It has a little M.2 drive in it, so you can store the footage on it.
I was going to ask you, because I think that one has NVR capabilities,
yes.
right?
Yeah, this
awesome.
is like the do everything box. They can't do everything like industrial scale.
Yeah.
They have bigger ones for that.
But for a home lab or
I
on
love
the go.
this. Yeah, and the big thing for me is it fits in a mini rack.
Yeah.
That's my key. I know you love mini racks, right?
No, I'm not a big...
Really?
Jeff and I have talked about this a lot, but he loves mini racks, and I understand. I just always end up wanting something that's a larger form factor, so I always end up in big 19-inch racks, even if they're small ones.
Yeah. Well, the great thing about mini racks for me is everything is 3D printable. It fits on the print bed for a Bamboo or any of the standard printers that you guys sell here. All these prints will fit right on the bed, so you can just print an enclosure and boom, you're done. In fact, I didn't bring it with me because it doesn't travel well. But you can get fully 3D printed mini racks. Like instead of buying one of these, you can 3D print your whole rack system.
Yeah, I've seen a couple designs online for those. They're fantastic.
Yeah. LabStacks is the one that I like the most. It's very compact. It's about this big. And you can scale it up. You can make them bigger and shorter just by printing more parts.
See, I've done some mini racks at work. I have a 12U one of not this line, but that same company.
Similar,
and that's where I usually keep all of my AI hardware because it's all pretty small. And if I'm trying to fill up a real rack, it's just not going to make it.
And a great thing about that box is it'll
fit.
It fits inside there. So you just put a shelf, boom.
Did you try it?
at home it fits in the one that I'm going to be using it in. What I love about that thing though is it's the mini form.
Yeah.
So you slide out the bottom.
Oh,
and it's a mini,
it's 2
it's like-
screws. It's so easy.
yeah, and what I would love to see is you could slide out the tray and then in 2 or 3 years slide in a new one. That'd be cool.
I talked to them a little bit about that at CES, and they said it was a really interesting idea, but no promises.
We'll see. Yeah.
Well, and that also gives you a reason to have 10 gig networking on here, because if you have the NAS that has 10 gig, and you have a 10 gig gateway,
Yep.
then you can go run Wi-Fi 7 and actually get pretty fast NAS speeds as well.
Yeah.
The other thing that's interesting about these kind of setups is like it makes me think this setup can do like 8 ports PoE plus. It can do 10 gig. But a lot of people, you don't need that. You just want a mobile router with 4 ports or something.
Yeah.
So you can get those too. But it makes you think about like what are your needs. This one meets a lot of needs.
Yeah.
An interesting thing I found is this uses something called 5G RedCap, which is like IoT 5G. This uses full 5G, so you can get 500 megabits on this.
500
5G
meg down?
anywhere. I just tested it here in the store, and it was 480 megabits.
Holy
sitting right
moly.
there. So you can get that on here. This one only gets you 40 to 200 megabits, depending on your conditions. So, but again, it's like you pay a little more, you get more stuff, but then you find out what is your need. You just need like basic internet, or are you going to be running a LAN party with Steam downloads and stuff? You know.
Yeah, running like a jellyfin server for your whole family while you're on the go.
Exactly.
Holy moly, that's awesome. We have quite a bit of other Unify equipment here, which is fantastic. But I do want to mention before we get too far into this, we are actually doing a giveaway here at the Columbus Micro Center, and we are going to be giving away not only a UDM Pro Max, but we will be giving away a DGX Spark to 2 lucky customers. We also have the PC build that was on earlier, so come on in and scan those QR codes. But if you want to see them, come on in. And then, so one of the things that I wanted to ask you guys is like, what kind of got you into the home labbing environment? Like, what was your first experience like getting your own home lab?
Yeah. You want to go first?
Yeah, I mean, at my house, so I've always kept every CD, DVD, Blu-ray, everything my whole life. So like 10 years ago or so, I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I could just watch these without having to put the Blu-ray into the player? And so I found out about, at the time it was XBMC, I think, Xbox Media Center. You find out like there's one thing you want to do, and then it gets you into something, and then you find out something else, and then at some point you now have a rack in your house and you have all these things. It always starts with some need, and the next thing out of that I wanted to have more structured so that it would work well is IoT network for some lights. Not many lights, but I have maybe 8 or 9 lights in my house that are IoT, like remote controllable. And then some smart outlets so I can monitor power usage and turn things off. Like if we're on vacation, there's no need for some things to be on, and they might use 10 watts, 20 watts, but that's power savings for a week. So I started doing that, and then you realize you have all these services, and they're actually critical. Like it's your own home production environment. So then you have to get more formal, and you have to understand how it works more. You have to have a better network. So it just balloons out from there.
Yeah.
So yeah, in documentation, I have a GitHub repo for my network. It's private, but it has all of my settings for everything. I dump all the configurations. I save things. I have my keys for things, and that way, and it has a README that says like, if I die, here's the 12 things. Here's what you do. Here's the Ansible playbook that will rebuild everything. So it started from a small need, and it just grew from there. And me being a tech person, it's like you can spiral into way deeper than you probably should, but it's
absolutely
always fun.
Yeah. How about you? What was your first experience like?
Yeah, so actually pretty similar. And we've actually never talked about that, but I had a DVD collection. I had a breakup a long time ago, and I managed to lose my DVD collection. So I said, I need to make backups. And so that's really what I started doing. And when I started doing that, one of the really interesting things I found was back in 2009, there really wasn't home labbing. A lot of the servers that you would go buy were, your option was basically to buy servers. They were from a lot of the large server vendors, and they were all very proprietary. So there really wasn't anything to like figure out how to go and put things together. And when you even look for photos online, not even videos, just talk photos, it was just, here's the front, had some drive bays. Here's the back, made some ports, and then sheet metal, and that's all that there was. So we started really with STH photographing inside of systems and showing folks how to go and build them together. In fact, one of our big early pieces of content that was very popular for years was we had something called the Big WHS, which was Windows Home Server, where we literally Frankenstein together a 30-something bay, 2 chassis Windows Home Server when that was still a product, and that was just a really cool little thing that got us into that. And then from there, now we do everything. So
I think the first exposure I had to serve the home was I had an LSI HBA card that I needed to get into IT mode so I could use it with all my hard drives when I was building one of these servers to store all the movies on it. And I saw your article about it, like how to do it, and I did it. And then I was like, that's cool. And then like 5 or 6 years later, I met you in person.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah. So here's a good question, I think. If you were to recommend for someone just getting into the hobby now, what kind of hardware would you recommend for them to start with? Would you want them to just go in, maybe not price ranges, but like an i7 and i3 kind of a hardware, or would you recommend something smaller like a Raspberry Pi just to kind of learn the ropes?
I think in the middle there, I think we both love the mini PCs. Mm-hmm. Like he has a whole series called Tiny Mini Micro. For years he's been doing these, and I've gotten into them too. Raspberry Pi is great, but it's it's hard to justify the cost and the accessories and stuff versus like a little cheap Intel Nook type mini PC. And they can do so much. You can run your Home Assistant. You can run your, you could plug in a USB hard drive and get storage if you need it. And it can run most of the applications that you'd want starting out. And I think a lot of us started there. Like you had one computer. I had a Mac Mini, an old used Mac Mini. I plugged in one hard drive, then I plugged in another one, and that was like the first thing. But then I needed that bigger server, so I got a server motherboard, and I got the server IT card. I did all that stuff. So, but it's starting out. It's like, a lot of times you might have a spare laptop or something.
Yeah. I mean, I am guilty of having a spare laptop in my rack at home right now, so that's fine.
Yep.
But like my first home server was just like a 2-bay business class HP machine. Nothing crazy. I bought it at a thrift store.
Yeah.
But it got me into the hobby, and then I started learning a lot more, and then things start to compound after a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, like especially these days, one of the interesting things is just, we are in a weird market just from DRAM pricing and NAND pricing. And so,
even hard drives.
Yeah, even hard drives these days. And so I think that, what I tell folks these days is start with something that's inexpensive that you have access to. There's a lot of hardware out there that if you just want to get started, there's a lot of stuff that's, especially x86 hardware, that you can get very inexpensively.
Oh, yeah.
I think that really, if you're going to go and upgrade to something like that NAS over there,
this is like the gold standard for a home lab.
that is a much larger investment, and so you probably need to go and already be working with local LLMs, really have a NAS use case, have enough data that you actually need to store that much.
Yeah.
Probably 10 gig networking. So that's kind of like more, I think, of an advanced model. But just getting started, there's just so much. Even Raspberry Pis, I still think that's a really good low cost platform. Then Tiny Mini Micro, then mini PCs, or just whatever hardware you have. But it is, I think that the prices of DRAM and NAND are just changed the market a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, actually, what do you guys run in your home? Out of curiosity.
I'm embarrassed to admit that I have the same NAS that I put in like 6 years ago. That's my main NAS, and I'm just too lazy. I've upgraded it. It's running the latest OS and all that, but it's like, that's the main one.
Yeah.
Because the kids, so how I mentioned production uptime. Yeah. Like if the kids can't play Bluey, that's like a tier 1 pager call middle of the night. So I just need that going. And I've had it on my list, like I need to upgrade that thing because I want to take the hard drives out of it. Because I put 20 terabyte hard drives in that thing when I built it, which was way crazy at the time.
Yeah.
But now it's like, I need those.
Yeah.
So I can't go buy them. So I need to upgrade that. But I have that, and I have a OpenSense. Actually, he gave me a little 2.5 gig box that I turned into an OpenSense router.
That's awesome.
So I have that. And then I have a Home Assistant Yellow for my IoT stuff. And I like having things separate. I like having my, this is my IoT box, and this is my storage and all that. I don't. For some reason, my brain just doesn't like all the virtualization. Maybe it's because my career, I used to do AWS cloud stuff, and it's like I had everything virtualized, and it's great, but it's like I love the feel of like this is my 5G and this is my Wi-Fi. Like I don't like all that in one box.
That's actually really funny because the laptop I mentioned earlier, that's actually, it is virtualized, but it's anything to do with my network services. So like my Omada, any kind of Pi-hole or anything like that. That way I keep that stuff separate physically.
With its own battery backup.
Yeah, which
You
is
get a
always
built-in
nice.
UPS.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to have one of these things. I just noticed the peel is still on there.
So like, what kind of services or hardware are you running in your home?
Yeah, so
I know that you have access to
we have access
pretty
to
good
some pretty
stuff.
crazy stuff. So
Yeah.
I'll just say this. Number one thing, I think getting into Home Assistant, starting off with either getting into something like Ubiquiti or also just an open source like JayzTwoCents or something like that in terms of a network firewall. I think that's a fun thing to start with. We do use a lot of Ubiquiti APs, so that's another big one. And then storage is always the other one I tell folks. For NVR, but then also just for like all your photos and just everything that you don't want to potentially lose one day. I think it's just so important to have backups of that locally because, you know, at some point, the fact that hard drives are more expensive, that RAM's more expensive, all that kind of stuff, that probably means that your cloud backup ends up going up in price over time. So
Someone in chat mentioned, how do you handle 3-2-1 data backup? So I'm going to mention it's very appropriate timing. The local PBS affiliate in St. Louis just had a big national news story. They almost lost their 50 terabytes of archive footage from the 60s, 70s, 80s because what they did was they put it all into a cloud service, and the cloud service was like on some cloud storage platform, probably Amazon, everything was on there.
Yeah.
But it was there, and they couldn't access it because the contractor they used went out of business. And then, but that's the lesson is, if you don't have a copy locally of everything, you don't have anything.
Yeah.
And if you only have a copy locally, you don't have anything because what if your house burns down? God forbid. Or what if you get a corruption? So actually, for my own data, these Bluey episodes, they're very important to us. I have my main NAS and I have a secondary NAS sitting right next to it. It'd probably be better to move it away from it a little bit, but it's sitting right next to it. It has a perfect one-to-one clone of everything on my main NAS. And then I have a script that actually dumps everything using rclone up to cloud storage. And I have it on Amazon Glacier. So Glacier is tape backup. So technically it's offline tape. So they say 3-2-1, you have to have 3 copies of your data. 2 different locations, and one of them should be a different storage medium, so like offline tape backup or something like that. Or I have some, like my dad, he has a USB hard drive, plugs it in once a month, copies everything, takes it with him to work, so he has a separation. I looked at the nuclear blast radius of where my house is to his house. And we're like, it would have to be a pretty big bomb to get there. So either earthquake or that kind of thing, maybe that would wreck our storage setup.
But I think you've got bigger problems at that point.
If you have an earthquake that's that damaging, then you're probably going to be worried about things besides Bluey at that point.
We have the advantage of we have data centers, and so that we can put stuff in. So we have stuff. Even my home stuff will be home, usually somewhere in the studio, and then at least one or both of the data centers that we have extra storage in.
I don't have one of those yet.
Just saying. So it's so that's kind of a little bit helpful, a little bit cheating, I guess. But but I would also like something like a Backblaze or something like that. I think is awesome. I know those guys for years. So.
Yeah, I mean the cool thing is a lot of these tools and a lot of the NASs even integrate directly with Backblaze and Amazon and all these other storage services. So you just pick one.
Yeah.
Most of them are pretty similarly priced. And to me, I think I pay like $7 a month for 13 terabytes or something. It might be 20 or 30, depending on the provider. I'd gladly pay that because there have been 2 times in my life where I just completely nuked a video project that I was working on.
Yeah.
And not having that insurance.
I feel that on a spiritual level. I've definitely had that happen to me before.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's like an interesting question.
A Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Blu-ray is a stable backup?
I don't actually know what the decay rate on Blu-rays is. So I don't know if it's actually longer than hard drives.
I know that there's archival Blu-rays, and I think it was 30 years or something like that.
Oh, well then
The thing is, it's all about how you cycle it. Like,
yeah.
I know when I worked in radio, we had a stack of tapes. And every Monday, one of the engineers' jobs was to go in, you take the tape, you switch it out, you take the other one, you put it in the box, you take it off to the, they had like an off-site storage location. And we had that, but we always had a new, fresh tape coming in, and we always had a bunch of old ones. So even if one of the tapes fails, you might miss a week of data.
Yeah.
So with the Blu-rays, it's like if you did a couple Blu-rays and you did that like every 6 months or every month or whatever it is for your comfort,
it could work.
You could lose one of the Blu-rays and that's okay. I don't know about the rewritable media though.
Yeah, that's a little bit sketchier.
I would rather just do the right ones.
Yeah.
And get the archival ones, and I know a couple people that do that.
See, I've never even really thought about using Blu-ray as an archival medium, but it makes sense because like
You
price
guys sell
per
them here in the
gigabyte.
store, too, I
we
saw.
do, and Blu-ray readers too. So if you have a situation like Jeff did, and you have a lot of Blu-rays, you can put them on your NAS.
Yeah. Well, there's issues surrounding 4K Blu-ray and that kind of thing. But no, it is possible, and it's cool that you guys have it. The one tough thing with Blu-ray and all optical media is like a lot of the manufacturers are starting to move away from it. It's like, but we still like there's still use cases for it.
Yeah.
It's just
Please, we have Blu-rays here though, so if you guys want some,
get it now.
Get it now. Let me think here. So, have you guys ever had any other than like the standard 10-inch rack and 19-inch rack? Have you guys worked with any oddball like standards? Are there any?
Well, so I'll tell you, even on this. So I've showed you this I think a couple times. So after he started doing his mini racks, I had the team just go out. We bought like every one we could find online. Like not kidding. Like we bought every one that we could find. So we have like entire like section of that. I was gonna go do like a big series on it that I think has just gotten sidelined because the AI thing got big. But these are not all the same. The 19-inch rack standard, you would be surprised with a lot of those products are a little bit too small on one dimension or another dimension. And it was fascinating just to see even just like switches that are half rack or half width switches that didn't fit in some, but would fit in others.
The problem is that in the audio space, they've had 10-inch racks.
Right.
They're 10 inches.
Yeah.
This is a 10-inch rack, but it's like 9 inches or 8.75 inches.
Right. It's 10 inches from hole to hole, right? Or is it from outside to outside?
So that's the problem is that most of these have standardized on this, like it's like 8.75 or 8, I forget exactly, from the inside dimension. So you'll buy a switch that says it's a half rack switch, but that might be half rack in media, which is different than half rack, which we think is like half of a 19-inch rack.
Yeah.
And also sometimes the rack ears, when they attach on the sides, you have a rack ear in front, you have it on the side.
Yeah.
The sides that go on sometimes are a little bit too big to fit in there. So you can fit something.
The worst is when you find something that's like, oh, the dimensions
So
are perfect.
close.
Perfect. You put it together and you're sliding it in, it's like, oh no.
Yeah. So that's also, I think, a reason that I'm not as much of a fan. We've only found that once or twice on the 19-inch side.
Yeah.
But
What my little hack for that though is if you take a shelf and flip it over, slide it in, you can get that, and then you just use zip ties or something. But
it's a little
we're getting there. I'm trying to talk to all these companies and get them to make like mounting hardware for it. Because most of these things fit great. It's just
I really like. I mean, it's kind of difficult for you guys to see maybe from the top down, but I really like the power supply solution you have here.
Yeah. So I made this little bracket just to hold this. This is their Ubiquiti 210 watt power supply, which is way overkill for what I have running right now, but you could run like 8 cameras off this.
That's actually what we're using right now to run all the cameras for the live stream. Is that exact
so if you want to
power
live stream in a box, boom.
Boom.
You have
There
this
it
and
is.
then another little case for all the cameras, and there you go.
Man, that's awesome. I love that you have just the UPS just off to the side. That's awesome.
Well, that's another thing that there's a couple companies working on a UPS, and you guys sell the Liebert, I think, here?
Sorry?
You sell a Liebert UPS. You have the larger one. I didn't see the smaller one. They just started making a really small one. It fits in 2U. So if you had
that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because I've always been on the lookout for something that'll fit, but none of them fit yet. So that's awesome.
Like you, I've been buying every UPS I can find. I slide them all in, and I'm like, that one doesn't work. That one doesn't work. But that one does. It's a little bit wider, but you can kind of slot it in the first thing. But then you can't change the battery unless you take apart your whole rack. And that gets to your point of like, if you just do 19-inch, it's easy.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But I heard you talking about how the AI thing is getting big for you guys. So, like, what have you been doing recently? Are there any have you been focusing on any particular hardware, any particular benchmarks?
Yeah. So some of the things I think are just super fun on the AI side. We have. I know you're giving away a DGX Spark. We got one of the early ones. We now have 9 of them or 10, and we have 8 of them in a cluster, which with 200 gig RDMA networking, which is pretty awesome. So you can actually get to a 1 terabyte class model. Not fast, but you can run it, which is cool. We just got our first DGX station, so the GB300, which is just wild performance.
Yeah.
I think the AMD Radeon Pro R9700, 32 gigs on a relatively better priced card, I think is super awesome. So I think we're gonna do more content on that, and just in the studio, I think we're up to something like. I don't know, we're doing like 150 million tokens a day or something like that as the consumption rate. So it's getting wild just how much is being used. I mean, we literally do a lot of our network setup, that cluster, for example, with 8 of these GB10s. I had to get on a plane like an hour and a half after like we physically set up everything, cabled it up. I was like, I don't have time to set this up, but I'm going to be gone for a week. Literally just said, okay, here's a little GMK Tech Strix Halo box. Plugged it into the switches and just said, make this work, benchmark it, make sure it works, and have everything going. And it did. The entire cluster setup took a couple hours. By the time I got on, landed on my flight, everything was ready to go. So
was that a local model that did that?
Local model.
That's fantastic.
A little bit back then of Claude as well, but that was February. So probably now it's all local.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
I built a framework cluster with the same setup.
That was a really cool.
But the funny thing is, things change so quickly. It's hard to keep up because the networking was the big thing that really hampered that, and that's where the DGX Spark comes in so much better with the 200 gig RDMA. And it's funny because since then, Apple introduced the
Thunderbolt networking.
Yeah, Thunderbolt RDMA.
Yeah.
And then AMD is kind of, sort of-ish starting to support that a little bit. I know Wendell from Level in Tex has been doing a lot of exploration with that. So I haven't reset that cluster. I got it to work with Thunderbolt, but it was only giving me like 5 gigabits, which is not, you might as well just have one.
Yeah, that's pointless.
So, it's been fun to explore. From my perspective, I just love the networking aspect and getting things to perform and do things that they weren't fully intended to do. But it has been helpful for me, like, use it for a lot of networking setup and unattended things. I've been using some local models trying to get scripts that I do, like not scripts for my videos, but like scripts that I use to manage something or to automate something away.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a quicker way to get you to a base level for it, and then I can tweak things. But it's like things that used to take me an hour, I can dump it into my little local box, and it comes back to something.
Well, and
10 minutes.
I think that kind of goes to one of the things that I always try to get across with AI in general, is that it's a productivity tool. It's not going to do the work completely for you. If you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what mistakes it's making.
Yeah.
So it's still use it as a learning tool is what I try to get people to do. That way they can do these things on their own and maybe a little bit faster with the help of AI. But the R9700 is actually my favorite GPU recently.
It is because I don't know about you, but I think that's the best value right now.
Oh,
if you want to do any local AI quickly.
I'm just going to grab it.
Tokens.
Yeah, look at this.
So we have
props
one here.
and everything.
Yeah, we have tons of props back there, but this is my favorite. So if I can get out of the bag, move this over here. This is the R9700. It is an incredible little card, 32 gigs of VRAM, and I was running 3.8 on here, 3.827B. I can't remember what tokens per second I was getting, but I was getting pretty close to full context, and that's amazing for like a Hermes agent or something like that.
Oh yeah.
For the price, the performance is absolutely astounding.
Yeah.
but it doesn't have HBM3, which is what's in that GB300 that you're talking about. Yeah. What kind of performance are you getting out of HBM?
Wild. It's wild. Absolutely wild. And then the other thing is that it has the core-to-core link.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the DGX Spark, but just kind of scaled up another notch to a larger memory pool that sits on the NVIDIA Grace CPU.
Yeah.
And so it's, wow, people are coming in here.
People are very excited to be here at
Wow, that's crazy.
It's been a stream all day.
Yeah.
And I think it'll go until all night.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. But, you know, I think one of the most important things about doing local AI that a lot of folks miss is that the ability to go and scale from a little box, whether that's the DGX Spark, whether that's the R9700, whether that's the N5 Max, all the way up into some of the larger systems that, you know, I've gotten to tour and see and show folks, is amazing. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the AI boom right now, you know, we talk about it in terms of doing local LLMs and all that's really great. Small businesses, awesome. It's a complete game changer for those folks. But if you're just learning and you want a job in the industry, really I think that is probably one of the most exciting ways. You know, you learn, you spend a couple bucks learning on one of these types of systems and then find a career out of it. I know so many folks that have, you know, started on something like a DGX Spark even in the last year and now have really great paying jobs because they learned how to do something really cool with that. So just, to me, that's the part about home labbing is, you know, we always started with storage and kind of learning how to automate things. And that's kind of useful just for getting some fun things done. It's a hobby. But I think really where if you're going to spend money on the hobby, really ultimately being able to make a job out of it is one of those things that, to me, skilling up at work is just probably the most important thing about the home labbing.
Yeah. I think I've met so many people who say, I started home labbing and a year later I was working at X or Y, and it's like, not X, but you know, X or Y or Z. And it's amazing how many people that situation. I was weird because I came kind of the opposite way. I was working in a cloud company, and I got into it through some projects I was working on there, and then that diverted into YouTube eventually, which is totally the opposite of what I see most of the time. Is people get into home labbing and they learn a new skill, and then they go from like a level 1 whatever support thing to like now they have this big awesome career that they built out of nothing. And it takes some time and effort, and right now a little extra money if you want to get into certain areas of it, but it's been rewarding, and there's still so many things you can do. Just here in the store, there's like 8 aisles of things that are not overpriced compared to history. In fact, they're the best prices you could get in history to get into IoT stuff or some of the maker tinkering things and electronics and stuff. Like, there's a lot of that. There's all those things are encompassed in the thing, and that's one reason I like the Pi too, is because you get the GPIO pin, so you can integrate your home lab type like storage and services with automation and robotics and whatever other kind of fun things you might want to do.
Yeah, and one of my favorite things like about home labbing in general is that it does provide opportunities to learn. Even if you don't end up getting a job around what this stuff is, if you know what you're talking about, then you might be able to have that run that part of a small business or something. You might not need to go out and get an IT firm to make sure that your business is good. You might just be able to do that yourself. Just always learning new skills, I think, is really what attracts me to home labbing in general, is that. Trying to think here. So what services do you guys run on your own home labs? If you
This is an interesting thing, going back to that little box.
Yeah.
I use, so at home I use ADM or whatever the NAS OS is, and it doesn't do ZFS.
Yeah.
But at my studio I use ZFS. And so when I look at this box, I'm like, ZFS, I want as much RAM as possible for the storage acceleration. But then if you're going to run local models on it, you want as much RAM as possible for that.
Yeah.
And then so it's like, that's where it's a trade-off, and you have to learn what trade-off you want to make. But so at home I just have my storage running on like a RAID array.
Yeah.
A very old one that is RAID 5, I think, for 5 disks, and I just have one in parity. So if one of them fails, then that's not going to be a good day for me. But But I do that, and then I have like Pi-hole and some other services running on some Pis. I also, so both of my ISPs give me a static IP address. It changes, but it's static and it's publicly addressable. It's static until my connection resets like once every 6 months. So I have a little script that will send me my IP address every month, just in case it changes, so I can update it in my records. But that way I can have a WireGuard VPN between all my locations. Like right here, I could log into my home NAS and watch Spooey if I wanted to. Sorry for harping on that show.
I think he's getting paid by Bluey, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, he's a Bluey
It's
off.
just they have kids. They all love it. I mean, I like it too.
Yeah, it's a good show. Yeah. How about you? Did anything services running at your home lab?
So Homelabs. So we have Ubiquity, and we definitely have the controller running. We have Home Assistant, storage. So everything runs actually. So the storage I've actually changed, and we now just run Proxmox with CFS as our storage base, and then some of the file serving stuff, and then VPN, another big. Although I'm more of a Tailscale guy, so is what it is.
That's okay. I'm a twin gate guy.
Okay. It's much easier because you don't have to worry about the IP stuff. Yeah. Like I have DNS problems. That's why I have my shirt. Yeah, it was DNS.
I actually need to buy one of those shirts. I have DNS problems maybe once a month, and my husband will not let me forget it. But yeah, it must be really nice to have a static IP address. I've never had that in my life.
I knock on wood. Well, at the studio too, like I pay for the business plan, so it comes with that. But somehow at home they have not. I don't know why, but we still have one, and it works.
So let's think here. Sorry? Oh, I thought you said
Well, I was just going to say the interesting. So the way we solved that, for a while, not having a static IP address was we had a script that would be like a DNS script that would go to AWS, check what's my public IP address, and then just update it so we could just use a DNS name now.
Dynamic DNS.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we did. Yeah,
that's nice.
And that's how we solved that one. So
have you guys ever messed around with anything like N8N or any kind of automation platforms other than Home Assistant?
I have not. A lot of people keep telling me like Node-RED and all these other things. I haven't.
Sorry, we got an uninvited guest.
But I haven't messed with those too much. I hear good things about them.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure that they work well. But
you're being attacked.
Flies love me. What can I say?
It's a production. Since it's my production setup, and the big thing for me is my wife doesn't care what it is as long as it works.
Yeah.
And if I change something and it works differently, I'll get flack for that. So I try
That's
to keep
fair.
it. It's like I set it up on Home Assistant. It's staying there. I actually have 2 light bulbs still on the Philips Hue, and I've been trying to move them off. But I know when I do, it's going to change the way the button works.
Yeah.
And so I just leave them there.
Just
for now.
Yeah.
Someday I'll get them off of that.
I've definitely got quite a bit running at home, mostly Home Assistant stuff, but like some N8N. I've got like a coding server just so I can access the same one from everywhere, stuff like that. Nothing crazy, but it's a bunch of fun. And I love having that much room for data. So I actually have the, I don't have this version, but I have the one from last year that
N5 Pro.
Yeah, the N5 Pro is what I have.
Yep.
And I really like the finish on this a lot better than the N5 Pro because the N5 Pro is
It's
just
like clearish, right?
Yeah, it's like a really shiny fingerprint magnet. Yeah. But this looks fantastic and matte. My hands are a little oily, but
You can even run it without that if you want.
oh yeah, you can, and it'd be better for airflow. But I actually did that for a little while on mine, but then I found that I like sticker bombing, so I started sticker bombing the front of the N5 Pro. So that was a bunch of fun. But have you guys ever been into like physical AI? Have you been learning anything about like robotics or anything?
I was literally telling Jeff earlier. I was like, dude, you have like the perfect platform for doing physical AI. Like that is just to me, that is going to be the next frontier. Just because if you think about where we are in AI, right? We're at the point where the LLMs have gotten great.
Yeah.
A lot of work has been done on the image generation and what have you. And so what's the next step of that? Well, the next step of that is I get my little my iPhone. I have some LiDAR data. I have some photogrammetry data or whatever it is, photo data, and I literally say, hey, I want to go 3D print something. Go make it for me. Now, right now, that of course requires a lot of compute, and it's not 100% perfect. But think in a couple of weeks, or maybe it's months or whatever it is, I think that's going to become a reality. The robotic space, once that's a reality, the robotic space also will go, and it's huge. I mean, I drive 98. He's driven with me self-driving in a Tesla. But I'm 98% plus self-driving at this point.
Wow.
I took a Waymo the first time ever last month, and I was like, this is fine.
Yeah. I've never been into a Waymo.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome, though. So, like, have you guys done any like training or anything like that, or is it just getting into it?
A few years back, I did some work with Raspberry Pi's different AI models. Back then, we called them like big data or LLMs or whatever. In terms of getting camera data in, doing a robotic thing, and then acting on that data. And I was trying to train on a Raspberry Pi, which is not a good idea at all. So I haven't gotten back into that too much, but my whole idea was trying to build like something to manipulate something or plug something in, unplug something like that. And it seems like the tools for that are so much better now. I haven't gotten into it in the past year, but I think in the past year it's accelerated quite a bit. The coolest part of it is like you had to know a lot of Python and a lot of the libraries involved and deeply know them to do well with that in the past. And now, if you know them okay, you can probably get started with it and start doing things.
You can vibe code your robotics.
I wouldn't do that for anything life affecting.
Product for somebody else or anything.
No, but I mean, it makes it more accessible, right? And I think that's the thing, like physical AI, 3D printing, a lot of these things where you had to have some kind of skill, even when we were talking about the networking, right?
Yeah.
How to set up network. There's literally people take classes and make careers out of that. To me, it's one of those bits that the AI is getting so good that you're able to go and get into those domains a lot
There's always
easier.
more depth once you learn about it and stuff, but it's like getting started is so much easier right now.
It is. It's like the barrier to entry has been broken down a little bit. Like I used this exact card not too long ago to vibe code an automation where we use Asana at work. It'll take a URL that I want, and then I just type in parameters, and it'll give me all the URLs for every social platform. It's just a super fast script that I was able to vibe code with just using local AI. I think it was 3.727 or 3.627B for Quinn. But that right here running super fast. But okay, so then for a medium-sized business, maybe $100,000 a year business, what kind of hardware would you probably recommend for AI workloads for them?
I mean, honestly, I think that running Quinn 3.8 27B, I think, is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Just gonna throw that out there. Yeah.
I was going to agree because trying the Strix Halo boxes, they're pretty good, but it's like they're more of a generalist kind of thing. If you're just doing that kind of workload, that card, it is the best value right now, I think. And I don't know.
I think people with the RTX Pro 6000 Blackwells will tell you that. 5090s will tell you that. All that kind of stuff.
One of those, I'm sure.
So I guess the
in terms of the value, though, if you want to get
value-wise,
get on the ground floor,
100%.
get started, build a system with that.
That goes fast. That goes fast, and it runs models that are useful now.
Yeah.
So this is the Blackwell 6000 Max Q. It's a little bit dirty because I just pulled it out of our server this morning.
Speaking of the piano black finishes.
Yeah. Speaking of black mirrors, this thing is hard to keep clean, but luckily it's in your server, so you don't really need to see it. But that thing flies. Now, I definitely think that this is an incredible value, but for consumer-grade hardware, something with a PCIe plug, this is about as good as it gets.
I think if you're building a system, too, it's going to be used by multiple people.
Oh,
That's when you start saying, like, what's our budget for this? And then you can start having a little more fun.
And it's probably worth, for folks that don't know this on the live stream, this is a 32 gig card. This is a 96 gig card.
Absolutely, yes.
Also much more expensive, and there are 3 versions of the NVIDIA RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell edition. There's the Max Q, which is this one. There's a server edition, which is a passively cooled one. So if you don't have a server, do not get that one. And then there's a workstation edition, which has a much larger cooler. It looks a lot more like a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5090, where it's a large card, but it also allows you to have higher TDP, which gets you a little bit more performance, especially if you only have a single card in a system. This is actually one of the common use cases for this is not just that you have one in a system, but a lot of folks will put 4 in a system and then get,
very large.
oh gosh, what is that?
400 or 380.
What's, I can't do 96 times 4. Sorry, guys. 384 gigs of memory. Sorry.
Yeah, and you could do that with the NVLink here, or I think is that still called NVLink, or is it?
I think. Well,
I think that this one is more PCIe.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see. I see.
The modern cards
is
use
my
a
bad.
direct PCIe connection between them to pool
Yeah,
memory.
that's
It's
my bad.
still pretty.
It's
darn
still
fast.
pretty fast. But yeah, that is the VRAM on that absolutely flies, especially through dense models. So if you're doing a dense model, you're really going to want something with a little bit faster memory bandwidth. But MOE models are great on the iGPU, things like the RTX Spark and
Or
the
even
Halo.
on some of the higher end laptops.
Oh
they run
yeah,
well.
absolutely. I mean, even on my MacBook Pro, I can run 3.6 35B, no problem, on my MacBook. And it's not even the newest gen. I think I have an M4 Pro.
Yeah.
So it's really, really cool. Ooh, that's actually an interesting thought. So like, what kinds of workstations do you recommend for like developers, like people who are getting into this? Should it be like an RTX Spark, or should they people who are already in the business and trying to learn quite a bit about AI?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I usually am more generalist and not just focused on the AI side. So I like having a good CPU, as much RAM as I can get, and maybe some other peripherals like 10, 25 gig network card or something like that. So I come from that side, and it's like build the system and then put whatever kind of GPU you can get into it. And right now the pricing is probably the biggest driver for what that's going to be.
Yes, I mean, I think that like when you're starting out, especially, the most attractive model historically has been really using the NVIDIA, GeForce GPU that you use for gaming, and then also using it for AI. And that's been, for the last 10 plus years, that's been the model for CUDA, right?
And it's more fun that way.
It's also more fun, right? You
that
get
way,
more
yeah.
use and all that kind of stuff. Nowadays, I think we are getting to the point that having all, LLMs running all the time is more useful. So I think that, building a GPU server is still very useful. For folks that are like really into it, the DGX Spark, and then also NVIDIA later this year, I think we'll have the RTX Spark.
We're very excited about the RTX
Which will remove the ConnectX networking, so the high-speed networking, which is actually not a bad thing from a power and thermal perspective.
And price, I'm sure.
And
yes,
well,
and price.
Who knows about pricing on that? It hasn't been disclosed yet. But I think that that's a really interesting unit, just because it gives you a lot of the Spark especially, and the GB10 platforms are interesting because those give you a small version of the very large systems that NVIDIA deploys. Mm-hmm. So if you go look at a NVIDIA GB300 NVL72 rack, it's actually very similar the way that you like bring up those systems and you see them working compared to what those little systems are. So it's weird for folks because they look at that platform and they're like, well, you have 200 and something gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth. It's not nowhere near what these GPUs are, which is true. But the other side to it is you have the networking, you have the ARM CPU cores, you have Blackwell GPU that's all very similar to what you get in the much larger systems.
Absolutely.
So
Linux support on them has gotten much better.
Oh, so much better. I had a little bit of trouble with the RTX Spark when I first got my hands on it, but I think that the Linux support has just gone way, way better over time. I'm actually really excited about the RTX, RTX, not, holy moly, 3 letters. But I'm very excited about that, especially not just the high GP or high memory versions of it, but I actually am really excited about some of the lower end, maybe 48 to 64 gigabyte versions in laptops. I think that is a solid way to like kind of have your AI with you all the time. But I actually wanted to talk a little bit about, you had said recently, right before we did this, that you were kind of moving away from using Proxmox on your AI boxes.
yeah, let's get controversial here.
So,
to be fair, we've been using Proxmox in production for over a decade. 2015, I got asked to write a book a long time ago on that, and I didn't have time for it. But we've been using Proxmox for just about forever. It was really not as good 10 years ago, but it's great now, and a lot of folks use it. The reason that we've switched our AI boxes mostly to Ubuntu, if we can, is really just because the driver support is great. It's usually the first platform that a lot of the AI folks support. So if you look at the the AMD Ryzen AI Halo box, I have to keep all these things, right. That's a Debian-based platform, but a lot of folks still run Ubuntu. The DGX OS that's on that, I think, is if you fire it up, it's very obviously Ubuntu-based, and so it just, to me, it's become kind of like the default for the AI community, and that's why for our AI boxes we tend to run those on Ubuntu. I can tell you that our N5 Max is running Ubuntu right now, and just really it's just because for that platform, I think it's a little bit better. So I know I have a fly on me. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All good. All good. I'm attractive to flies.
But, well, I mean, we're all pretty fly. No, I'm just kidding. That was a bad joke. But I would like to thank you all for coming on. This has been awesome, and I hope you really enjoy the grand reopening. And for you guys at home, I just want to do one more reminder that if you come into the Columbus store and scan the QR codes, you could win a UDM Pro Max or a brand new NVIDIA DGX Spark, and we'll move on to the next one. I believe Jeff has the one that goes back in here, and then ours
I have a
go in
1
here. Yep.
Okay.
If you want to put that in there.
I think I've done that before.
Yeah.
plugged in. %, battery, that should be good. On battery. Off my screen after 3 hours. Okay, good. And then I'm going to use the chair. Oh, can I get a water? Thank you.
Wait, did you already do this one for the sleep mode?
I have not touched that.
Okay, passwords change.
So that's the next half hour, 3 questions. I'll teach each one. And then I'm going to run these laptops through all 3. One's $699, one has got 2 screens, and one is going to run anything you throw at it. We'll talk about handheld gaming PCs also, and a real fourth answer, which combines desktops and laptops. You may not even have thought of that, but we're going to think about that. We're also going to talk about 3 questions that they relate to desktops, because the questions still work, they just have different answers. How many days a week does this thing go with you? In your bag, on your shoulder, somewhere? That's a number between 0 and 7. Screen size, and your weight, and honestly, those are the 2 specs that determine how much you're actually going to like your laptop. Question 2, what are you actually doing? What are your special tasks? Is it gaming? Is it Photoshop? Okay. Is that going to work? Yes. Great.
Are you starting here?
Hey, good to see you again, man. How's it going?
Going pretty well.
Awesome, awesome.
You
I'm gonna
guys
do
sell the
some.
Neo here,
I'm gonna
too?
do. Yeah.
I should have bought it from microcenter.
Oh,
I bought
see?
one last month.
Oh, nice, nice.
So, but I bought it from Apple.
That's all right. We love you anyway.
Or we still like it. It's okay.
That's right. That's right.
What's the next segment coming up?
I'm going to do some laptop shopping advice because I ran laptop reviews at CNET for almost 20 years.
Nice. The crowd. It's funny. The crowd here is the same as we had at Open Source, basically.
Yeah, it really is. Yes.
Many
Hi, I'm Dan Ackerman. Welcome to the grand reopening of Microcenter Columbus, and I am here to talk to you today about how to shop for a laptop or a desktop. And if I seem even vaguely familiar to you talking about this subject, that's because you might know me from my many, many years at CNET, where I ran laptop reviews, where I tested and reviewed literally hundreds of laptops, or you might know me from my time as the editor-in-chief of Gizmodo. Well, now I'm proud to be the editor-in-chief here at Microcenter, and during the grand reopening here in Columbus, we're going to talk about some shopping tips for laptops and desktops. And I'll tell you, in my 20 plus years as a tech journalist, the question I got most often, well really there were two questions I got most often. The number one question was probably, what TV should I buy? But that's a topic for another day. The number two question I got was, what laptop should I buy? And that is a very deep question because it's not one that you can answer easily. Asking what the best laptop is, it's like asking what the best shoe is. Like best for who? Best for you. So I developed a framework of 3 questions I would ask people to help them figure out what the best laptop for them was. And we would go over these 3 questions, and that would help you figure out what the laptop you should get is. Now I'm going to duck back here behind the desk, and we're going to go over the 3 questions, and we're going to find out how you can pick the best laptop for you. And the framework really is, every time someone would ask me, what laptop should I buy, I would turn around and ask them 3 questions. By going over these 3 questions and answering them honestly, that really narrows down the laptop that you should buy. So over the next half hour, we're going to go over the questions, we're going to go over the answers, and we're going to check out some example laptops that I have right here. So here are the questions. You can write them down, don't write them down. They're easy to remember. The first question is, how often are you going to carry it around with you? Not do you travel, because everybody says yes to that, but how many days a week does this laptop go in a bag on your shoulder and go somewhere? And that's a number between 0 and 7. And that number tells you your screen size and your weight. And honestly, those are the 2 specs that are most going to determine how much you like your machine. Now, question number 2 is, what are you actually going to do with it? What are your special tasks? Is it gaming? Is it Photoshop? Is it video editing? Or, and this is most people, and there's no shame in it, is it just email and browser tabs and documents and Netflix? If that answer is going to tell us what capabilities that you need to pay for, and just as importantly, what capabilities you don't need to pay for. And question number 3, of course, is how much do you want to spend? A laptop can be $500, a laptop can be $5,000. The part that people don't really understand is that you're not necessarily spending more to get a more powerful laptop. Money buys you specialization. So the trick is to make sure that you're spending for your specialization. So the right machine for you is the one that answers all 3 of these questions in a way that works for you. So let's start with the first question. How often do you carry it? I ask this because it really does I ask this question first because it really does the most work. You got one number and you really can narrow down your laptop selection. It's also the fun because everybody thinks of themselves as very mobile until they actually start counting the days that they put their laptop in their bag and carry it around with you. Now, if you're doing 5 or more days a week, that's a daily carry. Then you want a 13-inch laptop at most, maybe a very thin 14-inch one. Under 3 pounds, ideally very under. At this frequency of carrying around a laptop, you're gonna feel every ounce. And the machine you're gonna be happiest with in a year is probably the lightest one. For example, right here we have the MacBook Neo. Now this is 2.7 pounds. I'm holding it in one hand while I talk to you, and I'm not even thinking about it, and that's the test. If you have to think about it while you're holding it, then it's probably too heavy for 5 days a week. 2 to 3 days a week, well, that's the widest, that's the most competitive part of the market. 14 to 16 inches, maybe 3 to 6 pounds, and you can afford to trade some weight for meaningfully more capability there. Now this one right here, the ZenBook Duo from ASUS, this is 4 pounds 5 ounces. And it's a useful lesson. You should actually think about, and this applies to every machine in the building, not just the spec of the laptop itself, but also whatever else you're going to carry around with you, the laptop charger, the power cable, the power brick, all these things, you weigh the whole bag, not just the laptop. And then of course, over here on the larger side, we have the MSI Raider 16, this guy right here, 16 inches, 5 3/4 pounds, which, and I'm going to say this, because gaming laptops have a reputation, it's not actually that heavy, and it's a completely reasonable machine to put in your bag maybe 1 or 2 days a week. So the weight in this equation isn't the laptop, it's the power brick that goes with something really big like this. So you want to make sure you're thinking about the whole carry weight of the system. So the power brick, any accessories you need to carry, and the laptop yourself. Now, the nice thing is so many laptops, including this one and this one, all charge over USB-C now, so you can add a lightweight travel adapter, travel charger, and take that with you. Or frankly, anywhere you go, people are very likely to have a USB-C charger. You could have one at home and one at the office, so you don't need to carry a big charging brick with you unless you have a specialized machine like the Raider over here. Now, 16 inches, it'll fit in most bags. It's not going to fit on an airline tray. Once you get up to 18-inch screen laptops, you start to have a very complicated relationship with desks and airline trays and bags and most surfaces like that. So it's worth measuring your laptop against the bag that you want to use. It's the kind of thing you don't want to discover after you've already bought the laptop. Now, personally, I live in Brooklyn, and everything I own, I carry. Up the subway stairs, 6 blocks in the summer, so I probably over-calibrated a little bit on this question. But I'll tell you, in 20 years of writing and reviewing about laptops, no one has ever come back to me and said, I wish I bought a heavier laptop. That does not happen. So the question is not, do I travel? Everybody travels. The question is, in the last 12 months, how many times did this machine actually do work that's somewhere that wasn't your desk? You count it up. If it's a small number, then your answer to question 1 is a low one, and that opens up almost any laptop in the store somebody could buy. If it's a high number, well, then you really want to narrow it down to something that's very thin and very light. And that actually leads me to a solution for people that you may not always expect. Sometimes the answer isn't just buying one laptop. Maybe sometimes the answer for you is buying a super lightweight, affordable laptop, and then also getting a more capable desktop if you have the need for something that's expandable and very powerful at home, but you also need a lot of portability. You can take your budget and split it up between a very inexpensive laptop like this and have enough left over for a good mid-range laptop. Now, question number 2, what are you actually doing on it? Question 2 is where people talk themselves into spending a lot more money than they need to sometimes, and that's okay. We're going to take some pressure off that, and we're going to talk about it. Most people have 0 special tasks they're doing on their laptop, and that's fine. Web, email, documents, video calls, streaming, a music app, 30 browser tabs. And the good news is the floor is extremely high right now. A $699 laptop like this does all of that silently all day, every day, without breaking a sweat. Now, the MacBook Neo right here, this has got an iPhone chip in it. It's got 8 gigabytes of memory, it's got a 60 hertz screen, it's got no fan. If you read that components list, it sounds modest. But if you hold it and use it and think about it, it's genuinely completely enough for most people. It's built like a machine that costs 3 times as much easily. And it's like somebody made a very confident set of choices when they put this machine together. And I think for the most part, they made the right one. So if your answer for question 2, what do you do on it, is nothing special, well then good, you're done. Just get something like the MacBook Neo and you're ready. And you can just enjoy having a very simple shopping experience. But what if you have some actual specific things that you need to do with your laptop that are special use case? Special task number 1, you need more than one screen. Now here's a special task that you may not think of, but I'd argue that it's actually very common. Very many people have 2 monitors set up on their desktop at home or at work, and you're used to working on multiple screens. And then when you leave the house, you go down to just one screen and you really feel it. You're alt-tabbing through everything. So there's a solution to that, and that's the Asus ZenBook Duo right here. I'm going to show you. Pull this little keyboard off, and now you have got a multiple monitor laptop right in front of you. This is 2 14-inch OLED screens, both 2880 by 1800, 144 hertz, 500 nits each. The keyboard comes off, there's a kickstand behind it. It's a dual monitor setup that fits in your backpack. The specs are also worth looking at here. It's got an Intel Core Ultra X 358H, that's a Panther Lake series chip. It's got Intel Arc B390 graphics. That's not a discrete GPU, but for integrated GPUs, that's really good. And that's a deliberate choice. It's one of the reasons why this thing is so thin and light and quiet. It's also got 32 gigs of DDR5. And that's not necessarily a given how thin this is. Now, I have looked at dual screen laptops for a long time. People have tried to come up with dual screen laptops that worked for years. I think the first one I ever saw was probably around 2011. And they were big and bulky and heavy and kind of gimmicky and didn't really work. I was a dual screen laptop skeptic. But now we've really gotten to the point where you can just get a normal, thin, well-built 14-inch laptop that just happens to have a second screen. It stopped being a stunt and started being a usable feature. It's really for anybody who works on a timeline. If you're editing video or audio or code, photo editors, people who are research and write people. You have a source document on one, and you have the document you're working on in the other window. Or spreadsheet and reference people, which is really a lot more people than you would think. Now, is it a gaming laptop? No, it's got integrated graphics, and that's a design decision behind making this as thin and light and quiet as it is, and it's also $2,900. It's a real investment. But that second screen, if that second screen is the thing that you really miss when you're not at your desk, well, then nothing else on this table is going to solve that problem at any price, and that is what specialization looks like, and that's what I was talking about. And just as an aside for a minute about the integrated graphics built into this, the Arc V390, I did gaming benchmarks on this, and I was able to get Cyberpunk 2077 up and running at 2880 by 1800 resolution on medium settings with the ray tracing off, and I could get 60 frames a second in Cyberpunk. So you can actually do some basic gaming on this. Now, think about the memory in here, 32 gigs of RAM, that's really important, but in a thin laptop like this, the RAM is soldered to the board. That's how you get it this thin. It's a real engineering trade-off. But that means you can't add more memory later, so you have to buy the memory you need for the life of the machine. So the question isn't so much, is this enough memory for today? Is this enough memory for 4 years from now? Because that's the spec that's going to determine how long you love your laptop. So my advice every year, going back 20 years, configure your memory up at purchase. It's the one spec that is very difficult to revisit, and it's really the best future insurance you can get in a computer is making sure that it has enough RAM. Now let's look at special task number 2, and that's gaming. Obviously, people love gaming, and that's where the answers have really gotten so much more interesting. There's so many different options for gaming laptops. I have one right here, the MSI Raider 16. This is a 16-inch QHD OLED screen, 2560 by 1600, 240 hertz screen. That's really special. It's a Core Ultra 9 290HX Plus. It's got an RTX 5070 Ti with 12 gigs of RAM in it. It's also a 300 watt powered system that has a 400 watt power brick it comes with, and it is currently $2199. You actually really get a lot of laptop for that price. And now that 240 hertz OLED, that's genuinely something special to look at, and it's really a spec that differentiates this laptop from almost anything else you'd find in this category. That OLED contrast rate plus the refresh rate is a difference you can really see, and I think it's something that's really special. Now you also should look at the power rating of the laptop. Same graphics chip can ship with different power levels depending on the cooling and the thickness of the system. Depending on what the chassis was designed for, you can have a real gap in performance. So there are legitimate designs, lower power, thinner laptops that will crank the voltage down on the GPU, and then bigger ones with room for more cooling or with a vapor chamber like this that crank up the power and take full use of the spec of that RTX 5070 Ti. So the big size of a laptop like this and the fact that it has a 400 watt power brick, that's not a flaw, that's a design feature, that's the thermal headroom that's built into it. And the maximum payoff here is that this system also has 32 gigs of RAM. 32 gigs, however, is not the ceiling. This is one of the rare systems where you can actually open up the bottom of it and you can access those RAM slots, so you can add more RAM if you need to. You can go up to a maximum of 128 gigs of RAM on here, which I think is pretty extraordinary. So 2 machines, several $100s apart, completely opposite philosophies. One traded upgradability for thinness right here, and one traded thinness for upgradability. And if I'd want to add memory in 2 or 3 years, well, then I would look at something like this. It's a real difference that the spec sheet is going to tell you when you're looking at these laptops. It's also worth taking a moment to go for an aside when we're talking about gaming, to talk about handheld gaming PCs, which is a relatively new category. Something like the Lenovo Legion Go S, that answers the 3 questions really well, actually. If you think about it, if you carry it around every day, it's about 1.5 pounds. That's 7 days a week in your bag. That's absolutely no problem. What are you doing on it gaming? Well, it's a machine specially built for gaming. really works well there. And what do you want to spend? Well, something like the Legion Go S costs about as much as a budget gaming laptop, so you're in good shape there when it comes to price as well. So the Lenovo Legion Go S, that's a great entry-level handheld gaming system. We've also got the MSI Claw 8 here. That's a more high-end handheld gaming system, and that's got Intel's Arc G3 in it. It's a Panther Lake chip, and it's got basically the same Intel Arc B390 graphics as the ZenBook Duo right here. And as I pointed out, you can get some really good Cyberpunk scores on that. So it's worth thinking about, hey, do I want a handheld gaming system instead of, let's say, a budget gaming laptop? Or do I want to mix it up and get a laptop and a handheld gaming system, or a handheld gaming system and a desktop? Now, special task number 3, that's creative work. That's something that's very important for a lot of people. And that's where you really want to look at the displays. Now, right over here, you've got OLED, 2880 by 1800, 500 nits of brightness. That's key. Wide color gamut, really built for color work. Over here, you've also got OLED, 2560 by 1600, but 240 hertz, built for motion. And over here on the Neo, well, that's sRGB, that's 60 hertz. It's built to be an excellent display for its price. All 3 are good panels, but they're built for different people at different prices. And brightness is really a spec that people don't talk about a lot, but you really should. And the 500 nits of brightness on the ZenBook Duo here really shines through there. If you're working, let's say, near an open window and you have the sunlight coming in, you're really going to notice it when you have a machine that's bright enough to handle the sunlight coming in. When it comes to screen real estate, I always go back to question 1, how often you're going to carry your laptop with you, because I think of it as timeline work wants pixels, pixels want inches, and inches want to stay home. And the ZenBook Duo is actually a very clever answer to that conundrum. You get extra screen real estate, you get extra screen real estate to work on without the extra footprint. Now let's talk about our next special task, and this is a relatively new one, but it's one I'm hearing about all the time now, and that's running AI locally. Not in the browser, not in the cloud, but on your own hardware in front of you. So running AI locally gives you a lot of advantages in terms of privacy, in terms of control, in terms of controlling the out-of-control token costs. Token costs are creeping up, so a lot of people are going to want to run their AI locally. And you need 2 things here. When you hit a wall running local AI, it's not a compute wall you're really hitting, it's a memory wall. The model has to fit in the memory on the system. It can be graphics memory or it can be system memory. Now the RTX 5080 Ti, that's got 12 gigabytes of memory. So that's a hard ceiling on what the model can load into the graphics memory. You've also got 32 gigs of system memory, however. So the most interesting machine for something like this is maybe not even a gaming laptop like this. It's something like what AMD has, the Strix Halo family of laptop. That's officially called the Ryzen AI Max or Max Plus, and that's a very elegant design decision. It's a small dedicated pool of graphics. It's a really large dedicated pool of shared graphics memory that can go between the system and the graphics, and you can get up to 128 gigs of memory there. Like for example, the Ryzen AI Max Plus 395. That's the chip that you're going to find in a lot of these Strix Halo systems. That's a 16-core Zen 5 CPU. It's got a 40 compute unit, Radeon 8060 built in. It's got an NPU, that's a neural processing unit, that helps with some of the low-level AI stuff. And it can share that 128 gigs of DDR5. Up to 96 gigs of that you can set as video memory. Now, by comparison, the most expensive consumer graphics card that you can buy probably has between 24 and 32 gigs of memory built in. So that's really a big difference in terms of the size of the model that you can run. You can find stuff like this in HP has some ZBooks that are like this. ASUS has the ROG ZFlow 13. That's a Strix Halo system you can get with that 128 gigs of RAM. And of course, there are a couple of desktops that are like that also. Now, memory bandwidth, you can run that shared memory. That's important. That's where graphics memory is actually going to run a lot faster than system memory. Shared system memory runs at about 200 gigabytes a second. High-end graphics cards several times that. So, if you have a small model that's small enough to fit on the graphics memory, that's fantastic. If you have a larger model, you're going to default to the slower system memory. That's okay too. Now, I'm going to get to question 3, and we are running out of time here, so I'm going to speed through this, and that's how much do you want to spend? And that sounds like the boring question, but I think it's actually the most interesting, because what money doesn't necessarily buy you is better specs. Sure, money can buy you better specs, but money buys you better specialization. The old question is, what specialization do you need? Let's make sure we spend the money on a specialization that's going to be good for you. And I think I can really make the case here for that specialization with machines that I have right here. Take the ZenBook Duo, that's 2 OLED screens, integrated graphics, 4 pounds, $2,900. The MSI Raider, 16-inch, 240 hertz OLED, 5070 Ti, 24-core processor, 300 watts of system power, $2,199. And right over here, the MacBook Neo, $699. Now, you're not paying more for just more computer, you're paying more for a particular computer. You're paying more for 2 OLED panels and a hinge that works between them that turns a laptop into a dual screen workstation. And that's really a hard engineering problem to solve. So is 300 watts of sustained power in something like the Raider over here, which is why that price question comes in third. You answer question 1 or 2 first, and then the money tells you something useful. If you start with your budget first, that just gives you a very broad range of choices, and you're really not going to get into the specialization there. So let's think about what money actually buys you. For $500 to maybe $900, that's a remarkably good tier right now. Look at something like the MacBook Neo. Excellent build quality, all-day silent operation, everything on the no special tasks list. And if this is where you live in the no special task list, then something like this is fantastic for you. $1,000 to $1,600, that's really the sweet spot for a lot of people. You get a nicer panel, you get more memory, you either get some graphics power or better battery. You usually have to choose one or the other in that price range. And then $2,000 and up, that's where you really get into specialization territory. Something like the ZenBook Duo or something like the MSI Raider. And if you go above $3,000, you're in very high-end enthusiast territory. And when someone tells you their budget, it's also worth thinking about whether it's a one machine budget or it's a multiple machine budget, because there's a very valid option out there that says, hey, maybe I've got $2,500 to spend on a machine. I could buy the best $2,500 laptop I could buy, and maybe that'll work for all my needs. Or maybe I buy something like the MacBook Neo for $699, and then I've still got a very nice chunk left to get, let's say, a mid-range gaming desktop at home. So now I've got great gaming and great upgradability at home, and I've also got great portability with something like the MacBook Neo. Or you can do something like a handheld gaming system and a portable laptop, or something like a desktop at home and a portable handheld gaming system. So there's a lot of options here if you want to think about taking your budget and splitting it up between 2 systems. Now, very quickly, in just the minute or 2 I have left, I'm going to talk about desktops and how the 3 questions apply themselves to desktops. And the biggest difference here is it's not how often do you carry your laptop around with you because it's a desktop. It's where does this desktop live? Do you have room for a full-size tower? If you do, that's obviously your best option because you get the best cooling, the best upgradability, and the best expandability to go along with it. But if you have less space, you can get a small form factor or a mini PC, and there's some very powerful ones out there right now, including some of the specialized AI systems like the NVIDIA Spark or the AMD Ryzen AI Halo. These are small Mac mini size boxes that have that 128 gigs of shared RAM. Or of course, the third option in desktops besides a full tower and a mini system is an all-in-one, something like the iMac, and that's really the computer as furniture. That's one cable, that's clean lines, it's genuinely lovely in your living room or in your family room. The trade-off is that you're buying the screen and the computer and everything together, so when you retire one, you retire both. But for most people, that's a trade-off worth doing. So I hope in our brief time together, we've been able to talk about some of the key factors that come into what you should look for when you're shopping for a laptop. I'm going to go over my 3 questions again for you real quick too, so you remember what they are. Question number 1, especially for a laptop, is how many days a week are you going to carry it around with you? And that is such a key question because thin is important, light is even more important. I've never had anyone tell me that they wish they bought a heavier laptop. Number two is what special things are you going to do with it? Do you need extra graphics power for gaming or for production work or for video? Do you need a second screen because you're working on two things at once all the time? You need something special like that? Or do you need specialized hardware for running local AI? And of course, question three, how much do you want to spend? And do you want to spend that all on one machine, or do you want to split that up between a couple of different devices that will give you the best of both worlds? So again, I'm Dan Ackerman. Thank you so much for joining me here at the grand reopening of the Columbus Microcenter store. Coming up next, we've got Shiv, who's going to talk to you about PC accessories. I'm very excited to see that conversation. So thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you have a great day. All right, thank you. Well, I hope that worked out okay.
Yeah, no, that was yeah. There's a lot of engagement.
Oh, great.
Here. Why don't you throw this in the charger real fast?
Is this a 2 or a 1?
Actually, it's my ally. We got a double mic Shiv. Yep. But I want you to just do a favor for me. Can you keep track? This is for the OBS.
Yeah.
Okay. Should it be recording?
Yeah.
I don't know, but fuck it.
Okay.
And then I think this one. Put it a little higher.
Okay.
Maybe a little off. Just so that we know the difference.
I think
Okay.
this is a lot of learning of this is us doing.
Yeah.
I think this topic is a good topic. Yeah, doing a lot of. Oh, it's great. People, and they were trying to make this sound good. Yeah, you know, it's hopefully yeah. Yeah.
That lady came here to see this particular.
Oh, I saw her leaning in.
And I talked to her ahead of time also. She really wanted to know about, like, she was here for like laptops for a while. All right, good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, they're stacked up in the back corner.
I will probably mostly be walking backwards, so if I'm about to walk into something, I need you to like give me a hand sign. Yeah, whatever. Just so long as I'm not about to careen into a customer. Oh, good, yeah. What could possibly go wrong?
Do you want all those accessories on the desk? Or?
I'm gonna move them over. I'm gonna grab them as I'm doing it.
Okay. She said she's gonna move them over and grab them as she's doing it. So. Okay. So copy.
Cool.
All right. Are you gonna put it right here?
Yeah, this is great. This is a great starting spot. We can kind of angle it that way, get a little bit of the extra stuff in. Just tell me when.
Angle it this way.
Yeah, kind of try and, yeah. Damn it, Amy.
Huh? No, I'm good. This is a short show. You sure? Like, we're already about.
I'm going to tell you the same thing I just told Jack. I'm going to be walking backwards mostly. I'm going to need hand signs if I'm about to hit somebody. So.
You just want to spot?
I can spot.
Yeah, spot in the middle.
We're kind of angling that way a little bit if we can, just to try and get as much of the keyboard aisle as we can.
I'm gonna go.
basically, Adam was worried about you doing the walking backwards, and even if I'm spotting, I will be in the shot the entire time, basically spotting you. I mean, I could just stand behind frame and like try and guide you, but I don't want to like mess you up. It's kind of getting busy right here.
Okay, that makes things challenging. Are we talking about just scrubbing it and just heading over there, or?
You could just do the remote segment and then transition over there.
Do you want to do remote here, cut it, and then just move there? You could do like a two second.
Isn't that what you did with Dan, or did you follow Dan all the way back? Okay.
But he was out of the way at the front.
Yeah, it's a little. Is there another keyboard section that gives you a better access?
How about this? I'll be the one walking backwards. Jack can spot me. You can walk forward.
There we go.
That's the correct way to do it. You got it. You figured it out. Go ahead. Oh, please, we're not filming yet. Go ahead. I appreciate it. I'll let you lead. You're going to have to lead a little bit. So watch behind you, keep talking, and then, yeah, Jack can take over from here. So I will try and give us like an actual, like, let's go head to the main desk and talk about this sort of thing, just so you know when to start moving. And again, I'll probably yap about like some of the impulse stuff on the way up, just so we have a little bit extra coverage. But
You all ready?
I'm ready when everybody else is.
Right, we're ready. I'm gonna record it.
Welcome to the peripheral section of Microcenter. This is absolutely my favorite aisle, and it has been since I worked in this very store nearly a decade ago. Now, my favorite part about all of our peripherals are the fact that we have them laid out so that if you aren't sure what sort of keyboard you want, you can come in and you can actually get a feel for it. We also have headphones and mice set out so you can get a better feel for what we have to offer. Now, the problem is that we have a lot of offerings on display here. So the question becomes, how do you know which peripheral is right for you? And that is the question that I am hoping to answer when we get back to that desk over there. So let's head over that way. So while I walk back, we're going to talk a little bit about what is going on in Microcenter today. It is obviously the grand reopening, and it is very, very busy. I'm going to let this gentleman walk past me and hop in line here. But there is a lot going on just absolutely across the store. Obviously, we have our live stream today that has been running since this morning, but even beyond that, we've had JayzTwoCents in, and he will be back later, don't worry. We have a full section on Microcenter history and everything that we have built to get to this point. We had a whole section with Jeff Geerling on working at home and all sorts of Homelabs stuff. It's been an absolutely stellar, stunning day, and it is very nerve-wracking walking backwards through the store. So bear with me as I. I'm good? Still up? Perfect, fantastic. So I am going to be dragging over a number of keyboards and mice from behind me to talk about here, because the question of how do you pick your peripheral is a complicated one, to say the least. The first question that ever needs to be answered when the question comes up of what peripheral should I be getting is, what are you gonna use it for, right? Like, because that's the big thing. A lot of times people who are looking at gaming peripherals or writing peripherals might pick it up thinking that they're going to be doing more of one than the other, and that is an important thing to keep in mind when picking out your peripherals. Because while they might seem pretty similar, a keyboard is a keyboard, a mouse is a mouse, all that good stuff, there is a lot of small, distinct differences between them that can make it easy to game or write depending on what you need. Now, I'm going to talk about a little bit about all of that because we do have a number of options here from the SteelSeries TKL all the way up to a Logitech combo with the M880. These are wildly different keyboards for a lot of different reasons. Number one, this is a fully mechanical keyboard, which means that it offers a more robust click, a more robust typing experience, and a little bit of a higher longevity. Of course, there is an increased price as a result of that, but 98% of the time or so, I still highly recommend a mechanical keyboard. So that takes us to this one, and when would I recommend it? Now, this is a membrane keyboard. It is mostly designed for in-office work, that sort of vibe. It's literally a combo. It comes with a mouse to try and make it easier. This is the set that I would recommend if you are just looking to pick something up for a home office, an office, anything like that. This is the set to go with. Now, of course, these are just a few of the keyboards we have here. We also can start to get a little bit weird and a little bit wild with it. I talked about the Yunzi C75 not that long ago, and it is still a little goofy, but one of my favorite keyboards that I have ever used. It is responsive, it is tactile, and it sounds absolutely amazing to type on. And this is why I think peripherals are so interesting, because there is such an absolutely massive spread on what they all can be and what they all could look like. For example, let's pivot over to mice for a second and talk about this mouse versus this mouse. Now this is the brand new Feynman Noctua F01 edition, which features genuinely and truly an entire fan built into the mouse. So if you are someone who is gaming all the time, sweaty-handed, getting ready, going into the CS lobbies, this is the mouse to keep you cool and dry when you're gaming as hard as you possibly can. Obviously, that's not something that you're going to need as much when you're just doing Office, Excel, the 365, that sort of thing. It is going to be far more focused on smaller, simpler, easier to use mice. However, you might still want a little bit more out of even your most basic mouse. The one thing that I will call out especially is the side buttons. Now, side buttons are the type of thing that most people kind of just assume that they don't really need. And if you've never used them, I would probably agree with you. But the second you start using those side buttons just to browse the internet with a quick back, quick forward, quick refresh, whatever, it is an absolute game changer. The one thing I will say about all of this, as I am absolutely tearing through a number of different peripherals, is that all of this stuff, if you are not sure what one is right for you, number one, Keyboards 101 on the microcenter YouTube channel or on microcenter News, where I have a far more in-depth, far more robust guide walking you through how you can pick out the peripheral that is right for you. But of course, you saw that giant wall of keyboards, you saw that giant wall. That's the best place to do it. I highly recommend heading into your local microcenter, talking to one of our associates, and actually getting your hands on these keyboards so that you know which one is right for you. Now, there is one other exciting option when it comes to keyboards, and that's building your own. Now, this one right here is a glorious bare bones edition. We have, box has disappeared, I apologize. But this is a glorious bare bones edition, and it's one that I have fully customized. These are Snoopy keycaps that we do carry right now. These are also a wildly spread set of, I'm trying to find my keycap puller that has also seemed to vanish. Wild spread here because underneath the center keys, if I can pop one out, it's brown switches. Don't worry about it, it's brown switches. So the cool thing about custom keyboards is that you can really do whatever you want with them. I am talking ground up. The bare bones from Glorious is quite literally just this chassis. The switches and keycaps are fully your choice, which means that if you are looking for a keyboard that you can't get anywhere else, the best option is to build it. And before you start worrying about them Snoopy keycaps, don't worry, we have plenty of other options, including some absolutely gorgeous Godzilla keycaps, as well as some more traditional colored keycaps. So if you are looking to just get a little bit fancy with it, that's the way to go. Along with all of this, I do want to talk very briefly about keyboard sizes because that is an important category to any of this. You will have noticed that there are a number, did not mean to do that, of different keyboard sizes that I have been showing off. This one features a full number pad. That is the number pad over there with all those buttons. This is the sort of thing that I would highly, highly recommend if you are someone that works with numbers, especially like engineering or accounting, because that is where most of your key presses are going to be. Having used a TKL, which is what that is, or 10 keyless keyboard, I can say with absolute certainty that it is so much harder to do number entering when you don't have that 10 key. But if you are looking to save space or it's a gaming keyboard, you probably don't need that 10 key and you can cut it out. Now, the cool thing about 10 keys in particular though, is that they are not hard to pick up as a secondary accessory and even come in a multitude, a plethora of different styles and options. This is an 8BitDo. I am a massive fan of 8BitDo's retro setup over here. I have this one at home. I have been using this one for years. I absolutely adore it. It is fully mechanical, fully clicky, which is great if you're me and want something clicky, but if you are looking for something with a little bit less attitude and a little bit less click, you can also pick up some far simpler sets of 10 keys. The last one I want to highlight here very quickly is that if you do want to build your own keyboard, you can build your own keyboard with this, a fully brick-based system to put together a keyboard from the literal ground up. With that, I do think I have a couple of minutes, so I'm going to kick it over to Adam and ask the question of, do we have people asking about what recommendations they would like? Because I can offer that. If people have questions, if they have a setup that they are trying to get going and don't know what to use, I'm happy to answer those questions. For now, though, I'm going to keep, oh, here's another good thing to call out, actually. The Mobi Fold. If we are looking very specifically at productivity mice, I want to highlight the Logitech Mobi Fold, an absolutely gorgeous little mouse that feels great in the hand all across the mat pad, but importantly, folds up very tiny for those travel days. So if you have someone like a Surface Book or other Windows device, a tiny mouse can be incredibly helpful getting you where you need to go. Let's see, what else do we got over here? I wish I could find my keycap puller. What's up? What? Gaming keyboards, yes. Gaming keyboards, importantly, thank you so much. We also have a plethora of gaming keyboards. As I said, we have the SteelSeries and Razer right here, both of which are absolutely gorgeous. This is in fact the brand new Razer Huntsman V3 HE. That means that these are Hall effect switches on them, which are a, I don't want to say brand new type of switch, more so they are very new for consumers. They've been around for an incredibly long time, and I don't think I can properly explain them because they do involve a lot of lasers and electrons and stuff like that. But basically, the short idea of it is that there's a laser that gets broken or completed depending on how that particular switch works. The cool thing about that in particular is that it does remove more mechanical parts. So in increasing order, this right here will last a decent amount of time. Like, don't get me wrong, you're not gonna burn through this keyboard any quick, but your Apex Pro TKL is going to last you even longer just by nature of having mechanical switches. And then your HE is going to be even longer because there's even less mechanical parts possible to fail. The fastest for input response. All right, that's an interesting question. So with that, I would highly recommend looking into an 8K keyboard. Now, 8K keyboards are going to be pulling at a response of 8,000 times a second. That means it's going to be talking to your computer 8,000 times every second to make sure that it is updated with the absolute fastest and most accurate positioning as to where you are. If you are holding that W for a hair of a second, it wants to know that and it will update. So if you just make that small tap in CS2, that is the way to go. And there are a number of those out there, both from Keychron, from Razer, amongst others. Ergonomic mouses. Okay, those are interesting. And very personal is what I would say. I think it's the sort of thing where it's going to be really dependent on what you are looking to do with it. I've seen a lot of ergonomic mouses. Strictly speaking, the Mobi Fold is kind of an ergonomic mouse. But if we're talking very specifically about ergonomic vertical mice, again, I highly recommend coming in, talking to one of our associates. But Logitech does have some very, very good shark fin mice that can help both with wrist support, given that this is actually a more natural way for wrists to rest instead of horizontally as we do with most mice. This will actually very much help reduce stress and help increase productivity in that way. I think that covers most of it. There's also gaming. I'm so sorry, my brain just absolutely, I should have eaten before this. There are also gaming ergonomic mice, and those do tend to include a lot more buttons, a lot more options, and a lot more just general selection as to what you want to do with it. There's a lot, DPI options, all of that good stuff. Sorry, I was checking my editor for a brief second. I'm seeing some notes getting made currently. And yeah, this is kind of the big stuff over here. We have a... All right, cool. Honestly, I think, you know what, let me just talk one last thing very briefly about mechanical keyboards, because I have actually found my Gatoron keycap puller. This thing is absolutely stunning. I do highly recommend it if you do build mechanical keyboards. Most of these come with a keycap puller of some sort or a switch puller. I just picked this up today, and I don't think I'm going to be leaving home without it. It very quickly and easily pops those caps out, but more importantly, it very quickly and easily pops the switches out, which is the big thing that I have always struggled with. But here you have a much better idea of what a build-your-own, fully customizable mechanical keyboard actually looks like. All you're going to be doing when you put something like this together is taking these switches, slotting them in, tossing that on top, and that's it. You do that again and again and again and again, and that's a great way to get a good feel for what your keyboard is. Now, I do see we have a question of, can we test keyboards in store and feel them in person? And the answer to that one is absolutely, undeniably, 100% yes. Not only do we have a giant aisle full of keyboards already set out, ready to be touched, if you talk to our associates, more than likely, they'll be more than happy to open up a box for you to let you get a good feel for that keyboard before you walk out of the store with it. What was that? Sorry, I'm just talking to you. Keycaps? Godzilla keycaps, yes. The Godzilla keycaps are very much worth going back to again. These are from Arbiter Studios. If you have been keeping an eye on Microcenter News, you might have seen I recently did a coverage on the Godzilla Arbiter glass mouse pad that I absolutely adored. I can only imagine that their keycaps live up to the hype. I have absolutely adored everything that Arbiter has let us get our hands on. And with that, one second, I'm seeing a good, wrap it up. Cool, fantastic. That is everything that I'm going to cover here very quickly, very briefly. I know I absolutely blasted through all of this, but if you are looking for a more comprehensive, a more in-depth, a more clear-cut explanation as to how to pick out your next keyboard, again, I highly recommend checking out Keyboards 101 on Microcenter News or on our YouTube channel. Beyond that, keyboards and mice are incredibly, incredibly personal things. If you are looking to pick up one, the best thing you can do is head over and check it out yourself, try it, see how it goes, and see how you like it yourself. And that is going to do it for me. Up next, we do have Service and the Knowledge Bar talking about everything that we can offer behind our service counter. I feel like I did all
My name is Ryan, and I have the awesome responsibility of leading our retail services division here at microcenter. And as you know, if you've been watching all day, this is a huge day for us here at microcenter. Today is the grand reopening of our Columbus, Ohio location. Columbus, Ohio, where everything started for this company over 40 years ago. And the one thing I've got to say, as a tech and creator guy myself, this is the most experiential store that we have ever built. From using a Jensen dev kit to build a robotic arm that you can control, I say with my Jedi mind, but really with your hand. In addition, we also have this really cool AI-enabled chess robot. So if you want to come down here and test your chess skills against the AI robot, come on down and give it a shot. In addition to that, we've had Jay from JayzTwoCents here. Sitting to my right is the build that he did this morning. This is our big giveaway today. But talking about builds, one of the best things that we get to do here in the retail services division is we get to build everybody's dream PC. Now, the fun thing about this is, as the markets and conditions change, so do the things we get to build. So if you go back a year ago, everything was about 50 series cards, X3D chips. Now, the way everything has changed, we're talking about Threadrippers, we're talking about Blackwell cards. Like, we are building more and more AI-enabled devices than we've ever done before. And for us, it's a ton of fun. Our roots and our heart is always going to be in the gaming community, but we are experiencing this massive growth in the AI space as well, and I can't tell you how excited we are to help you build those dream computers further down the road. So the biggest thing for us is, no matter how you work, no matter how you play, no matter how you create, we can help you build the dream PC you've always been looking for. Now, coming off of that, we don't just build PCs, we also want to make sure that we're able to provide you with a complete level of service no matter where you are. So what we've done over the last 12 to 18 months is we've rolled out our first in-house, kind of outside of the box service where you can get microcenter support no matter where you are. We kind of joke here at microcenter, one of the things we love the most is our customers' ability and willingness to drive from all over to come visit us. We kind of joke sometimes, we say, nobody lives around the corner from a microcenter. Everybody drives an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to get to us. Well, that can be a challenge if you just need some simple support from one of our experts. Well, thanks to our new program, Priority Care Plus, it's this system where you can have direct access to our home office support team, which is here in Columbus, Ohio. They're ready and waiting to provide you and answer any of your tech questions, no matter what you need. Additionally, if it's something beyond just a simple question at home, it covers all the diagnostics that you're ever going to have on any type of computer that you have in your house as well. So listen, you bring it in, you get it checked in, we're going to cover that diagnostic, we're going to figure out everything that's ailing you and get you going down the road. Now, when we talk about diagnostics, here's the biggest thing that we want to do. Whenever let's say you go to the doctor, you might not necessarily get cured today, but you certainly want to know what's going on, right? You want to know what's ailing you. You want to know that there's a path for fix down the road. And that's the same thing we do here in microcenter service. Our biggest commitment is to same-day diagnostics. So if you're coming in and something's ailing your computer, we're going to get that problem figured out ASAP. The other huge advantage that we have versus other repair places out there is, look, I've got the Candyland of parts behind me, in front of me right here. It's absolutely wild. So I would say probably 60 to 70% of all the repairs that we need to perform, we can just simply go on the floor, pick out that part, and have you rocking and rolling that exact same day. One of the things we understand is that downtime is one of the biggest obstacles that we all face in our computing space, and we want to make sure that we mediate that as best as possible for you. Another big thing about us is when you think about the ability to provide you with the top quality repairs, 13 of the biggest brands out there in the world trust us. So think about your HPs, think about your Dells, think about your Lenovos, think about Apple. Those are just 4 of the 13 brands that entrust their customers' warranty work with us here at microcenter. So whether you buy it from us or whether you buy it from anywhere else, you have the ability to come in and get that unit serviced here under any type of warranty plan that you have, which is absolutely one of the best things that we get the opportunity to do here. Now, outside of that, we all know that the pricing market around components is changing. None of us can afford it. One of the things we love doing here at microcenter is featuring our bundles, where you can get RAM, you can get a motherboard, you can get your processor all bundled together for an extraordinary low price. But if you already have a unit that you really, really love and something's ailing you, once you come in and you get it repaired with us, we have the opportunity to give you what we call our post-repair protect program. And the exciting thing about that program is for one single price, it's gonna cover that unit for the next 2 years. So you don't have to worry about what's going on with RAM pricing or GPU pricing. If you got a custom desktop that you've built, you bring it in. If it needs something, we take care of it. We can get you covered in post-repair protect. You can walk out the door and you're gonna be good to go for 2 full years. So I'm very, very excited about that product and that service offering that we have for everybody now. And then another thing that we talk about here, which is really fun, is, listen, I love playing my computer. I absolutely do. One of the things, not only do I not think about very often, but I also truly don't enjoy doing that much, is cleaning my computer. And sometimes that can end up being kind of in the back of your mind. You don't really think about that. But I can't tell you how many times we'll have a customer come in and let's say the computer's randomly shutting down. Let's say we're experiencing some blue screen issues. Let's say all of a sudden your heat's going through the roof, right? You're starting to have these performance issues. I can't tell you how many times we simply are able to clean that PC and get it back to a very high level of performance. A lot of times you just need to put some new thermal paste on there, or maybe the fans are a little bit gunked up, and it's nobody's fault. It just happens. We use our PCs, we love our PCs, kind of like a car. There's a little bit of performance or preventative maintenance that we have to apply in order to make sure that it's operating at the optimal level. So that's what we do here. So when we think about all of the new and exciting stuff we have going on, we have all of these services. Now, when we think about building our PCs too, I do want to talk about one other service that we launched this year that I think is really exciting. We all love building PCs, but what we really love is building alongside of somebody who just made that purchase. So yes, we can build it for you behind the scenes if you want to, but we also offer a build and learn service. And what's fun about that is if you maybe want to do it, but you don't necessarily want to take the risk and you don't want to turn the screws yourself, you can sign up for our build and learn service. You can work with one of my super nerds here in the back. We'll work shoulder to shoulder with you. We'll build the PC together. If you want to turn all the screws and have us sit on the side and guide you along the way, we can do that. If you want us to turn all the screws and you just want to ask questions, we can do that too. Our time is your time. So as soon as you book one of those services, you have the opportunity to work with some of the very best technicians in the world and go ahead and go through that process. So that's it. That's everything that we have going on in the service space right now. I can't tell you how excited we are to be here. I'm telling you, the line of people flowing through the door is absolutely insane. We still have a line wrapped around the building. We're so fortunate to be here. As a matter of fact, I think we can't talk about where we are today without talking about where we've come from. So the very next segment that we're going to be doing is a little bit of history on microcenter, where we came from, where we were, and especially where we are today. But most importantly, we wouldn't be where we were if it wasn't for all of you out there. We appreciate everything we do. We appreciate the love of tech, and we can't wait to continue servicing you here in Columbus, Ohio, in this amazingly new rebuilt store. Thank you very much and have a good one, everybody. See ya. Cool. Thanks for the signs. Those were helpful.
I was hoping they would be.
Those were good, man.
Good. I didn't know how to convey it.
I did. That's what I was worried about.
That's why I was trying to like scribble things for you to throw in there.
Microcenter is the ultimate destination for all things tech, whether it's computers or networking. And today we're going to talk about our Ubiquity solutions that we carry at Microcenter. And we brought one of our Ubiquity pros from one of our stores. This is Helen.
Hi, I'm Helen from the Miami store, representative. It started since day one of Miami being built.
It's been 2 years now.
Don't hurt me. Don't hurt each other because you were there too.
It feels like yesterday.
I love it.
So since Miami opened, you've been covering all the Ubiquity products that we've been carrying. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So Ubiquity is definitely our networking solution for pretty much anyone. It makes people who aren't usually tech friendly or IT friendly specifically kind of, get their feet wet without them having a heart attack essentially, to jump into it with them feeling that they're in over their heads. They do have solutions from baby, like Wi-Fi solutions, to up to like business solutions. And we do have a lot of their units available for customers alike, whether it's a regular customer or an installers.
Yeah, and we have a wide variety too. So there's a lot to cover today. And we were talking about this a little bit before. A lot of the customers that you get coming in, what are some of the common things that they're asking for when they're looking to change their networking in their home?
So essentially, people just want solutions, and they just kind of want you to fix it for them, which is always a fun time. A lot of the time, the hurdles that we have are depending on whether or not the building that they're living in is made out of something simple like drywall or something more concrete. Wi-Fi does get hit heavily depending on the material that you're living with. But also the idea that, hey, we have renters. We have Airbnb in Miami. The buildings were made in before our time, because I don't remember 1970s. Sure. At that point, we have coax to deal with, and coax is pretty.
Right.
Doesn't do anything for us anymore. So
no Ethernet runs.
Having the idea of letting them know it's like the best solution is hardwiring your house is going to scare a lot of customers that aren't ready for that leap. But it's always good to show them the same brand that does have a solution that doesn't necessarily need all that wiring, which is the important part for them. It kind of like, it's a kiddie pool for them. Yeah. It's not like, I'm not trying to cannonball into the adult pool. I'm just dipping my toe to see how cooked I am with the water.
Right.
So
get them really comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it comes to some of the Wi-Fi solutions that we have, let's start with sort of the central, unit for that. What would you recommend to start with?
Well, the most baby one that we have right now would be the Express 7. That one is if they're just trying to get their Wi-Fi up and running. It's just a little cube put in your house. It has the application for network, and you can buy more than one if you have a bigger house. That way you can outfit your house to where you could have one in the main area, like at the living room, or you can have one in your office and then the secondary one somewhere else that's going to be important for you guys. The other one that I usually pair this with would be like the Dream Router 7, which we will show you at the store later today. It'll look like your, egg-shaped unit, but that one is the one that I would recommend for people who want to have also some security for their house, as well as if they want to have some access integrations with like a doorbell or whatnot, because Ubiquiti does actually have some of those things available to where you can have a little doorbell and it'll let you know that someone's at your door.
And that all works wirelessly?
And a lot of that will work wirelessly, yes. They have different setups. So you have a PoE version, which is the cat cable we were talking about earlier. Mm-hmm. And then we have the idea of where you can have a Wi-Fi doorbell and it can, let you know without having to mess up your house.
That's very cool. And you talked about security as well. So how would that connect?
So if you can nab me that little instant there, this is their Wi-Fi camera. They have a G6 and a G4 that we sell in the store. Mm-hmm. That guy, Wi-Fi camera, I call it the nursery camera when I sell it. You'll see why in 2 seconds. You can leave it anywhere. You can leave it on a desk. You can leave it, somewhere maybe near the crib for your kids or maybe for your four-legged kids. You have a 2K version and a 4K version, but the important part about it is the fact that you have two-way audio. So if you need to calm your pets down, in an example that because you're away for the day or you see them going kind of stir crazy, you can use that two-way audio to communicate with them and simmer them down without actually having to get up because life is tiring.
Right. So it's fully wireless. Is there battery?
No, it's just an AC adapter.
Got it. So you can plug that in anywhere.
Yeah.
And I've used Ring cameras in the past and they work well. Like they're good. They have two-way audio. Mm-hmm. But the one downside is if you want to unlock the full functionality of it, you have that yearly subscription that comes with it.
Correct.
What about this guy?
What's that? What's a subscription?
Yeah.
Why Ubiquiti is so popular is because of the idea that Ubiquiti does have networking solutions without having a hidden agenda in the back wall. So subscriptions, not a thing. With other brands, there's a life expectancy with certain products that essentially after a certain point, they just phase you out and then they compel you to buy the new one, which that tackled with the idea that they have an ecosystem that is basically makes it easy for people who have multiple places to live or multiple sites that they want to have Wi-Fi solutions. You have one ecosystem that you can just access through one account and it'll show you multiple sites without having to go anywhere else.
So in theory, if you have a home and a small business, you can have everything on the same account. You could see all of that. You have all of your security needs met, but all of that data is also kept locally.
Correct.
It's not going to the cloud. It's not going to any third-party services. It's all retained within your system.
if you ever do decide to upgrade to the other ones that do have, if you want to have some more data retention, they actually do have, there's like a UNAS, which is for data redundancy for networking purposes. Then NVR you would have a hard drive on it. So you also have that physical aspect to it, to where you can back up your own information, and at that point it is safe without having for you to, go into the deep end, if you will.
Right. Oh, that's very cool. And so in the wireless realm, it definitely seems like there's a lot of coverage here. In terms of, getting it set up, how easy is it to get all of this set up and get them to mesh and connect together?
It's easily adoptable. You start with what I call the brain, which is usually the router. So in this case, it would be something like the Gateway Ultra or the Express 7. You start getting those guys up and running, they automatically start updating themselves, connect them, and then at that point, when they're ready to adopt, you log into your account and it'll showcase your management. From there, you can then attach something like one of their meshes. This one works well with the Dream Router 7 that I mentioned earlier. For other gateways that they have, we do have the U7 Pro, because these are PoE based. You would be able to connect them, and then at that point, it would just be red. It's ready to adopt, and you just click a button.
And if you want to step up, right? We've covered people who want to stay in a wireless solution, people who want to keep things kind of simple. If you're a renter, you just need to get access from one part of your apartment to the other, right? But if you're someone who's a little bit more serious, maybe a little bit more home labby, and maybe you're looking for a little bit more throughput, what are you looking for there?
So depending what your nerd level is, we have the UCG fiber, which is one of their most up-to-date Homelab ones. You're getting 2 SFP 10 gigs, you're getting 1 RJ45, which is the cat cable we talked about earlier, 10 gig, and you have a switch with 2.5 as well as a PoE plus output, because that one, for all the bells and whistles, it doesn't have Wi-Fi, but that's where this guy comes in, and it's pretty much meant to handle this guy. And then you already have your 1,500 square feet for a Wi-Fi solution with a gateway that does have the throughput that you would want, or if you ever do decide to install that NAS or install that NVR. If you do decide to go that route, it'll basically be more future-proof for you, which is kind of what people want. They know that they're going to be handling a lot of data later. At that point, it does get to be a little bit where it has to fit the needs of the customer, and that's where we just come in as representatives of Ubiquiti or representatives of microcenter, that we just come in and we try to mix and match to their needs.
Right. That's awesome. And so with home labbing too, that type of customer, when they're getting that serious level of switch, especially when you get PoE involved, where the only thing you need really is that cat cable running from the device all the way to your access point. Now we're looking at long cable runs, we're looking at installer tools, we're looking at a lot of other things that we do actually carry at Microcenter.
We do. One of the best parts about access points is because a lot of people want the solution without it mucking up the decorations of their house. So the idea of I want a Wi-Fi solution that my wife isn't going to kill me about. And how do you answer that? It's okay, so a ceiling mount, as long as you have capability to attach it to the ceiling, if you have the cable run for it, then you're never going to notice that, what looks like giant smoke detector on the ceiling of your house. And at least it won't beep at you when the batteries are low.
Yeah, I mean, with PoE, no battery issues, and also they are aesthetically pleasing. Yes. And the access points, they come in, black and white, right?
They come in black and white. Usually people go with the white idea because a lot of, white makes more space, black kind of makes less space in a room. And they just like the clean aspect, it just looks clean. But they do have the U7 Pro, which looks like a discus. A lot of my coworkers, they jokingly like to scare me with yeeting. I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that to me. I was like,
it's like a Frisbee.
It's like a Frisbee. It's like, let's not try it, please. It's very easy to, but it does showcase that it's very easy to remove from its mount if you ever do need to clean it up, or if you ever just need to check the cabling. And then they do have the XG line, which is their 10 gig line. That's the easiest way because they went Roman numeral, which works for me because I know my Roman numerals.
Right.
But the XG line is their 10 gig uplink. But the idea of that is that, that one would work for the overachiever in your home lab, and then for a small business or a business, and depending on the scale of that business, that XG access point would cover their bases to a very good degree.
That's awesome. And so we've talked a little bit about a lot of the different products here and some of the products we have at the store. But that's only half of the equation. Obviously no subscription or anything like that, but Ubiquiti does have tools that you can use to sort of plan out what you want to get set up in your home. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So they have the idea of design center, which is pretty much easy, free for people to use. You can do a demo. I usually use the demo to showcase how Wi-Fi gets hindered by the materials of walls. But the idea of the design center is that if you do have your floor print, you can design your floor print, and then whatever you think was gonna make sense for your house, you can input their devices on that floor plan and just go from there. And it'll design it for you, and it'll give you the range of how much room do you have for access point. Do you really need another access point in this area? Drywall gonna be a hindrance for you if it's on the one side of the house. That's what the design center is for. I actually had one guy who was cabling his house at the time, and he was doing it, but he was an overachiever because he never wanted to do it again. So he had showed me where his case was. I sent him the link for the design center, and I showed him put in your floor plan there. And then at that point, did the Dream Machine, he did the cable modem. He at that point kind of went with one of the first rack mount switch. I think he went with the 24 PoE, just because with the amount of access points he wanted to put in, as well as cameras, the PTZ is a chunky boy. So that one needs a little bit more oomph. If you try going a smaller scale, it's gonna bite you in the end. You may run out of PoE space, which is kind of, you want one-stop shop essentially. So that way you don't have to buy another switch just because you didn't future-proof yourself a little bit.
That's like our studio setup. We had PoE on PoE because we did not future-proof.
I mean, when one is growing, that's like the upside of Ubiquiti, is that they do have solutions. If you want to, like, are you buying for now, or to quick solution now, or are you planning to, make sure it lasts 2 to 3 years, or are you just never?
All right, you ready?
I am ready.
All right, we are good. So whenever you point. All right, and we are back here talking about Microcenter's long history, and I've got a very special guest. This is Tom Welch, the general manager of Microcenter Columbus, the grand reopened Microcenter Columbus.
Grand reopened, so exciting.
You've been with us for a very long time.
This is the 40th year.
Okay.
Yes.
So you've been with us since like even Lane Avenue and everything.
So I started at Lane Avenue in 1986. At that point in time, I think Westerville was a year or two old, so we had the 2 stores.
Okay.
And it's been a fun 40 years to see us grow from that to what we have now.
Yeah.
Just the number of customers that are coming in this store today, it's just incredible. So it's very exciting.
I mean, I guess the quickest question I have is, what is the biggest change you've seen over these 40 years? Like, what is the biggest thing about Microcenter that has shifted? And honestly, what's the biggest thing that stayed the same?
We'll start with the thing that has stayed the same. I mean, we're very fortunate, and really it's a testament to it with what you see here today. I mean, we had people waiting 3 hours to get in the store in a line longer than I've seen in my 40 years here. And I think the reason for that is the thing that's never changed in the 40 years I've been with us is our focus on customers, sales associate knowledge, assortment, and price.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been the focus since the day I started. I remember John Baker, who founded the company, he was our trainer when I started. And I remember him asking us a question as to why we thought he started the business. And all of us were like, well, to make money. And he said, no, I started the business so that I could help people enrich their lives through technology. And that's been the underlying theme ever since. So we try to make sure we are at the forefront of the categories that we carry, which is why we're getting big into AI right now, which is why 3D printing is kind of taken on a life of its own in our stores. It's why Ubiquiti has become a big player for us. It's all stuff that people want or is emerging, and we haven't lost focus on trying to ensure that we either have the knowledge, we've got the product, we've got the price, and we have the service. And again, to see as many people that have come into the store today has been a testament for the last 40 years that this has continued to work.
Yeah, it's been absolutely busy as all get out here. It's wonderful seeing everyone show up. I mean, I guess let's talk 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Describe Microcenter Westerville. Describe Lane Avenue.
So I started out as a sales associate at Lane Avenue in 1986 selling MS-DOS computers.
Are these photos Westerville or Lane, you think?
That's Lane Avenue.
Okay.
And those photos are from a hair before I joined us. I'm going to guess that's probably 1983, 84. That appears to be the Apple department at the time. We were one of the first. We probably were the first to carry Apple computers in a retail location. That area became our corporate offices. When I started, that was our corporate offices.
Okay.
But the sign on that door says Apple Personal Computers, and there's Apple Personal Computers on a display. So I'm going to assume that was the Apple department before it moved downstairs to where I knew it from.
Yeah. And this is our Lane Avenue store?
That is the Lane Avenue store. So that store is the front. That is actually a Whole Foods store today in Columbus, down on Lane Avenue, which is near campus. That is the front of the Lane Avenue Shopping Center. The business actually started in a 900 square foot small store in the back of the shopping center. John had put a sign on the door that said computers. He told me he had a couple of shelves that he had computers on, and then they went out and tried to drum up business and sell computers. And then over time, between 1980 and 86 when I started, that little store moved up into the front. And there were multiple stores in that location. We had an atrium in the middle with an escalator, which you can see in that previous picture. Now it's not that picture. I think it's that picture. There's an escalator that's right here, and this is an atrium, an open atrium. But there were storefronts all around that. As they went out of business, we started to take it over. And really our whole departmentalization concept emerged from that. We had a department such as this one that's Apple. We had a department where I started, which was selling DOS computers. We had a department that sold nothing but accessories for those computers. We had another department that sold books. At one point, we had over 30,000 books, lots of magazines. And then we had our service department, and we had an education department. And so we were very departmentalized, and the reason for that was we wanted to have the expertise in each department about those computers so we could make sure customers were getting the right products.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've maintained that to this day as well. We've tried to maintain that concept.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Do you have any particularly standout memories from these early times, especially this old school Lane Avenue style? What was the vibe, I guess?
So it was very busy. I mean, we didn't have a lot of parking, nothing like we have today. And very busy is all relative. I mean, we didn't have the square footage that this has, but we were very busy. When I started, we went from 8 people in this department that I sold in to 13. Eventually got up to 20. We had 5 or 6 people selling Apple computers. We had probably a dozen people selling accessories. And then we had, when I started, this area that's over here became a department called PersCom. And that's where we had Ataris. We had Apple IIes in that department. PersCom was personal, educational, and recreational computers. And so anything that had to do with really the first gaming that was out, some of the educational software that was out, was in that department. And then the systems department was more business applications. It was spreadsheets, word processing, databases. Apple was the same thing, but Apple got more into desktop publishing because they had the graphics operating system and a laser printer that was capable of printing different fonts. You didn't have that on the MS-DOS side. And so people that were doing page layout migrated to the Apple side, and we had people in there that were familiar with desktop publishing and could provide people with the knowledge on how to do that. So,
well, let me pivot a little bit here because the next thing I have on right here is the grand opening, I believe, of our Mayfield store up in Cleveland. I got a big Northeast Ohio, which is actually the first Micro Center I ever went to. I'm from Cleveland originally. Did you help out with the Mayfield Heights opening?
I did. I was up in Mayfield during their hiring process, and I was up there during the grand opening. So I actually was involved with Mayfield, Sharonville, Fairfax, our Tustin, California store. So at that point in time, we had a hiring team and a store opening team, but a lot of it was made up of people from the Lane Avenue and Westerville stores. And then as we opened stores, we would get people from some of those stores to go help out as well.
Right.
And yeah, the IBM PS1, I could, it's an interesting story. Like when I first started, I wasn't that familiar with IBM PCs.
Yeah.
8088, 8086 processors were 8-bit processors, and that was what I sold a lot of. 286 machines came out, they were 16-bit, and they were capable of addressing 640K of RAM. 512 was what I kind of knew.
Yeah.
In order to get the 640K, or I'm sorry, we could go up to 1 megabyte of RAM. You could get the 640 on the 8088s. But you get to 1 megabyte, you had to have a circuit board that Lotus, Intel, and Microsoft had written a standard for to address that RAM in the computer. So this is funny. I mean, it's not really funny, but I didn't understand that technology. It confused me.
Yeah.
So I stayed selling the 8088 and 8086 machines and passed those more expensive machines to people that knew more about it. When IBM introduced their micro-channel architecture, which is the PS1, PS2, and their Model 25 line of computers, it was a completely new architecture inside the computer.
Yeah.
And I studied up on that and became pretty well versed at that technology, and that started to bypass then really the 286 and 386s at the time. They had a more graphical interface. They were able to actually present more colors on the screen, and they were a little bit faster than what the other machines were doing. So we got pretty big into that, as seen on that as the front page of that ad.
Yeah.
And that's our circular at the time. That was our broadsheet. We used to mail that out to customers. Post office wasn't really happy with it because they would have to carry a whole bunch around and send them out. They got pretty heavy. But most of our advertising was done through that. And then really we relied on word of mouth to spread the word, which is what we still do. We still rely on our customers to let their friends and family know about us. And fortunately, they continue to do that.
Yeah, that was a big thing. As I said, I worked here about 2016, and in the front end and everything like that, we were all very much, the marketing department that exists now just didn't exist in the way that it does. It was mostly with these broadsheets. And yeah, I remember folding so many of these broadsheets to hand out to people when we were checking out.
We used to have stacks of them.
Yeah, so many of them. Hey, do we want to cut to one of those videos that we have really quick? Because there's some absolutely gorgeous old, like 1984, 1987 VHS footage that is just worth showing off for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, let's do that.
You said, while Jordan is pulling that up, you said these are a little bit before your time, you think?
I think most of them are before my time. There are some that I recognized in our service department. I know at least one of the people that was there, and she was there when I was there. But some of the other people I don't recognize. Obviously, I recognize the store, and that's our Westerville store. If that's showing on the screen now.
It should be, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's already got that retro sparkle to it. There is something just so charming. We love specifically the old Apple style, those colors and everything. We're trying to integrate it more into like some of our end bumpers and everything.
Yeah, it's fun seeing the old the departments. We had a lot of sit-down displays at that point in time because we actually had to teach customers how to create a spreadsheet, how to write a document, how to print that spreadsheet out. So you would sit down next to the customer and really teach them.
Yeah.
Because it would have been their first computer.
Right. I mean, we had a bunch of classrooms in the Columbus location for a long time.
We actually had classrooms here. I mean, really, some of the space we've taken over with this remodel used to be the original classrooms that were in this location when we moved here in '95.
That is really, really awesome stuff. You know what? I'm going to do something a little bit fun here. I'm going to hand you one of these old WIM books.
Yeah.
Are these oh my gosh, this is so much heavier than I could have possibly imagined.
Yeah, but you know, it was interesting because there was somebody in the store about a week or so ago that was talking to me about the original Toshiba laptops that we had.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't even know, $4,000 or $5,000 for a Toshiba laptop. It was way heavier than this.
Yeah.
And really before that, it was the luggables. You had compact suitcase types of computers.
Right.
That we actually used to use as our POS station, but they had a handle on them so you could carry them around. And then that notebook format took place. WinBook was our line. Really WinBook and PowerSpec, they both came about to offer a better option at a more affordable price.
Yeah.
And so WinBook was our foray into notebook computers. It got to the point where the name brand manufacturers got their prices down where it didn't quite make as much sense to continue the WinBook line.
Right.
But our PowerSpec line continues to this day to be really our best-selling desktop computer.
I have the date. These started in 1993, both WinBook and PowerSpec.
Yeah.
And yeah, WinBook, as you said, kind of shifted away, but PowerSpec is still running incredibly strongly. We do a lot of gaming and AI stuff with it now.
PowerSpec started out in the basement of our Lane Avenue location.
Yeah.
We had a gentleman named Kevin Hollingshead who would go down there and he would put different configurations together and test them out and make sure they worked. And then once we had something that we liked, we took it to manufacturing and had them produced and put them in the stores. So the thing about PowerSpec was, and it still exists to this day too, we didn't put a lot of bloatware on it. We didn't put any really software on it except for Windows, because most of our customers, they don't want that. They don't want paid for advertising coming from a vendor. We just wanted to make sure they got a quality product that performed at a level that was above what the competitors were offering at a price that was less.
Right.
And that's still the objective of PowerSpec.
So this might be a little bit of a loaded question. I'm kind of trying to steer us towards other stores, but I feel like I already know what the answer is going to be. Do you have a favorite microcenter location that's not Columbus?
It's not Columbus? I managed our Fairfax store for 5 years, so I probably would say Fairfax.
Okay.
I have a lot of positive memories from there. I traveled to most of our stores.
Yeah.
And so they're all, we're very fortunate that we've been able to maintain our culture throughout. So they all are very, very good.
I mean, with a slight pivot, speaking of opening stores and everything, we have a number of mugs here, including 2 on either end of our brand new Columbus mugs from this opening. And then it kind of builds in towards the center Lane Avenue mug.
Yep.
Is that from our original opening on Lane Avenue?
So I have some of these mugs at home.
Yeah.
I don't know that I recall the Lane Avenue and Westerville print on them.
Right.
So obviously this would have been around when Westerville was around.
Yeah.
Which is also, again, when I started.
Hold that for you.
But we had those mugs stacked in our departments. We handed those out to customers. I mean, we had offices that would come over and want a case of them because they would put them in their break rooms and use them as their coffee cups. I mean, that was pretty good promotion. That was a pretty popular item back in the day. I think I have a half dozen of those at home. And they all have a little bit different format to them. So where that one is in the timeline, I'm not 100% positive, but it's got to be somewhere in that 84 to 87 range.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
And yeah, obviously since then we have continued to do these mugs for basically every one of our store openings. We have a number of them of just different
pretty
styles.
Exciting to have the Columbus mug now. I know I've started a collection. I mean, this is another Columbus one. We've got the color version, the two-toned version. We've got Miami. This is Miami, right?
It is. That's a favorite of mine,
yeah,
honestly.
I
love
It's got a nice color. You got the sunrise, sunset.
I believe...
Which one is this?
This is Silicon Valley. That would be our...
Oh, that's Santa Clara
Santa
store.
Clara, yes, it would, yeah.
So...
That was an absolutely gorgeous opening, I will say, the one thing I cannot get over enough is walking into this store, having spent so much time here, so many hours, and being like, I just stepped into Santa Clara. Like, something went wrong here. Why did I drive in Columbus?
For a number of years, we tried to create the store experience where if you went into one, you'd have the same in the other.
Yeah.
For those of you that have shopped our stores over time, you know that it's not quite the same. The layouts are different. And so the look and feel is going to be different.
Right.
But now we've got, I think this is our 7th store in this format of
Yeah.
our 30, or it's our 6th, and Austin's going to be our 7th. I don't really remember. But we're getting more and more stores to this format. And when you do walk into one, then you know, it's like, oh, I saw that same thing in the other location.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're really trying to get more and more of that same look and feel, same operating processes and procedures, and then deliver the same customer experience that we've always wanted to deliver.
Right.
And people can go from store to store and have the same experience.
Well, I mean, along the lines of customer experiences, we do have a couple of receipts from, oh, good Lord, 1994. This is 5/15/94 for a Sierra Red Baron 3.5-inch floppy for $30. I think that's what I'm looking at here. These are some very old school. Oh, LucasArts X-Wing, the old game, 45. Yep. Wow. Yep. These are some really.
What year is that one?
That
one's 80s.
93,
93,
94. Let's see, do we have another 94? And another 94. Yeah, oh, big Star Wars fan, clearly. We've got LucasArts TIE Fighter in here, too.
So these receipts, and actually this one has, no, it doesn't. I thought it was the carbon copy. So we had Okidata 320 printers were our receipt printers. Okay. And then we had the forms, and it was a 2-part form. So we gave the customer one piece, we kept the other piece.
Yeah.
But those were tractor fed. We had to tear off the edges. And then we had that big compact luggable was our point of sale system with an Okidata 320 printer connected to it. And then we used to ring up everything ourselves too. We didn't have cashiers back in those days. So when I started selling, we rang up the product, we carried it out to the customer, we were their contact for support. If we had to add the RAM, or we were adding that Lotus Intel Microsoft board to increase the RAM, we installed that, we were the builder.
Yeah.
So we did a little bit of everything, but these were the receipts that we printed out and gave to the customer. Yeah, I used to have a pocket full. They were a 3-part receipt. So I kept one myself, and that's how I would track my sales throughout the day. I'd have a pocket full of them. I'd set my goal and say, this is how many transactions I want to do, this is how much volume I want to do, and then I would track it throughout the day through those receipts.
So I was going to say, we also had this fall off, which seems to be a clearance tag from way back when?
That was a clearance tag way back, yeah. A little bit different than what we have now, very similar.
Yeah, so along those same lines, obviously you used to walk up and actually bring your whole purchase or your customer's purchase to the front, check it out, all that good stuff. Obviously now we are putting tags on boxes and all that good stuff. How did that come to be?
We are. So the stickering program, was something that I actually had initiated. Dave Mannering, who I worked really closely with, Greg Miller, who I've worked closely with, they kind of took the concept and ran with it and actually made it they materialized it and made it happen. But back in these days, and yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but this receipt says associate on it.
Yeah.
And when we were at Lane Avenue, we rung it up. I was the associate.
Right.
And so I got credit for everything that I sold that was under the associate ID. When we opened up our Sharonville, our Mayfield, our Fairfax stores, we didn't change anything except that we changed a little bit of the layout and we had cashiers, but there was still only an associate.
Okay.
And at that point in time, there wasn't any way to give credit to anybody that sold anything.
Right.
So everything dropped into a big pool and everybody shared it. And that worked.
Yeah.
But not to the degree. We always have wanted people to get paid for the level of performance that they provide. So if you get in front of more people, if you help more people, you can make more money. But we didn't have a way to do it with this system.
Yeah.
And so I was actually at a sporting goods store. I was at Galleons when Galleons was still around. And I was buying some running socks. And I saw the sales lady put a sticker on my product. And I asked her what that was for. And she said, that's how we track who we help.
Yeah.
And that's how people know how many people that I helped today. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. If we were able to do that with each line item, then people could get that individual credit. So that's what we did. We changed the one sales ID to a line item program. And now it doesn't matter who helps you in the store, that person is going to get credit for it. And the people that help more people are going to make more money, and that's always been the objective.
Right, yeah. No, we've always been very driven on like making sure that our associates are helping customers to the best of their ability, and in doing so, they have to know what they're talking about. That is the
Right.
one thing that is absolutely
Yep.
true of microcenter, is that our associates are on the ball when it comes to this sort of knowledge. Hey, we are starting to wrap up here a little bit. We're going to have to start to move over to the next section. We have about 2 minutes left. Is there anything that you want to say before we move on?
I mean, really, I'm in my 40th. I'm finishing up my 40th year, and around the country right now, I watch the social media comments. I see everybody that wants us to have a store in their market. I see all of the people when we have these grand reopenings or grand openings and the lines of people that are coming out. It's amazing. I just want to say thank you to everybody for making microcenter relevant. I mean, in times when retail is dying, we're growing, and we're growing because of the people that keep coming into our store. So I'd just like to say thanks. When I look back at the time when John started this business and what he told us he wanted to accomplish from it, and see where we're at now and how that vision really has played out, probably greater than any of us could have ever thought. It's been fun to be a part of, and I just appreciate not only everybody that works for us, but all of you that come in and shop with us, and everybody that wants us to have a store in their market. I think that hopefully they're coming soon. So I just want to say thanks.
We've had some pretty big requests just
I
across
know,
the world,
I know.
honestly.
I watch it, yeah.
Well, hey, Tom, thank you so much
thank
for
you.
talking with us.
Thank
This has
you.
been absolutely fantastic and a great look back at our history from someone who actually lived a good chunk of it.
A lot of it, yeah. So thank you.
Well, hey, keep tuned on the live stream. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
Genuinely, everything
We've been playing with the AMD Ryzen AI Halo all week, and I gotta say, we've been having a lot of fun with this thing.
Oh yeah, you got the opportunity to unbox it and kind of set it up for the first time, and I got to install Hermes Agent on it, which I think is gonna be incredibly useful.
Speaking of use case, we wanted to find a use case that would be kind of custom to us here in our studio space. So we wanted to find a way to integrate the AI Halo and all of this local AI compute in a way that we could all leverage to kind of help us collectively in the studio.
Yeah, absolutely. But one of the things that I really like about this kind of a box is that you have a ton of RAM to fill up, and the model we're using is Quinn 3.6 35B A3B, and even at full context at 262,000 tokens, it's only like 40 gigs. So we have like 50 some odd gigabytes of room to play.
So there's a lot of other things that we can add to it in terms of functionality.
Oh yeah, and they don't all have to be language models either, which
Okay.
is really interesting.
For this video, we kind of wanted to do an exercise of leveraging this for a practical everyday use case.
Yeah.
So when Jacob and I were talking about like what we wanted to do with this, we started spitballing an idea that we had.
Yeah.
You know, there's always so much going on here in the studio in terms of organization and knowing what's going on in the studio.
Filming schedules.
All of that. So we thought, what if we just made an AI enhanced studio assistant? And this is something that has to be accessible by everyone here in the studio.
Yep.
It has to know what's going on in the studio at all times. And it has to be, I don't know, interactive in a way that's very helpful, right? That doesn't feel burdensome.
Yeah.
Right? Like it should be easy, very little friction.
Yeah, I just want to be able to ask it a quick question and have it respond.
Let's brainstorm, what are we going to do for our studio assistant? And fortunately over here, I have our very big whiteboard.
So what all responsibilities does it need to have? So I think it needs to be able to schedule time at the studio.
I think it needs to get us markers that work. I always forget which one. Is it? I think it's this one.
Yeah, it's that way. Oh, you did it in the middle? I always did like straight up and down. Wonder if that's like regional.
The cool S has different regional differences.
Yeah, like we always, instead of bringing it back in, it was all straight down. So
Oh,
it's just,
really?
like, super pointy.
See, that was the way I was always told growing up. The cool S.
Yeah.
Okay, so our studio assistant, right? Let's brainstorm. Before we even start coding or getting into anything, we want to come up with all of the use cases that we want to do and figure out how to integrate them all together.
Yeah.
One of the benefits that we have here in the studio is high bandwidth networking.
And we have a lot of it. We have 10 gig running throughout the studio, and it's going to be all the way over to our offices as well. So
that's awesome. So we have good interconnect between everything that we need. So in terms of what a studio assistant would do, right? So it has to do scheduling. So what's that, like managing our calendars?
Yeah, well, I would say that we have like a studio calendar that we could manage. It can manage who's shooting what and in what space.
I like that. Okay. But how's it going to know if someone's in the studio?
Well, we could give it eyes with a literal camera. We could do a couple of different techniques.
Microcenter is the ultimate destination for all things tech, whether it's computers or networking. And today we're going to talk about our Ubiquity solutions that we carry at Microcenter. And we brought one of our Ubiquity pros from one of our stores. This is Helen.
Hi, I'm Helen from the Miami store representative. It started since day one of Miami being built.
It's been 2 years now.
Don't hurt me. Don't hurt each other because you were there too.
It feels like yesterday.
I love it.
So since Miami opened, you've been covering all the Ubiquity products that we've been carrying. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So Ubiquity is definitely our networking solution for pretty much anyone. It makes people who aren't usually tech friendly or IT friendly specifically kind of, get their feet wet without them having a heart attack essentially, to jump into it with them feeling that they're in over their heads. They do have solutions from baby, like Wi-Fi solutions, to up to like business solutions. And we do have a lot of their units available for customers alike, whether it's a regular customer or installers.
Yeah, and we have a wide variety too. So there's a lot to cover today. And we were talking about this a little bit before. A lot of the customers that you get coming in, what are some of the common things that they're asking for when they're looking to change their networking in their home?
So essentially people just want solutions and they just kind of want you to fix it for them, which is always a fun time. A lot of the time, the hurdles that we have are depending on whether or not the building that they're living in is made out of something simple like drywall or something more concrete, Wi-Fi does get hit heavily depending on the material that you're living with. But also the idea that, hey, we have renters. We have Airbnb in Miami. The buildings were made in before our time, because I don't remember 1970s. Sure. At that point, we have coax to deal with, and coax is pretty.
Right.
Doesn't do anything for us anymore. So
No Ethernet runs.
having the idea of letting them know it's like the best solution is hardwiring your house is going to scare a lot of customers that aren't ready for that leap. But it's always good to show them the same brand that does have a solution that doesn't necessarily need all that wiring, which is the important part for them. It kind of like, it's a kiddie pool for them. Yeah. It's not like, I'm not trying to cannonball into the adult pool. I'm just dipping my toe to see how cooked I am with the water.
Right.
So
get them really comfortable with it. And so when it comes to some of the Wi-Fi solutions that we have, let's start with sort of the central, unit for that. What would you recommend to start with?
Well, the most baby one that we have right now would be the Express 7. That one is if they're just trying to get their Wi-Fi up and running. It's just a little cube put in your house. It has the application for network, and you can buy more than one if you have a bigger house. That way you can outfit your house to where you could have one in the main area, like at the living room, or you can have one in your office and then the secondary one somewhere else that's going to be important for you guys. The other one that I usually pair this with would be like the Dream Router 7, which we will show you at the store later today. It'll look like your, egg-shaped unit, but that one is the one that I would recommend for people who want to have also some security for their house, as well as if they want to have some access integrations with like a doorbell or whatnot, because Ubiquiti does actually have some of those things available to where you can have a little doorbell and it'll let you know that someone's at your door.
And that all works wirelessly?
And a lot of that will work wirelessly, yes. They have different setups. So you have a PoE version, which is the cat cable we were talking about earlier. And then we have the idea
They haven't figured out what's going to be the process for that yet. It's different than the QR code, so I just want to make that clear at the start. The QR code scan is for, where'd the other tower go?
Service is setting up the other PC right now for the giveaway.
Earlier this morning, Jordan built a PC, and I was kind of co-hosting with him. That PC is being given away, and that's part of the QR code you scan here at the store. So for those of you watching online, sorry, but that's why these events are so much fun to be at. But microcenter chose some parts here for me to put together on this system. You know, it's not much. It's just a 9800X3D. It's just a 5080. You know, kind of get the job done, right? We were talking about how cheap this system would cost. So I think everyone will agree, though, this is probably the cheapest you could get it for would be at Microcenter. So with that said, I'm going to start building it. If you guys have any questions, just wave your hand. We've got Jordan over here kind of helping. Jordan's not talking as much as he normally would because he's got the laryngitis. I think he's got the work-itis, actually, but, you know.
I need a vacation, guys.
I'll go through the full part selection here real quick. So I did utilize the bundle, though. I chose that. The 9800X3D is still the GOAT when it comes to best of both worlds. It's a single CCD, 8-core, 16-thread, but it's great at gaming, still can do productivity. It's got 32 gigs of Flare X for the, obviously for AMD. It's got Expo Profile, 6,000 mega transfer, CL30, I think it's 30, I believe. Can't really see it. And then for the motherboard that was paired with that one, a little overkill, but it is the ROG X870E. It's the Strix. So that's the bundle combo right there. Power supply and RM1000X, plenty of growth for future 80 series tier GPUs. Not enough for a 5090, but I'm sure the 7 people that can buy one are sad. Prime GPU because, well, GPUs are expensive, and in this instance here, I like the Prime because it's kind of no frills. There's no RGB or crazy, glowing screens and stuff on it. It's just 5080 performance with without a lot of the extra price increasing components on there. But we did increase the price on the AIO. We figured why not go big. This is the Hydro Shift 2 from Lee & Lee. It's the OLED curved panel. These waterfall curved panels are kind of really becoming popular these days. Sensor panels have made a huge hit over the last few years. They kind of build it in now with their L-Connect software. So, there's this. I've never built with this cooler, so it'll be interesting to see how different it is from the non-screen version of the Hydro Shift. And then the Lee & Lee CG237. I've personally not built in this case before, so it'll be interesting to compare to like the Landcool 216, 217, and some of the other popular airflow cases from Lee & Lee. So with that, I'm going to start unpackaging everything, and I'll let Jordan kind of do a little crowd work.
All right, guys, we're going to ask some of the people here a couple of questions. So I'll start off with you. Is there anything that you want to ask Jay? And make sure you project so we can hear you.
Let's see, what do I have in mind? Gosh. I don't know. I actually don't know if I have a question. I'm just happy to be here.
Hey, Jay, what's your favorite color?
Well, many would probably just think it's black, but that's just because I wear black all day at work. Right. My favorite color is actually blue, but I've been rethinking that considering I learned a few years ago I'm blue-yellow colorblind. I didn't know that, so blue looks very different to me than most people. So I like the way blue looks to me. How about that?
Okay, I got you.
That was a really good question. Good job.
Thank you for that.
How about you? Do you have a question for Jay?
How much do you use AI in your daily life?
Honest question, every day. But I use it to verify certain things that are easy to verify, like equations, formulas, Excel spreadsheet formulas, things like that. So I use LLMs for quick formula copy paste on things that I don't know how to do. And especially since I've been teaching myself Fusion 360, I will take a screenshot of something I'm having a modeling issue with, throw it into ChatGPT, and then I'll ask it like, hey, I've got this weird scallop. Why is it doing this? And if I show it, like if I expand all my menus and show it what I did, it'll usually tell me, hey, you use this process, this setting here is why this is happening. It's wrong like 80% of the time, but it usually gets me to an end result by even wrong information is still something I can deduce into why something's happening. So honestly, it's something that I do use every day, but not creatively. Like I've seen a lot of creators that will use it for video content ideas, title ideas, or even just, I don't know, full-on script writing. I don't do any of that. So I use it in a more engineering aspect, if you will.
Oh, wait, now he's got a question. Okay.
How often do you use Linux? Do you care to use it more?
You know, now that the Epic Game Store is coming there, I think it's becoming harder to deny that Linux is getting a more mainstream following.
Yeah.
Steam Machine obviously has made it a lot more approachable for people, I think, especially with desktop mode. So now people can get a little bit exposed to Arch without Arch being Arch.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, Arch is like a fully customizable kernel that you have to build. And so people get thrown off by that because it's not just an OS you load up. It's just a foundation you have to build. So that's why Bazide and Fedora, Fedora and Ubuntu and stuff like that get such great traction.
I've been mainlining Linux for a few months, so it's been pretty good.
If I didn't still use so many programs every day at work that don't have Linux versions, I probably would have already made the switch, honestly.
There you go. That's a really good question.
Which game do you daily drive?
Ooh, outside of World of Warships? Man, I'm a hardcore Battlefield gamer. I always have been. I feel like the last couple versions of Battlefield haven't been great, in my opinion, but yeah, Battlefield is still one I'll go on there and just really kind of veg out for a while on there.
All right, we'll do one more. Yeah, what do you got?
All right. Now I'm on the spot. Okay. I know you built like several PCs.
I built a what?
You built like several PCs in your lifetime. What do you think's been like the hardest thing when you're trying to imagine what you're trying to build?
Honestly, it's any sort of non-cookie cutter like water cooling build. Especially if I'm having to do like custom bends and stuff like that, even though I can't even count how many systems like that. Every single time I'm short a fitting here or I overlooked something there, and then I'm waiting on rush delivery for something to get to me so I can finish the build. And you would think that because I've done it so many times that wouldn't be the case, but I think because I've done it so much is why that's the case, because sometimes you just get so, like it's so repetitious, you kind of make mistakes because you're almost just repeating the same pattern. So, but the thing is, that's an easy mistake for you not to make because none of that's necessary, like custom water-cooled PCs. But that's just something I've always loved about PC and throwing liquid in it. And no matter how many you order, you think you're going to have enough, and you don't.
All right, so I'm going to be on gremlin duty. I'm going to help you with some of these other parts and get these all set up.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
I started to unscrew this one, and I realized the number 1 slot's technically this guy over here.
That one always throws me off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has anybody here ever not built a computer before? Oh, that's a first. I've never had anyone not raise their hand.
This little guy right here.
Where? Did I miss it?
This little guy right here. Have you ever built a PC before? Would you like to put an SSD in?
You want to come put the SSD in?
You want to come take a look? Come here. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this back on. Okay, so it's going to go right here, right? So go ahead and push that button down. There. Now you can pick that up and just set that to the side. And now we need to remove this little plastic right there. So try and get that plastic off if you can. There you go. Now I'll show you the way this is going to look, and then you can do it, okay? So you see how there's that little notch right there? And there's that little plastic piece in there? So you're going to put it down at an angle, and then it's just going to click in there like that. That's it. Boom. So I'm going to have you go ahead and do that now. Boom. There you go. Perfect. There you go.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There you go.
Is there a trash can?
Oh, I was just throwing it on the floor in the corner, but I'll get you a trash can.
Well, it's just the little stuff like this.
Yeah.
Thanks.
There you go.
All right. Motherboard's ready. Oh my gosh, this is like the worst peel ever. We were just talking about terrible peels, and this is like such sharp edges, it was getting caught on everything.
Yeah, this one has so many stickers on it.
Most of the ROG stuff does.
There you go.
I got them all. All right.
All right, there you go.
Actually, do you want to see if his little brother or someone wants to come put in the RAM?
Yeah, sure. Here, do you want to try? Here, why don't you come on up?
Okay, so let's get you here. Let's get
Yeah,
you up on the
you're gonna
chair.
need a stool for this one.
Yeah. Go and climb up there. All right, so we're going to put in the memory, okay? You ever installed memory before? Okay. So it's pretty easy. So you see this little notch right here? It's going to have to line up with that notch right there. So we're going to install it in this first row right here, right? So I'll show you what it looks like, and then you can do it. So you take the edges and just kind of line it up like that. Slide it down, and then you'll put your thumb on either end, and then just give it a real firm push. And it's going to sound crunchy. It's going to sound like you're breaking it, but you're not, okay? So here, go and let you try it. So use two hands, it'll be easiest. Get right in there. There you go. And you're going to push hard. Yep, but even harder. There you go. It's the scary part, like it makes all kinds of crazy crunching noises like you're going to hurt it, huh? So here, let's try this other one now. So I'll flip it around, and you're going to skip one. You see how we've got 4 of these? So you're going to skip that one, and you're going to use the one that's like flipped down right now. So here, you can go ahead and try that. Oh, go back one. There's another slot behind it. There you go. And then this one's not in there. Cool. All right, here, let me flip it around so you can use your palms again. So go ahead and put your palms on there. There you go. All right. Cool, good job. High five.
Good job, buddy. All right, good job.
He had to use like his whole body weight.
I know.
Those are really stiff socket there.
Yeah, that's really tough for the little ones to do. Huh?
All right, I'm pretty sure Lee & Lee doesn't use the factory bracket, so. Not gonna lie, I was so worried that was gonna be like that short where it broke sideways. That's a real fear though. Like if you're not pushing straight down, you can crack it sideways. You guys have seen that, right? Yeah, I think everyone's seen that. Okay, so I'm going to pose the question to you guys then. I was asked how much I use AI every day. Raise your hand if you think AI is all bad. It's actually a smaller amount of hands than I thought it would be. There's nothing wrong with that either. Like, I think this is a totally valid discussion for people on both ends of the spectrum. Who thinks AI is taking jobs? I think everybody's hand's gone up, yeah. Real question, I don't know the answer to this, and I don't really have an opinion. Who thinks AI can also create more jobs? I think it's changing jobs, honestly. Like we talked earlier, there's an AI model that's designed for CAD, computer-aided drafting, right, and design. It's supposed to streamline and make model design faster and easier. I don't think something like that should replace a CAD designer. I think it should be a tool a CAD designer uses to make their job more efficient, where they can spend less time doing rough modeling and maybe get right to the detailed modeling. But I think companies sometimes might look at that as like, hey, we don't have to pay a CAD designer $200,000 a year anymore. We can just pay for tokens. So I think that's where the conversation is so double-edged. Who thinks AI is not going anywhere? We better learn somehow, some way to exist with it. And you're a developer? But you're not vibe coding. Okay, good. That was an offended no. No. Yeah. I'll tell you this though. I have a senior, my daughter's a senior in high school. Her generation wants nothing to do with it. And I don't blame them, because I feel like their generation right now is sort of being preached at, like, look at how AI is going to replace you. You know, that's why we've all heard those commencement speeches where they're getting booed, right? But I think like anything else, it's, if we can use it as a proper tool, it can enhance a person's job. But I think it's too early to tell how all of this is going to play out.
All right, I'm going to do another round of questions. I'm going to see if anyone else has a question. Do you have a question for Jay? Do you have a question for Jay?
If you couldn't do what you do now, what would you rather do?
Well, I think it depends on what part of my life I'm answering from. When I was a kid, I wanted to fly Navy fighter jets. I got way too big and way too wide. So like my height, at 6'4", that's not possible. You can't fly an F-18 and be 6'4", it's just not a thing. Later on in life, I wanted to be a director of photography. I wanted to work in the movie industry. So I'm kind of adjacent-ish to that, but that's what I would have loved to have done, something creative like that. Yeah. I don't care about acting, I don't care about actors. I wanted to be with the camera crews. You know, that's why when Terry Crews took me to Brooklyn Nine-Nine set and I got to spend 12 hours there, I spent the whole time with the production crew. Yeah, that was what I found exciting.
I'll come through for one more. How about you? Do you have a question? No? Did I get to you yet?
Sure. What was the most fun graphics card you ever overclocked?
The most fun graphics card I've ever had?
Overclocked.
Oh. Let me think on that for just like 60 seconds. Because I have a feeling it's not going to be one during my YouTube career. Like I overclocked my GPUs back when I was like in high school and early adulthood, because they were always like second and third hand multi-generation owned GPUs because I couldn't afford anything new. So I was just trying to squeeze more performance. It wasn't even just an enthusiast thing, it was a practical thing. Honestly, I'd have to say my 8800 GTX Ultra. It was my first EVGA card I ever owned. It was the top of the line. But you gotta understand, when I had it in my hands, like the 480 Fermi was already out. So it was like 3 generations old by the time I got it. So to know that a card that cost at the time $700, which in 2005, that was a ridiculous amount of money for a graphics card, 2006, 2005, around there. To know that it was getting beaten by cards that were $499 was really bothering me. So I started water cooling and overclocking that card specifically. I had my first EK block on that card, and I got like 30% overclock out of it. But there was no GPU boost back then. The clock was the clock, So I was able to get GPU overclock numbers that actually meant something. Same thing with this one. I guess because it's Lee and Lee, all the screws are just in one bag.
Yeah.
So then you're just left guessing which one it is.
We were talking about it this morning because the screws get all mixed up together, so you have to guess which one's which. Looks like you got it right.
Yeah, because it's Lee and Lee, I assumed it was the same one.
Right.
These are the ones that have like the built-in washer.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right, so I'll get another round of questions.
Sure.
I'm going to check the chat, see if anyone.
Yep. This Be Quiet magnet screwdriver has lost its magnetism.
Oh, has it?
You know what though? Oh, this kit doesn't have the magnet in it, huh?
I got this. I got this. I got. Oh, you don't
this
want
one
that.
looks like it's still working.
Got a pile of screwdrivers back here. I don't know. I got to say, you're getting this done pretty quickly. I know there's a lot of distractions going on left and right.
Well,
this is happening very fast. We've got a lot of people in the audience over here
I'm
too.
just trying to figure out why none of these bottom screws want to screw in.
Right.
Sometimes these standoffs are all full of powder coat.
Uh-huh.
I just don't feel like cross-threading one and then having it stuck on there. So I'm going to take the board back out and see if I have to clean those threads.
And it is still pumping. People like the rest of the time they play fighting games, some people play League of Legends, some people play Baldur's Gate with it, some people play
Thanks. Yeah, these standoffs are dirty threads.
There we go.
Like I'm having to recut these threads.
Really?
Yeah, it's just full of like paint in them.
And that's why such a pain.
I think I'm just going to replace the standoffs. Oh my gosh.
Run GTA at 4K and have a stable 50 frames. GTA, like, okay, it's not 60, it's like, hey, TV frames at 1050. At 4K, a 4K TV, yeah. No, I had it at like high settings. I know.
So if you guys are wondering what I'm doing, have you ever had a standoff that was so full of paint, like the screw literally wouldn't go in? Yeah, so I was making sure I clean these threads before I get it stuck and then it comes out with the screw.
Hey, you like this one? Yeah. Check it out. So this is what we use for some of our man on the street interviews, but it's nice because the DJI mic just fits right in there.
You can't tell in the YouTube videos.
Oh, really?
You can only see it like in person unless you get right.
Yeah, I know, right? So if you come over here, we have a whole crowd all watching Jay right now. Now, how are you guys doing today? You having fun? Yeah. That's awesome.
All right, there we go.
All right, we have the motherboard coming back in.
Yeah, we just had some dirty standoff threads that were not wanting to let the screws fully tighten down.
There we go.
There we go, look at that. Now it's
Yeah,
effortless.
see, smooth as butter. So these rounded glass cases, they always kind of scare me a little bit, right?
Yeah.
It's like I'm always worried about breaking them every time I'm like building them, but it's a clean look. I do like it.
Well, yeah, because I mean, we like the distortion you get when you look through it, especially
Right.
from a filmography standpoint.
Yeah.
But the seam is always ugly when you have two pieces of glass that made up.
Also, I'm glad to see you're going to have an easier time than I did.
Yeah. This board has more than one, I think. Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
it
have one
does.
here, which
Yep.
I'll use that one because I'll be able to cable route it with the USB-C more cleanly.
Yep, just right side by side.
Yeah.
So putting the screws in the motherboard, always the most exciting part.
Well,
of the PC
especially when
build.
the magnet
And
on the
screw.
screwdriver is like weak.
Uh-huh.
And I can't hold it going into this one because like it's got to go
I
through
know.
that little.
That little notch there.
Yeah.
It was initially lower, and I had to move it higher, and
I would say this is riveting content, but then I would just be screwing myself.
So you got to get the pun in.
Well, I'm a dad. It's the only kind of joke I know.
I know, right?
See, this already feels weird to me because I build, in my studio, I use power tools for everything.
Right. Just go straight in.
But that can also really sabotage myself too if I'm not actually paying attention to what I'm doing, and then it just cross-threads itself into something.
Right. I got some questions for you from the chat.
Okay.
Someone's asking favorite CPU that you've overclocked.
It's funny, I started thinking about that after that GPU question.
Right.
It's actually the same CPU I had with that 8800 Ultra,
Uh-huh.
which was an early Core 2 Duo E6300.
Okay.
Because it was a 1.86 gigahertz GPU, dual core GPU, or excuse me, CPU. You know, no hyper-threading or anything. It was just dual core.
Yeah.
And I was able to overclock that to 3.42. At it was 80-something% overclock for years. It never degraded, never gave me any problems. And then I ended up giving that to my brother-in-law, and then he used it for years without a problem.
Really?
The only reason that thing ever got retired was because he was cleaning his system with compressed air, snapped the blade, and it just impaled the motherboard. Because he's a diesel mechanic, so a big old compressor, and just spun, I don't know, probably at least 10,000 RPM on that fan, and then it just literally embedded itself into the board, just like a knife, and it's just sticking out of it. So that hung on my wall, actually. If you go back to my earliest YouTube videos, and anyone can do this if you're bored on your phone, if you go back to my earliest YouTube videos, in the background, you'll see a motherboard on the wall above my monitor. That was that board that he put the fan blade right through. But that's just that CPU never died at an 80-something% overclock its whole life.
Wow.
The E6300. Yeah, it was a 1.86 that I had a Asus P something board, I remember what it was, that was fully unlocked, and I was able to run that at 3.42. Yep. And it was on water, and that thing never got over like 50 degrees. That's just when I learned, like, that was my hard lesson in binning, that was a higher bin CPU that clearly was only set up or like sold as an E6300 for like inventory purposes. Yeah. Okay, so now we'll go AIO. But yeah, that was a really fun combo, that CPU and that GPU.
I got another question for you from the chat.
Okay.
People are asking, is this your first time to Ohio or the Midwest in general?
Midwest, no. Ohio, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess I would have to be probably educated on what's considered the Midwest, like where it starts and stops. But I mean, I've been to Illinois, I've been to Wisconsin, I've been to Michigan. So, but I've always considered Midwest to be more like Kansas, Oklahoma, you know, Wyoming, that kind of area. See, with me being from California, it's almost like there's California and then there's everything else in terms of like where people divide us.
Geography.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to need this guy for the screws because it's got like a...
Oh, it's like a proprietary little Allen key. Okay, so that's what I thought. They use an adapter from AMD to Intel, which I think is great because then it's only one mount.
Yeah.
Okay. This is why I was telling you there's usually a line that points to the CPU. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I love these though because they use the factory mounting location, but that means they have the Intel bracket pre-installed on the block, which means once you screw these in, it's just you don't have to change anything on the block.
Yeah, that's all set.
It's funny too because I'm sure you've probably dealt with, or maybe you haven't. I don't know, like a lot of Dells and like Omens and whatnot, HP Omens, they use something like this.
Yeah.
So they have one cooler mount, regardless if it's an Intel or an AMD ODM system.
Right. It's more efficient that way.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's already got the pre-installed Intel bracket and no other bracket needed. So I'm going to go ahead and install my EPS power now. Cool, thank you. There's one CPU. All right, Jordan, I got a question for you now.
Yes, sir.
So when you've got a lower end CPU like this, I say lower end, not even, but when it comes to power consumption, but you have a board that has 2 EPS and it clearly doesn't need it, do you install both of them anyway?
I do, because my buddy and I have both run into the issue where we put in the single EPS and it'll kick off the minute it starts trying to put more juice from the motherboard.
Interesting.
I always just put it. Even if you don't think you need it, you might end up needing it.
Does this power supply only have 1 EPS? That's
definitely there.
That's PCIe. That's PCIe. That's SATA. You said this one might only have 1.
Yeah, this one?
Oh wait, here it is.
Oh, there we go.
Found it. Okay, I was like, that would be odd to be a 1,000-watt power supply with only 1 EPS.
That's the thing. 8-pin black cables all look the same in the box, right?
Yeah. And the only difference between them is where the 12 volt and the ground is. Now this is kind of a thick power supply, or and then this radiator's thick too, so I'm gonna have to figure out my top plugs before I put that in as well.
When you guys build, what build order do you like to go in? When you build, what order do you like to go in?
Assemble the motherboard first.
Yeah.
And then put that into the case and then worry about stuff later. Cable management's last.
I am very much the simple motherboard that gets the things in, and then like before I get the AIO, any of the powers, I pre-wire everything.
Right.
It's a lot easier to get your pre-wiring done early versus trying to do it all at once, especially when you get the graphics card in.
Right.
I just like to live dangerously. I put the entire thing together.
Just see what happens.
Oh, dang it. What I also tend to do is I also use breadboard to make sure things function before I set things up, just on the safe side. And then I place them in the case.
Definitely press the power button before I put the case down. Make sure I don't have to undo everything.
See, you have all the quality of life features I did not have.
I know. I don't even know what the price difference between this case was, but
right.
Yeah, but it's because it's got these tabs, you know.
Yeah, that makes it so much easier.
Accessories. What do we got here?
Hey, Jay, about your answer about the AI thing, about you using it with CAD, have you ever considered using a model context protocol instead of just taking screenshots?
No, because I honestly don't know how any of that works.
It's usually like a plug-in or something that just lets the AI know exactly what's going on.
So it can
across
see the screen?
Yeah, but it sees all the program itself actually running in memory a lot of times, and it'll
Yeah.
just like know what settings are on and everything.
I think the closest I ever got to that was the LLM asking me to upload the actual CAD file to it so it could see the code, and then it was trying to give me some feedback, but it failed miserably at that too. It kept telling me to upload the code, and then I upload the code, and it's like, great, I can't see the code. I'm like, so why'd you have me upload it? It says, this model isn't capable of that. I'm like, then why did you tell me to do it?
How long ago was that?
Last month.
Oh.
Yeah, it was on the, what is it, 5.6, I think is what OpenAI is on right now. The cool thing is though, I'm having to use it a lot less now because I've spent the last 3 months trying to learn the basics to where now I've moved on to be able to watch video tutorials for more advanced modeling tutorials because I understand the basics. But trying to use I think any professional in a complicated environment like that has a hard time dumbing it down to a true beginner. Like as much as they try to like, here's just the basics, somewhere along the way they just move too fast and might skip a step that is an important step because it's just so repetitious to them. And I try, like I fall prey to that too sometimes where I forget if I'm trying to teach someone that's never even touched a PC before, Like what might seem just super easy common sense isn't. And so I have to remind myself like, okay, I gotta slow down. And some of those tutorials are just hard at that. But no, I mean, it sounds like you have done something like that.
I've done some pretty advanced stuff with AI. I don't
Okay.
think a lot of companies have realized that you can reverse engineer their code with AI to the point where I'm sure Adobe is going to be having the law changed soon enough here. Because imagine Adobe under the GPL2 license.
Imagine Adobe that had truly working software too. So I don't know, if this makes Adobe have to do better, I'm kind of okay with that too.
It's Windows, iOS, it's anything you can imagine.
Yeah.
You have money in the game for their intellectual property. It's a big deal.
Well, that's the moral and ethical discussion now about AI, learning off of proprietary.
It's not proprietary technically, it's the binaries. Unless they get leaked stuff, it's completely legal as it is right now.
True. Okay, what is the connection setup for this guy?
No, we had one commenter that said, "Don't forget to digress." So make sure.
I always digress. In fact, I digressed before I got here. Where's the screen?
Really?
The screen.
Oh, sorry. Right here.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out my connections for this.
Yeah.
Because it's got this, what looks like it's just a USB expansion board, I'm assuming?
Yes, and then this has.
So we've got three USB 2s on there, so I don't think I need this.
Should have enough USB.
I'm assuming this is just an expansion board.
This just goes in to here.
Okay. That's magnetic pogo pin.
Yeah, and there's like no, everything's routed up through here.
So I've got what appears to be a USB header here, fan with RPM wire, and then this is just fans, it looks like.
Yeah, so I think this could be for your three fans.
So this is going to be pump power and RPM,
Yep.
I guess, even though it has RPM on there too, so I don't know what that's all about. And then this would be our data
did
cable.
This like 2 weeks ago too. I think I just put them all. I think I did that as the AIO pump.
You know what they should really do is put a little book with instructions in there.
I know, right? What do we have?
I think that's how this goes though.
I will RTFM for you. Hold on.
But there's no wires coming off the pump, which is nice. Keeps it nice and clean.
No, it's super clean.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I like this. Scenario 1, ample space. Scenario 2, moderate space. Scenario 3, tight space. It's actually kind of interesting.
I guess my only question is, if I'm seeing all 4 pins on this header, what's the point of breaking out this?
Yeah, I know. So one of them's going to be our 4 pin fan. And that's coming from there where the tubes are. Yep, so that's this one. And the other one down here, CPU fan. USB.
Okay.
Yeah, the live stream is on right now it's just right now it's just something like this. Just in general.
Okay, cool. So I don't think I'm going to need this if that's just expansion. Because it only uses one USB header. And we've got 3 on this board. So this goes this way. Don't think I'm going to have to readjust that. Okay. And then my screws. I was trying to see where I put my screws. So everything right here. All right.
So don't forget, you can comment in the chat if you have any questions for Jay. So reach out.
All right. So I need to. Do you ever just relish in the peel anymore, or do you just?
Oh no, I just.
I know I can't find joy in it anymore.
I think it says something, right? Because I feel nothing about it.
Yeah. Although, not gonna lie, when I did get that 5090 Lightning card, I did take that one slow.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, gravity. See, this is why I like air coolers, because you would have been done by now. You know?
Yeah, but I almost said but your air cooler doesn't have a big old screen, but some of them do now.
They're starting to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the screen on this is pretty nuts.
I haven't seen it. I've seen the Trix one. I've seen the Ryujin, but I haven't seen this one before.
The articulation is actually pretty cool.
Okay, so over here we've got USB, and then so this is just a daisy chain, I guess. Then, huh? Yeah, it's daisy chaining PWM and ground. Okay. So this case does not have any sort of a header, so I will put this on CPU.
We have someone asking if your Camaro is going to be finished, or when it will be finished.
That is the $1 million question, since it feels like $1 million car at this point too. And that's just okay. So this is hooked up to, is this fans or is this pump?
I think pump is coming from this end, from the tubes. So this will be your pump right over here. And that one's just straight fans.
All right. Then I have to relocate that. Find the motherboard header, because they didn't write on the motherboard which header's what.
All right.
And then they have little, oh, this is cool. Look, right on the front of it.
See?
Yeah.
That's all you need, right? So 1, 2, 3. Oh, the third one.
Yeah, so AI pumps all the way right and CPU fans all the way left.
Yep.
And then they put these little rubber.
Yeah, I know, right? Makes it look nice and clean.
That's the first motherboard I've ever had that has that. Even like the $1,000 Maximus boards didn't have the little rubber stops on there.
So it gives the clean look.
Okay, so you were saying this is fans.
Yeah, because coming off of the tubes, right, you have AIO.
Yep.
And then you have your USB. And on the other end, you got CPU fan.
Okay.
And I think there's an optional, if the power supply, if you're not getting enough power through the header, you just put the SATA adapter.
Okay. So for now, we'll see if that's right. I'm assuming that'll be right. That'll go down through there. Might have to slide that fan down potentially. No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. I was like, sometimes you discover a product from one brand that doesn't fit in their own brand. Like I've had that happen a couple of times. Yeah, it's funny they asked about the Camaro because I see it every day because it's out in the warehouse. But
it's a daily reminder.
It is.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to juggle a lot of different projects. We have a lot of unfinished projects in our warehouse.
Well, not gonna lie, too. The more this year got crazier with like tech content, viewer drop off, and just in general interest drop off, it's like, okay, I got to really stay focused on that. You know? I'll set that like that for now. So you know what I'm dealing with here.
There you go. Need a little radius.
Yeah, because I have
for it?
to. Well, what's happening is, if you look on this side, you'll see the bracket, right? Doesn't allow it to go flush. So I think I have to screw it into the bracket there, because the screw doesn't reach
That's
to there.
weird. Why isn't that going flush?
Because it's hitting the bracket. The tube bracket looks like it's hitting on the case right here.
That's weird. Flex.
So I think.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the way.
Yeah, and that screw's just not quite long enough to reach, but it looks like it reaches the bracket right here. See? So I think this is designed to.
Oh, to be the attach point.
That's bending in the case right there, so it's impacting on something. That's the only downside about the shift, you know.
Yeah. That's so weird. It's like looks like it's hitting at a really obtuse angle.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Got it.
It's still like, look at that, how big that gap is. You see right here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hitting here.
Yeah. What's in the way?
Well, it's hitting
is
this.
it just? Oh, it's a clearance issue with this and that.
Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna have to do is move this fan down if it has any slide down capability.
It does.
Okay.
Yep. There you go. Okay, so there was a lip in the way.
Yeah. So the fan in red was actually hitting the rear case fan.
That's a really chunky rear case fan too.
But we actually don't have much. Ooh, there we go. Just enough.
Here, if I hold it like this and force it, then you
don't even
force
have
it
to.
that way.
It's clear
it goes
now.
in
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Do that one.
Oh, I got a wire in the way here though.
Do that.
It's hitting on the rat again. Oh no, we're good now. Okay.
Yeah, see that looks right.
Yeah, it was like we needed like 2 millimeters of clearance. There. So I like to put these in just kind of loose until I know I don't have to take the rad back out for some reason, like we just did.
There might be another reason to take it out. Don't worry.
Okay, another AIO installation question for you.
Yeah.
Do you put the screws in every hole or just the corners in the middle?
Corners. Corners until I'm like, I know it's done and good, and then I'll go back and I'll do like 8.
See,
I won't bother with all 12.
I think it depends on who it's for. Like if it's
True.
for like a customer or something like that,
Right.
then I'll do them all. If it's just for me, then I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, we might as well do the pump now.
There's my PC at home. There's a rattle going on with one of the fans.
Like a hub rattle, like a bearing rattle?
Something. So I just put my headphones on, turn up the volume.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like dealing with it, you know?
Okay.
All right.
This is gonna look pretty sharp, I think, when it's done.
No, this is gonna look really, really good.
I like the design right here, like on the side of the fans.
Well, the other thing too, the curve of the screen and the curve of the glass are gonna match.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The whole aesthetic choice there. It kind of gives me RoboCop vibes, right?
Oh yeah, a little bit. Looks like what was the other robot they came up with to defeat him?
Oh,
the other
ED,
yeah.
ED90 or ED, yeah.
The one that like immediately turned on its.
Yeah. You have 3 seconds to comply.
Yeah, it's that machine that everyone thinks AI is going to become.
There we go. Oh, wait, did you paste it up already?
I did.
Oh, okay. Those lightning fast.
I just used the good old P method.
Yep. You don't want to go for the big J.
It's quite an aggressive bend on that.
Yeah.
It's okay, they designed it for it.
Nice, there we go. Uh-oh, I got bad news.
What's that?
Is that the right orientation? Nope.
Oh, does it have to go pin up?
You know why? Because look, it has to go this
Oh.
way. I made the same. Yeah, you know why?
We-
Because the little slidey guys into the thing.
We might have to. I don't want to have to move the location of the tubes, but
No, it'll fit.
because it can be adjusted. Like it has a rail.
Yeah, it'll fit just fine. Yeah, you know why? Because you got to put the slot thing, the bracket guy, and then it slides over.
I don't like coolers like this that force
Mhm.
you to have to make the tubes go a certain way. But this
Mhm.
one makes sense. They come out the top. The whole point of the shift.
Right.
But
And
you can
just
unshift it.
unshift it.
Yeah.
Just take it right out.
I'm just gonna add a little more paste. I'm not gonna even clean this off.
Yep. See how the P holds up.
I don't think I got it full torque down either. I was still torquing it when you mentioned it. So
see?
yeah, it's spread all
Yeah,
right.
that's
though.
good coverage.
Well, it did. I didn't torque that side down all
Yeah,
the way.
exactly.
So I'm just gonna put a little more.
There we go. All right, I'll check the chat here.
Just a tiny more, you know. Always add more paste than you need. Yeah, I can see that's not gonna.
It's not gonna fit.
Not even close.
You gotta.
That's quite the. Oof.
You gotta force it.
All right, I guess.
Like it owes you money.
It's gotta go that way more.
Yeah.
Man.
There you go.
Okay. Ugh. Holy moly. Ugh. I don't like that, but. Oh.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, sure. That looks.
Turn out a little bit like this.
I don't.
Oh, there you go.
You popped it
Oh,
out.
oh no, I unlocked you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Man, I don't know about that.
I know that's a snug fit.
Yeah. We are going to have to change
I think
the
if you take
shift.
some of the slack off right here. I'll hold this.
Okay. Yeah, we have to unshift that some. Two-man AIO job.
I mean, yeah, when it's got a screen like this, it's going to take.
Well, honestly, it's the hydro shift aspect of it that's making us have to go through this. Because it's making the tubes have such small area to bend. Because this is a fairly small chassis still.
There we go. Finger hold right here.
We have to take it out though, because I have to get to the back side.
There we go.
Okay. So.
I think if you put some more slack behind it. There we go.
Well, to get more slack, I have to take that bracket off entirely.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, that's right. It just turns. There it is.
There you go. Yeah, that's a really snug fit with the tubes there. Yeah, so I think, you want to try it now?
Yeah.
I'll hold this up.
I just had to put this back through the
I
hole.
have to finagle the cables, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine right there, I think.
Hang on, I got one cable here that you're going to want to finagle now. Yeah, this guy.
You got the red?
This one here, yeah. Yep. There you go.
We are making this look so much harder than it needs to be.
I know, right? See, here's the thing about live streams. Like, we can't cut any of this out, right? Because if we're doing this in the studio, it's like, oh, wait, hold on.
But you know what, though? If I was doing a build for review, I would absolutely point all this out.
Right.
Like, okay, look, the hydro shift is a great in concept, but if you don't have a lot of space, like, because what we need is a bigger gap between the top of the CPU socket and how far away the rad is.
Yeah.
So it's so close, it's squishing up that bend to where it's uncomfortably...
I can already tell it feels a lot better now.
Okay, you gotta go that.
There we go. I'll let you
Is that
have
gonna work
this
now?
one.
Yeah. And then this has to, you said it has to go up top.
Yep.
Okay.
You know why? Because like the magnetic.
Yeah,
ones,
I see it now.
It's only gonna go down like that.
Always add more paste. There we go. See, now I can push them up in there, see?
Yeah. See, now it's much easier.
Because you just had to remove that bracket.
Look, that's.
Look at that. Right, the
We
first
did it.
time, the third time.
We did.
Well, what's happening is we had to remove the bracket that forces where the tubes come down because this case is a little too compact. So it was making like an S-shaped, really tight bend on the tubes, which was just kinking it. Which I have a feeling we would have probably seen it like reduce flow because of that.
Yeah, it's a good thing you took it off.
So we still have the effects of it being the shift,
Yeah.
but we just had to get rid of the bracket.
It's much more comfortable in there.
We'll edit out a live, yeah.
Live to tape. Yeah, that's what I kind of like about live streams because it's just kind of, you got to live with it. I lost my voice. We messed up a radiator. You know, that's just the day. Yeah, that looks way, way more comfortable. Because now,
yeah, it'll just plop
once
on
you
there
get
where it's
that, you can
supposed
do a
to.
test fit of this. So I do like that this is cable-less though.
Yeah,
Fully magnetic.
yeah, exactly.
I won't do the peel on this because I'll save that for the end.
Save that for the customer?
Yeah.
Or the winner, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Could still be a customer, who knows?
Yeah, right? Or it could be me, who knows? Here we go. I mean, the good news is it's only uphill from here because it's all just, you know, pretty straightforward. Shot. And then, yep, finagle the two.
Nice. And then this is adjustable.
Fully articulated.
Yeah.
So in the software, you'll be able to ramp it up and down.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw in the rest of those screws now.
Yep.
Want to see if there's any more questions?
Yeah. Another round.
They don't even have to be tech related. They can be anything.
Yeah, right. Now I've gotten a bunch of you guys already. Anybody here have any questions for JayzTwoCents? Anybody want to ask him anything? Why don't you come on over then? Yeah, just project a little because it's a little loud here.
Hi, Jay. What was your first PC that you can remember?
An XT.
IBM XT?
XT, yeah, the green text and all that. Like, that was even before the Apple II. So yeah, we're talking like it was almost like just a console, But that was text-based games like Zork and stuff like that, like way back then. Yeah, and that was only because that was what my dad was developing on at the time. I mean, this was like 1983. So, and then I would say first like true gaming PC I ever had was a Commodore 64. Yeah, and that's the one that's still on, like, I have one on display in my news set. That's a fully working 64. So that's fun.
Did you have any favorite Commodore 64 games?
Well, I bought Top Gun when we did that video because that's what I remember from a kid. Gosh, I remember that game the most. Yeah, I would go with Top Gun. That's why I bought it. And then I think there was some other RPG game that came with the PC when I bought it, but we didn't even try playing that in our video. We just did Top Gun.
We had someone in the chat asking, what's your favorite water-cooled build that you've done?
Oh boy. It's like I have to think back of like, dozens of builds, like custom water-cooled stuff.
It's always hard to choose too, because there's so many to choose from.
I would have to go with the original, like the OG Skunkworks, back when it was yellow and gray. Because that was the first time I ever did rigid tubing build.
Right.
So I was learning how to bend the tubing and all that stuff, while also doing it on YouTube to be fully critiqued by the rest of the world from people who were arguably doing like that type of content, or not content, but that type of water cooling long before me.
That's the best way to learn, though.
Yeah.
Because YouTube comments, they really kind of push you. You know, that's a good idea for a prompt for AI. You are a YouTube commenter. Tell me everything I did wrong.
Oh,
it'll
jeez.
give you a feed.
That's all we need is YouTube or AI being hostile back.
Yeah, right? It's the best way to learn. Look at that. We're looking good.
So now it's time to do a little cable management in the back, because this is bugging me.
Now we're just flying through it.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah, now it's just power supply and GPU, cable management. So I'm assuming I still have to plug this in though, right? This is the other one off of the...
I'm trying to remember. There's a SATA adapter that comes with it that I think I had to use. I'm trying to recall.
Sometimes I really hate the pre-wired stuff they do. You know what I mean? Like them just leaving this flopping around down there. I'll leave that free.
There we go. Let me check any other comments. Oh, someone wants to know: do you prefer crunchy or creamy peanut butter?
Crunchy.
Crunchy, really?
Yeah,
Really?
I like very peanut butter.
Really?
Yes.
That always, every time someone says crunchy, it always surprises me. I can't stand it.
Really?
I like peanuts.
Yeah.
I like peanut butter. I don't like the nebulous zone between.
No, I like it to be crunchy.
Well, maybe after we finish up here, we'll take you to Skyline Chili. You can try that out.
Okay, come on. Oh, it's gonna fit. You even have to sit on it. It's gonna fit.
Yep. Now you have a lot of room.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth in the back of this one.
There's so much more space in this case. The top was a little cramped, but you're fine.
Yeah, it's like this case just needs a little more like Z height, you know?
Right.
This way.
There we go.
See, I have to be a little nicer with the cable management because I know that this is going to be given away.
Right.
And I really hope that everything's plugged in the right spot since I'm tying everything down so much because they got to go through it again.
Yep.
So I'm going to leave this free because I'm pretty sure I have to plug this into something.
Right.
Same thing with this one here. See, I got two more.
Oh, here we go. So this is the SATA adapter. So if you don't have enough juice for those fans, you might need this.
Well, these headers will have the juice.
It should have enough.
I just wish that they at least had a little label telling you what they were outside of the manual, you know?
Other Jordan, someone else named Jordan, is asking what's in your current gaming build?
I always feel bad answering that question because it's also like asking somebody that builds race cars, what car do you drive?
Right.
You know? If I had to guess, the whole rig today is probably about $12,000 worth of custom build. So it's first of all, you can't even get the case anymore. It's a Case Labs SM-A8, right? I've had that. It was the very first one in gunmetal they ever produced. They sent it to me for content. That was back in like 2014, right? Very giant case. It's 5090 Astral with, it's running an AlphaCool block on it right now. I was running Thermal Grizzly's block for a bit. 9950X3D, running a Asus Aorus Elite Master, of course an X870E board. It's a dual loop system, so for the GPU loop, I've got a 560 rad plus a 280 rad, plus a distro plate, plus 2 pumps. So I've got my upper pump res combo, and then I have another assistant pump down in the basement. It's running a 1600 watt EVGA power supply, and then The CPU loop is it's a 480 rad with a full rigid tube. Actually, it's all nickel tubing. So it's all metal nickel tube.
Right, yeah.
And then I was running 64 gigs of RAM.
Okay, yeah.
And then I threw in a kit I had at home after I got it home, which is 96 gigs of RAM.
Oh, he's got RAM.
Get him!
Yeah.
And then when everything kind of hit the fan, I took the 96 gig out and the 64 gig out, and I threw a 32 gig in.
Ooh.
So I took those to work.
So with the 32 that you have in there, it's
yeah, it's a 32 gig. And then I have 6 terabytes of storage.
Wow.
And that's all Gen 5 drives.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
Well,
and
that
I'm
is-
using
is
maybe a
quite
terabyte of it. So, but again, it's one of those things like I'm building it for content too.
Right.
You know. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'll figure
Well,
out what
that's
those
in the
go
current
in a minute.
gaming build setup.
That's in the current. And don't
Yeah.
think for when the X3D 9950 X3D2 came out that I wasn't considering throwing it in there if it was better for gaming.
Right.
But it's crazy how you add an X3 a 3D cache in both CCDs and then
Yeah.
performance went down for games.
Right.
That's a weird concept to me.
I feel like it's one of those things that has to develop over time. Maybe like there needs to be more like better support.
Well, it's a technology they developed that was amazing for games, but then developers learned like, hey, this amount of cache is amazing for compiling, and then they then marketed that as it's not a gaming CPU built on X3D architecture. So it's just a weird time that we live in.
Right.
So why did they do this?
Which one's that? Is
I'm
that
assuming
your-
this is the header for the case lighting. It's just they gave me. Oh, this is for the fans. Okay.
Oh yeah. So if you want to patch through there.
Yeah. This is what I was saying. Like, I don't like the way the pre-wired stuff is in here.
Yeah. So AMD for your daily driver. Oh, actually.
And I replaced the 14900K with that because it was degrading. I was starting to get blue screens and stuff on it. Yeah.
I have a 13900K that I'm just waiting for it to. It hasn't gone yet. I'm waiting, but not yet.
Well, maybe you caught it in time if you did the updates, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm
well, never mind.
purposefully trying to see when it's going to happen.
That's what
It
I
hasn't
did.
happened yet.
I just wanted to see how long it would last, and then it eventually caught up to me.
Right. Now, do you guys have any good local food recommendations since Jay's in town?
If Tensuke's still open by the time we leave, I'll just go to Tensuke Market.
Okay.
Tensuke Market, I can second that.
Yeah.
Tensuke Market.
Okay.
No, I do like some Japanese food.
Not
We
too
got
far out here. We got Minga across the street.
we got people recommending Wario's in the chat. So if you want cheesesteaks or Mikey's,
I really hate these rubber covers. I'm sorry.
what are they?
Well, I need to get that off, and I can't get my fingers in there.
No.
So I'm literally using the. Like I need pliers, like a needle nose or something.
Do you ever get an overhead shot of this? Because it's like actually really funny.
Oh, this is cringeworthy. You should not be showing this.
No.
I got one off. I got that one off, but I'm trying to like pry that up.
Wait, hold on. You know
Oh wait,
what
I think I
use?
got it. I think I got it.
You know what I use for them? The grabbers. Because they've got the. I have a hard time getting those off too.
Screw those
'Cause
things.
I got the fat fingers. And
Yeah,
it's really
and
hard
it's like,
to,
why did they even do that? I'm just plugging in these into those two headers. I don't know what these headers are for, but. I know that Shaylin had some dinner plans for us. I don't know who all is going or what, but some reservation somewhere. I don't know.
Oh
what it
yeah,
is.
yeah.
All I know is we got in last night, got to the room a little before 1 a.m. and I had to be on the plane at 5:20 in the morning.
Oh my God.
It's okay. I mean, my wife and I have plans tomorrow that I wanted to be a part of, so I was like, I'll just take an early flight.
Columbus Airport's nice and small.
Yeah.
Quick in and out.
I noticed that. I was like, oh, this looks like an easy airport to get in and out of.
It's kind of like Burbank. It reminds me of Burbank Airport a little bit.
Well, I fly in and out of Ontario, which is
Yeah.
like next level walk-on type of airport.
I can't believe you had to take the memory out.
I
just
know.
To get the
felt
grommet.
I felt bad taking it out.
So the pain point here was the rubber cover on the fan headers were hard to pinch off.
Yeah. So anyone watching in in the stream, you know how like the 3-pin ARGB has a rubber header cover on there, so you don't bend the crap out of the pins. They put those on all 4 of the CPU fan headers on top of the board, and they fit way tighter because there's a plastic on either side of it.
Yeah, and it's hard to
So I took off the ones I needed initially, and then I decided to plug in the auxiliary fan headers to the chassis fan headers up there, and then trying to get those off was a real pain because they fit very tight. Okay. All right, I think we're getting closer here. We're just going to assume that the factory did a really good job at making sure everything was good out of the box. I'll be honest, I don't remember the last time I bench tested anything before building with it.
Right.
It's been a long time since I've had something bad out of the box, but there was like a little while there during COVID where I felt like I was getting more DOA or non-functioning stuff than ever. Just trying to figure out how I want to do this because they got this crossover cable because they're daisy chaining, right?
Yeah, I know, right? You can like probably
I'm
just
wondering,
throw it
do
in
I have
the
two?
bottom and just
Do I have
bundle
2
it up.
headers in the bottom? I could just.
No, you should totally have a bunch of headers in the bottom.
Oh yeah, I got 2 down there, and then I got one up
yeah,
there.
you do.
I think I'm just gonna break those apart. There, so that'll control the front ones. That'll control the back one. It's a lot cleaner this way. See, if they just had a couple more of those like attached there or something, that'd be nice.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm going to get your power supply ready. Bring that over.
So now I gotta steal back one of those rubber deals.
Oh, see, there you go.
Although these don't stay on there very good. Okay, well, that's gonna be a problem. Because that doesn't, okay.
Oh, this is just nice.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm just gonna use it.
There we go. Put it on display for you guys.
You're gonna, I should have let you unpeel that since I unpeeled your 9070.
That's true. I'll unpeel this. Oh, this has way more. Look at this. This is what we were talking about this morning. Let's
see if I can eject
if
them
I can
all.
get all 4 to fly off.
Not even one.
None. They're in there pretty good. There we go. Right. Let's see if we can find a good spot.
The radiator. I was like, oh man, they hit the 60-90 here. That's crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a 5-slot part.
Not 59. The 3 140mm fans.
I mean, honestly, like that's trout. It feels like a timeless like that. I can imagine putting that in any PC.
There we go.
What, the 5090?
On that 5080 right there. Just how clean the shroud looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not gaudy. It's not like all RGB'd up everywhere, and you know, it's not like crazy big.
It's an actual decent size. Who knew?
They do exist. It's like the M&M commercial. They do exist.
That's nice. There you go, guys. I like this card a lot.
I just miss when it was actually an MSRP card.
Right. Leave it right here. There we go.
And don't use that as a doorstop.
And remember, I may have lost my voice, but I am fast. I'll catch you if you try to run off.
All right. chassis fan header.
Just because it looks good. He doesn't need it.
When the Santa Clara store opened, I bought a 5090 Astral while I was there.
Okay.
Because I needed it for the XOC stuff.
Right,
and I thought that I was making the stupidest purchase of my life when it cost me $3,300 with tax. That was just June of last year.
Yep.
So it's crazy now. Just in hindsight, I probably would have bought like 5 of them and then just sat on them now and then be that guy.
Yep.
But I'm sorry, it's just, they're only valuable to anyone because they're really good, inexpensive development, productivity, LLM cards. You know, 32 gigs, I mean, sure, it's not 96, but it's also not $15,000.
Right. Like 5090 Astral.
Yeah. When I bought the 5090 Astral in the Santa Clara store grand opening, while we were there, I grabbed one and bought it because I didn't have one. And I just really felt anxiety over spending $3,300 on a GPU because I had never done that before.
Yeah,
and so now looking back at what they cost today, I'm like, holy crap, that's that I guess in hindsight was a lot less painful than it could have been.
Right.
But for like a gaming rig, nobody needs that. Period. Nobody needs a 5090.
I feel like from Team Green with NVIDIA, I feel like 5070 Ti is that sweet spot for most everyone.
Yeah.
For most everyone.
It's crazy that 5070 Ti's now are like $1,000.
There we go.
Just trying to really pretty this up, you know?
I will say this cable run is actually looking pretty immaculate. It's putting mine to shame this morning.
I just hope they don't have to redo it. I was like, I don't know, my schedule said till 5:30, and I got 30 minutes now to put in a GPU and plug in some cables here. I think we can do it.
No, we got it. We're good.
Except I just missed on that one.
Actually, one question from the comments.
Yep.
Monitors.
Ooh.
Go-to monitor, or what do you look for in
I'm
monitors?
a sucker for OLEDs, I'm telling you. Since the burn-in problems were really solved, every monitor I have at work, for me, that I use at work and at home are OLEDs.
Right.
I just wish there was a way to get the deep saturation that you get with OLED without a glossy screen. That's the only drawback. So I don't have a window behind me on any of my setup. Because if I did, I probably wouldn't run an OLED just because of the glossy screen. But I mean, in terms of the panel speed and capabilities, and the prices now have come down. Like Alienware has a $300 1440p OLED.
Yeah.
And it's a 27-inch. Like $300 for an OLED.
Another one, I think we had a 4K one here for like $399 for a little bit. I forget which brand it was, but we did a video on that.
They've just gotten so good now.
Really good deal.
Sorry.
Is that a Gigabyte? No, it was someone else.
MSI makes some really good. MSI makes really good QLEDs as well.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Like, what's made it interesting is the quantum dot OLED making its way down to the small form factor. Because that was all TV tech, you know.
Right.
But the thing that scares people with OLEDs for the most part is burn-in. But pixel shift and anti-burn-in logic is so good now. It really is.
Yeah, it's gotten really, really good.
Like when I leave work, I don't turn off my computer. I don't put it to sleep. I just walk away from it.
Right.
And the computer puts itself to sleep, but the screen automatically also detects static image, and then will start pixel shifting and adjusting itself and reducing brightness, and then goes, okay, he's probably not here, and then we'll turn itself off.
Right.
And then at home, I run 2 MSI 32-inch 4K QOLEDs. And then at work, I run the Alienware ultra-wide OLED.
Right, that's what I have on my desk, actually.
Yeah.
There you go. Hi, Kevin. Oh, actually, one second. got my handy microcenter mug.
It wasn't until I started really attending the grand openings that I realized how big of a deal the mugs are.
Yeah. People really, you know, we went for the flasks this year, the hydro flask.
Yeah.
This was the pre-production unit. I got the first one, so I've been testing it out. I'm very happy with it. All right, there we go. I mean, honestly, we're on the home stretch here.
Yep. It's got a plug-in front panel. What is this? USB? Nope, front panel. Oh, see, unified.
See, you got the unified.
It's unified for one header.
Yeah, because you can see that's all there is.
Yeah. What is
Still
this?
makes it
USB. I'm gonna have to actually free that guy up.
Beautiful.
USB-C, USB 3. You know, ask yourself why USB 3 can't be this flimsy. Why is it
so rigid and like difficult?
Yeah. Like how have we not gotten there yet? Like, why is this still a thing?
I don't know. It still looks like it's going to be easier for you than it was for me.
Well, yeah, because I'm not dealing with the shroud right in the way.
I've run into that issue with a wide combination of motherboards and cases. Like it's very common.
Yeah, you are not wrong.
There we go.
That nice and pretty. USB-C. Okay, here's another why question.
Yeah.
How is it that USB-C can be flippable on one end, but not on the other?
No.
You ever ask yourself that? These are questions that will keep you up at night, Jordan.
And it always gets me. It's always like, I always get it the wrong way the first time, every time.
Yep. Well, it's superposition, right?
Yep.
You have to observe it wrong both ways before you can observe it the right way. But it's like, think about it. It's obviously pinned out, so why can it be flipped on one end but not the other?
Right. There we go. I gotta say, whoever gets this, very good cable management in the back. So
I'm trying.
Oh, I like this question.
Okay.
Is the RX 9060 XT 16 gigabyte a valuable GPU?
Oh yeah, of course.
I'd say yes.
Capable of 1080M 1440, no problem. Yeah, it's a good card. We're so. Look, I mean, channels like mine probably don't help, honestly, but so many people believe you have to have high-end stuff to have a good experience, and that's not true. Yeah.
There you go, see? Let's see. I have a 9060 XT 16 gigabyte running Cyberpunk right now on my mock Steam machine.
On your not Steam machine?
Yeah, 4K. 93 FPS. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine. It's a good card.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. I got hit by a car.
And it's not even exactly running at the optimum temperatures either.
No, it's toasty in this case. And this is a 2-fan, 2-slot card, 200 millimeters.
Yeah.
That's very tiny, but 16 gigs. It's a good card. So yeah, don't get FOMO when it comes to PC parts.
I think that's just the enthusiast showing though at times when you're like, man, you know it's not needed, but you're like, man, do I want it though?
But I might as well. And then you end up like.
Or you can might as well $1,000 extra to your bill.
Yep. Yeah, I do have that habit, but you know.
Well, so I like to do music and guitar and stuff too.
Yep.
It's probably true in other industries, but they refer to it as gas. It's gear acquisition syndrome.
Yes.
So it's like I have gas.
Chronic gas. Especially when it comes to the intersection of PCs, cameras, and everything in between. then it really starts getting expensive.
I will say this though, being able to be like, oh, my camera hobby is now a write-off. That's kind of cool. But still have to justify the expense because no matter what, whether you write it off or not, you're still spending the money.
Yep. There we go.
I waste so many zip ties when I build because I'll use zip ties to hold things in place.
That's why I brought you extra zip ties.
And then I come back to them. Yeah. Leave that like.
Got a whole fistful of zip ties. There we go. This is coming out clean. Now, this is our, grand reopening day for the Columbus store. I will say a lot of customers have come today saying, I don't know what's going on. I came to buy a PC.
Oh, they're just like, the store's always been here. What do you mean grand opening?
They definitely picked the wrong day to be a casual customer, but you know what? They got in just fine. We got them in, and they were taken care of. But it's definitely been amusing to see some people just had no idea
the
what
shocks
was happening.
look shock and awe on their face, like what is happening?
Why are all these people here?
Okay. All right, so I have left front panel. I love the length they gave me for the front panel connector.
Yeah.
Totally unnecessary.
Just in case you need it to go the extra mile, literally. There we go.
Yeah, I would say I go through more zip ties at work than anything else.
Is that a write-off?
Oh, and right now, that and painter's tape. Because like with the CNC milling stuff, I didn't think that this was true until a friend of mine who actually is the foreman of an industrial CNC shop, he said literally painter's tape on both items, the bed, the item, and CA glue. That's how they even put down industrial stuff. If they're not using a vacuum that holds the part down.
Yeah,
he's like literally you super glue it to the CNC bed. I was like, oh, okay. And yeah, that sucker doesn't move if you do it right. So I started using a lot of painter's tape and CA glue.
I've been using masking tape I've been 3D printing an armor set for Halloween this year. So I've been putting the pieces together with masking tape and then soldering the PLA that I'm using for the armor pieces. So
got it. Yeah. So what's your preferred method of smoothing out prints?
Sand.
Have
some
you-
Bondo, and then sand.
Have you ever tried though using any sort of solvent? Because I talked to
I've seen a
Liquid
couple.
House
Yeah.
does a lot of 3D printing in their custom builds.
Right.
And when I was talking to John at Computex, he said that there's like a solvent that he uses and he just rubs it on there and it literally just smooths it out as he goes. It's a
seen
chemical
that-
reaction.
I've seen that for ABS prints. There's like a
They
solvent.
did on
you can
PLA as
do.
well.
Was it PLA
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
I'll take a look and try it because the sanding gets old.
Yeah, you're
It
telling
gets
me.
really old real fast. All right.
All right. All right, because we're using a 5080, this cable has a very good chance of surviving.
Yep.
But not a 0% chance of melting.
Right.
It is a not 0% chance. It's important to really differentiate that.
There we go. This is perfect.
Oh, that's a little backwards. Oh my gosh.
What?
I plugged in the wrong end.
No.
It's keyed the same on both ends.
No. No. Oh no.
It's keyed the same on both ends.
Honestly,
Let's trip that off.
it's happened to me too. All right, we're going back in. Cable's the wrong way.
No, so
we're going in.
The 12 volt EPS cable is keyed the same on both ends, but you know one has a double plug and one has a single plug for the PSU side. So which one do you think is on this end on one of the cables?
Here, I'll hold that for you.
Yeah, well, it gives me a chance to neaten that up, I guess.
There we go.
You know, I wonder if I can catch a flight tonight.
Actually, there's one right now.
Yeah. All right, I put this back on its side. Oh my gosh.
I don't have our turntable now. I wish I did. It's the one thing we forgot. I have like a 4-foot turntable, so it would have made life so much easier. I'll get this out of the way.
This is all because I just can't reach it.
Yep.
And I have those cables pretty zip tied down right now. So I'm going to see if I have enough slack.
Do you think they'll ever get rid of the 12-volt high power cable against burning issues?
Do I think they'll get rid of it? No. Do I think they'll just start throwing 2 on them? Yeah.
2 and then 3. With PCIe cables all over again.
Which defeats the whole purpose of the whole idea PCI SIG had behind it. Something else is going on though. It's not just a cable problem. Because there has been too many cables that have monitoring that burned on the GPU end regardless.
Right.
Oh, look at that. I can get to right here.
There you go.
Which one is it? It's this one. Do it this way.
Again, this is why I love air cooling.
Me too.
Honestly, we might take it off one more time. You never know.
Why don't you go grab that Thermalright cooler right here?
Yeah, see, there you go.
Oh my gosh, and then this is one.
Sacrifice the screen for it. It's like a fly that's been flying around all day.
Hey, he wants a part of the action too.
Yeah. There we go. I'll just
get that sucker out of
tilt
there.
it up for you.
There we go.
Nice.
And then it gives me a chance to get this cable out of the way because.
Oh, you know what? You got to fix it anyway.
That
It
came off. Yeah.
Yep.
That probably came off when we were sliding it back and forth.
Yep. You know what? We planned this.
You're gonna have to move the Brad down. I can't reach.
Up, yep. Oh, that's a better one.
There. That just came on. So that is the lock.
Right.
I think. I don't know. What is that? What is that slide for? Oh, is that speed?
Oh, because I think if you use the SATA power, you can choose the, because it's just going to be just like 100%.
Yeah.
Just straight
So we'll
SATA.
just leave that off.
Right.
So we'll leave that off. Right. Yeah.
No, this is the lock, I think.
No, it says on
Oh.
off. Yeah, leave this off, and I'm just gonna set it in the middle just in case.
There we go.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, so cast your bets. Are we gonna have to take this off again?
Just do
No,
two,
shut
do
up.
2 screws.
That is unacceptable.
Unacceptable, however. I would still love that was a cool car.
You gotta go.
There we go. All right.
JayzTwoCents or the 1050 Ti. Slot it in. Does it work? All right, not the slot. The graphics card. All right,
There we go. Perfect.
I'm not sure I'm going to see my graphics card again because
All right, I have a car question for you.
Oh boy.
And I don't know what this is, so you're gonna have to correct me. What is the best JDM wagon, and why is it the Nissan Stagia? I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I don't know why I argue that the Civic wagon was arguably cooler. Like they're talking about the 80s here. I just really don't like Nissan anymore as a brand.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to hear Nissan or Nissan, depending on where you're from, and think awesome anymore. I've just had too many problems with like my Nissans I used to own, and not even the Z. The Z was solid, but I mean like my several Altimas that I had.
Right.
I had 3 Nissan Altimas in my adulthood. And anyone that knows Nissan and their CVT transmission problems will be able to empathize. No, obviously he's talking more vintage there, but still.
Yeah. See, I just like my Bronco. It's big and goes through.
What year Bronco?
No, the new ones.
Still?
Yeah, 23.
Anything other than a sport. I'm sorry, but Bronco Sport's not a Bronco.
It is a Ford Escape that dreams big.
Yeah. Yeah, I ejected one.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh yeah, for anyone asking, the line has dissipated outside, so you can just walk straight in.
By, at
Yeah.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we might be finally ready here. Do a power supply in a sec. See, I've got front panel connector still, and then this is a USB header. That's the one that's coming from the cooler. Yep. Okay. Ugh.
Held it down. And turned on the PC to get verify that I can get the boot. Once I was able to boot, I was like, all right, cool. Same with my graphics card, even though I know it works.
Front panel. It's so long, unnecessarily. So I'll tighten that. I'll tidy that up after this is in there, I guess.
Really test it.
It's all good. Okay, now.
Oh, good.
No water in it or nothing. I was like, this block should retain enough to be able to transfer.
All right, question for you. Do you prefer to bring in air from the bottom, or if it has ventilation here, bring it in from the top?
I always just do it from the bottom.
Yeah.
Because I always keep mine raised on like a little separate table I have, so I know it's not going to like draw carpet, stuff underneath.
Never played with this power supply. Why do we have a rotary knob on it? Is that a fan controller?
I think if you get bored.
Oh, okay. It's a little fidget toy?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll plug these back in. Now that I'll be able to plug it in. Look at that.
Now we're back to where we were 10 minutes ago.
Have you ever done something and you went to reverse it, but you accidentally put it right back how it was and put it right back together?
Yes. I've done that many times.
I won't admit how many times I've done it. But while talking and crowd working and streaming, there's so many distractions.
There's always a point in the middle of the build where you're like, oh man, this is going to be a breeze. And then 4 hours go by and it's like, what just happened?
To be honest, this is a little bit more involved AIO. Not terrible, but still not the simplest AIO build. Okay. Do like you do, just kind of leave it flopping in there.
Yeah.
Disconnect just the pump.
Which one are the...
Okay. Thank you.
Found two.
I didn't realize this until after the fact. I'm looking at the debug loads and stuff like that. I'm like, that's going.
There we go. All right. We're almost there, guys.
I'm like, what debug codes are this? It wasn't debug codes. It was the CPU core temperature.
Here, I can get it.
The PC was on.
I missed it. I almost got the fly.
You're going to have to channel your inner Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, just try to. Oh, if I had chopsticks, actually, could I use these as chopsticks?
Someone's going to lose an eye.
Oh, yeah, that's going to go really badly for someone.
Okay. And then I could have swore there was something here that needed SATA.
I think we were being prepared if you did actually need that, but I think it's good to just
It's good to leave it in there for whoever gets it. Obviously,
Yeah.
they'll get the rest of the cables too.
Yeah.
But, okay, before I close this up.
There's no harm.
Important to me to make this pretty.
Hey, Andy, I know you're watching. I prefer Windows. Andy, the buyer that we were talking to earlier, the robotics buyer.
Was he asking Linux
He's
versus
asking
Windows?
Linux or Windows. But what Linux? So you didn't get specific.
The only major problem for me regarding Linux is it's not a completely universal experience. I mean, it's community driven. And so with that, you get a lot of inconsistency potentially in experience. That doesn't mean it's not a bad thing. Or it's a bad OS. It's just know, like, it is almost purely community supported.
My thing too is we got the Ryzen AI Halo recently, right?
Yeah.
Comes with Windows or Linux. So Jacob from our team, he got the Linux one, I got the Windows one. It's like, for me personally, I'm learning like 30 different things simultaneously. And base level operation system stuff, like, I really don't want to have to relearn that. I just want to get going, right?
Yeah, I don't blame you.
To me, it just feels like an uphill battle to do something that in Windows, it's like done, done, done. Now it's running. I'll learn eventually.
All right, you had me put your GPU in, so I'll let you do this one.
Sure.
Just got to remove the covers there. I didn't take those off yet.
There we go. No, because there's 2 extra slots.
Oh yeah, because look how thick that drive slot is.
Yeah. I always like to double check that. All right, we're almost there. Come here. I'll let you do the honors. Want to give it a shot?
If you break it, you buy it.
Yep.
Minimum.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's 1,700.
No pressure at all. You know what to do. I opened her up for you. So you just slot it right in. Yeah, go ahead. Here, I'll hold this for you. There you go.
I've built a computer before.
Yeah.
It took me like 3 tries.
Well, I'm giving you 1 try here. There you go. Yeah, I think you're in there.
Remember, if it doesn't feel seated, just give it a good kick. Step on it real hard.
No, you're in there. You're good. Yeah. No, she's fine. There you go.
Does it not click?
It might be seated in the back just softly.
Let me see. No, she's in there, man. You're good.
Some of them just don't click very loud.
This is the Asus one that you can pull out without it. Because look, let me show you. Here, if you take that out the way.
Oh, you're right. It's the angled one, huh?
This is the one. It just comes out.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually click. So that's why it throws you off.
It only releases when you tilt it up because then the back edge comes down and then it clears the tab.
So it's just a motherboard thing, right?
Yeah.
Just
see,
that motherboard, yeah.
and then it just goes in. Just
Oh,
like
I
that.
see.
Or else you do the honors with this guy.
You said we needed this, but we never used it. What was it for?
You know why? Because I did it on an Intel build, and I needed it for the Intel build for the back plate.
Got it.
Here's a true test. How much better is that from a steam machine?
Probably way better.
Yeah.
It's a 9060 XT.
That's a steam machine.
It's a 3D printed.
It's a 3D,
steam
yeah.
machine.
It's like scaled up.
No, that's not a real steam machine. So this is a ITX build. So 7600 X3D, 9060 XT fits inside a 3D printed chassis.
When you get it finalized, you're gonna glue the magnets in here.
Yeah.
And stuff? Yeah.
I'm gonna reprint the whole thing because.
I know, right?
All right, man. There you go. I'll let you do the honors.
Yeah, I milled it out of Delrin plastic, and then I matched all the contouring and everything perfectly, and then wanted to see if adding more airflow through the front was worth it. And you know what? It's the cooling is actually really good in the steam machine, but that's because it's only a 30-watt
I
component.
feel like it doesn't click again.
What do you think, Jay?
See?
I feel like it doesn't click.
No, do you see? If you don't see any gray, because that's got that multicolored connector.
You got to look at it from like every angle. I can
Yeah.
see a little touch.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah, you really got to kind of, and
You have
I
to
think I
look at it
personally feel like that's why every burn cable, it's always the outside, because as you do that wiggle, you're probably opening up those pins slightly. Because pushing it straight down is hard. So, all right.
Good job, buddy. Good job. I'll send you back out there. Here's your headphones.
Your headphones.
These are yours, bud.
All right, we can put this away. Now the big question is going to be, does it post? What's that? Oh, him? Yeah. Clear this.
I like grabbing people and putting them on camera because then they have to run and get releases after, and it's always really funny.
They're like, wait a minute, you didn't say I had to do a release. All right.
There we go.
All right, is the cable management okay?
What do you guys think? How's it look?
Serviceable-ish. Oh yeah. Let me look. Look at that. But fine, we will go ahead and please the peanut gallery over here.
I left a screw on top of because this is the locking screw.
For the glass?
No,
for that.
For this guy. There you go. I'll hold on to it for you. Did it? Uh-oh. You got a cable that fell out.
Which cable?
USB-C cable.
Oh, really?
Your juxtaposition
cable.
cable.
When I was like wiggling it so much? Yeah. Can't see. There we go. How does this one attach? Lots of room.
Look at that.
I'm just gonna put this on for now, even though we have to take it back off for the glass. That went right here, right?
Yep, that was the one.
We don't have to take that back off for the glass. All right, I'm stealing your HDMI again.
Go for it. You just rip it right out the back.
Where's the plug for this? Oh, right there. This is hot? This plug?
Yes, yeah, because the one on the right isn't working, but that one should be good.
We got RGB lights. Yeah. Oh, you just dawned on me. I don't think I plugged in the RGB.
You did on the bottom, no?
No, I took it back out.
Oh, you didn't plug it back in?
Yeah, so I gotta plug that in. I left the RGB off, which is probably fine for most people. But the question is, are we gonna get a post? So it did a power cycle.
There we go.
Hey, there we go.
All right.
Yeah, see, I left my pigtail here. I just forgot to plug it in.
Oh, yeah,
because I even thought about that when I was doing all this cable management.
Yep.
So, I shall feed that through.
Manage the cables too well.
Sometimes, that's still spinning. Out, fan spinning, out. But we need the rainbow puke, so.
Yep.
But now the GPU's in here, of course, my big old hand is like, there we go.
You always use the...
I got it.
Got it?
Yep. Okay, let's boot that up again, make sure the light's working. Don't even need the screen, I guess.
Yeah. No, she posted well.
There we go.
There we go.
Ooh, ah. It's funny there's such an emphasis on the screen with this AIO that there's no RGB on the fan.
Yeah. I actually I prefer it that way, to be honest.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Look at that. You know, curved OLED is
See what I
like
mean?
one of the best
Curved
things that's ever happened.
And then curved.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, curves on curves. Even the curve of the prime.
Want to throw that on there?
Curve on curve on curve. How did this one go?
It slides in the top.
Right.
Yeah. There you go. And then there's this.
All
It's
right,
like a
this
little.
side's- Is that in, or is that just something feels off up front? Hold on.
I think you just got to manhandle it.
I guess so. Yeah, see there.
It does seem a little crooked though, huh?
It's this. I think you got it. Yep, yep.
Okay. It just, well, look, it's not like
Yeah.
flat there.
Yeah, so it's like throwing me off, right? No, it's good now because if you touch here.
Yeah, but this isn't seated all the way right here. Let's see here. But it is flush here.
Yeah, it looks fully flush.
It is. Okay, that's just the way it is, I guess. Need that screwdriver back.
Okay. For that. Now we'd have to get L-Connect set up to show the articulation, but
Yeah. That's what the knowledge bar is for. Let them install the software. I think that's arguably the least fun part of a build is like, okay, I gotta get the OS going and stuff now. Yeah, I guess it's just the angle because it's flush, right?
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
fully flush, fully seated.
Cool.
There we go. She looks clean, man.
All right. Well, I think that's it for my job. You know, could you imagine if it took this long for the knowledge bar to build every system that comes in here?
Entertaining while you do it.
Yes. Barely.
4 times over.
Cool. All right. Well,
wonderful.
I guess I'll let you sign off the live stream. I'm not sure which. Is,
All
that,
right.
is that it? I don't know what's
Well,
next.
I think that wraps up JayzTwoCents.
Oh, man, that got heavy suddenly. Cool.
Obviously, thank you for coming out,
No,
hanging
thank
out
you.
with us today. It's been really fun.
Thanks for hanging out and watching.
Yeah.
What I have to imagine would be really boring from that side, but you know, I think they were just hoping it was going to like Linus fall off the table or something.
Right. I mean, we can still throw it right now if you want. That'll be pretty entertaining.
Thank you, appreciate that. We'll do like Mr. Easter. We'll drop test it off the roof.
Yeah. Oh, they offered for us to go up there to get pictures of the line, so we can just go right now.
Cool.
All right, stay tuned. We're going to be right back, and then we're going to sign off for the live stream.
Okay. I gotta clean up my mess.
we're up. Awesome. We are wrapping up here for the Columbus grand reopening live stream. It has been an incredibly busy, long, full of stuff day.
Yeah.
Guys, got any highlights before we wrap it up?
We talked about so much great stuff today. We built some PCs. We're going to give away some PCs. We talked about networking. We talked about how to buy a computer. We talked about accessories. We talked about microcenter history.
Oh yeah, and we had tons of great guests like JayzTwoCents, Patrick from Serve the Home, and Jeff Deerling. And if you're not at the Columbus store right now, we are going to draw at around 6:45 to win all 3 of our giveaways, including this DGX Spark. So get down here before it's over and scan those QR codes to enter.
And if you are getting ready for the next microcenter store, keep an eye out. We'll be opening in Austin, Texas sometime in the future, so be sure to go sign up for that right now. For now, though, I think it's done for us over here at Microcenter Columbus. Hope y'all had a great one, and we'll see you at the store next time.